Check, check.
Hello.
Hey, Commissioner Johnson, this is Chris in the control room. Do you hear me?
Hey, Chris. Yeah, I can hear you fine.
I can adjust his level. All right, you're going to be hearing the meeting live. We start off in about 2 minutes.
I'm anxiously awaiting it, Chris. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you.
Keep everything on track for me, will you?
Will do. We're live on the broadcast, so stand by.
Okay.
Oh, I got one too. You do. Oh, all right. Charles?
If the light is on, the mic is operating.
Okay.
I usually just tap it so you can hear it.
Good morning. Today is May 12th, 2020. We're going to start the land use meeting. Our chairman will be here shortly. First, we're going to call this meeting to order, and we are going to have our invocation by Pastor Tom Walsh from Cortez Road Baptist Church. Please come on up. As a reminder, everybody please speak into the mic very close to you so everybody can hear.
If you will all join me in a word of prayer. Our gracious Heavenly Father, as we come before you this day, we are thankful most of all for the safety and the love and the provision that you have given us in these difficult times. Father, for keeping us from the plague and those that have taken it. Father, we thank you for the healing and, Father, for the comfort of those that have lost their lives, Father, in this time. Father, we pray for the families of all those that are serving and caring for those that are hurt and ailing. And, Father, for the safety that you've given us, we praise and thank you for. We thank you for the wisdom that you've given the leaders of this country and this community, Father, to see us through these times. Thankful for the people that have given their attention to take care and to, Father, care for one for another, to reach out to their neighbors. Father, we're thankful for all the efforts and the work that has undergone by the thousands, Father, to go through these times, Father, to lift up each other. And, Father, most of all this day, we lift you up for your presence, your safety, and your provision in all things. We ask your blessing upon this meeting. Give wisdom and discernment, Father, to all those that take part. And, Father, guide and direct our lives, Father, so we can give you praise and thanksgiving in all that you do. In the name of our Lord Jesus, we pray.
Amen.
Amen.
Now for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Pledge
of
allegiance
the United States
of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I thought I was on the mic, and I just got told I even have to get closer, so everybody needs to pay attention to our guys. All right. We don't have any awards or presentations, correct? And we do not have a consent agenda, correct? Don't want to miss anything. Okay. Now we are going to go to advisory board appointments. There's none, and now we have advertised public hearings, and at this time I think we're going to be sworn in. So our clerk of the court.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, do we do citizen comments?
Citizens' comments on anything in any future agenda?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay. Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak to something that's not on the agenda today that may come up in the future? If you do, you have 3 minutes. Please get close to the mic and speak very close to it so we can all hear you. So please come on up if you have any comments. I see no public comment on future agenda items. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go to advertise. Can everybody please stand if you're going to speak today and be sworn in?
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you are about to make to the Board of County Commissioners are truthful and accurate? Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name clearly.
And next, I'm going to turn it over to Rosina, item number 3, if you could read that into the record. And these are advertised upon a request. So if the commissioners don't want to bring this up at full presentation, just let us know, but I'll still have Rosina read it into the record.
Good morning. Item number 3, Land Development Code, Text Amendment 1802, Ordinance 2002, County Initiated Land Development Code, Text Amendment, Signs Ordinance Amendment, an ordinance amendment to the Land Development Code of Manatee County, amending signs regulations to address content neutrality, specifically Chapter 2 definitions, Sections 200 definitions to add, delete, and amend definitions regarding signs, amending Chapter 6 signs to add, delete, and amend signs regulations, amending Chapter 9 design guidelines and standards to add, delete, and amend sign regulations. This is a legislative case, and Lisa Barrett is the planning manager.
Would any commissioners like a full presentation or any questions? Seeing none, I'm going to open this item up to public comment. If you have any questions or comments regarding item number 3, which is our sign amendment, Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment. Seeing nobody from the public, I'm going to close public comment. May I have an action?
Motion to approve as recommended.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Servia, seconded by Commissioner Bellamy. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody against?
Aye.
Oh, Steve, thank you. Okay, so we have a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. As just an FYI, Commissioner Trey should be coming pretty soon. She got stuck, so she will be here in just a little bit. Okay, item number 4, Rosina.
Plan Amendment PA 1903, Ordinance 2004, Coastal High Hazard Area, CHHA, Overlay District Map Amendment. Adoption of a plan amendment provided for a map amendment to the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan to update the boundaries of the Coastal High Hazard Area on the maps located in the future land use map series and in the coastal element to preserve consistency with the statewide regional evacuation study for Tampa Bay. Nicole Knapp is the case manager, and this is a legislative case.
Okay, does any commissioner wish to have a presentation? This covers the unincorporated areas of Manatee County only. Commissioner, you want a full presentation?
Doesn't have to be full, but just to fill us
Okay, we'd like a little more information to give to the public, Nicole, if you're here. and explain what is different maybe than, and what we're changing it to. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nicole Knapp for the record. And while I don't need to be sworn, I have been. As Rosina summarized, and as I explained yesterday in the briefings, Florida statute requires that we delineate our boundaries of our coastal high hazard within our comp plan. Our comp plan has the coastal high hazard map in both the future land use map series and the coastal element. And the last time the slosh models were revised and delineated was in 2016. And at that time, we mapped those changes as they are delineated. We did not add any human element to them or take it beyond the level 1. However, at that time, staff didn't adopt the maps formally in the comp plan, so this is kind of like a formalization of what should have happened 3 years ago. And since that time, staff has been reviewing land development applications according to the latest data, but like I said, the map was never formalized. So this is your adoption hearing. The transmittal hearing was February 6th. And since that time, we have had no public comment, and all agencies have had no objections.
Commissioner Ball?
Nicole, thank you. I just thought that it would be best to have put into record what this was all about for the public, because it seems like we always have a problem when something comes before us with this. So I just wanted to make sure everybody understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else have, Misty?
Yes, thank you, Nicole. And I appreciate that you said none of the agencies have objected. Have we received any citizen or business objections?
The only public comment we had was one back at the transmittal hearing in February. And other than that, gentlemen, we have had no public comment, objection of any kind.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No more commissioners? No? Okay. There's a process that when the staff is done at the dais, if they could just wipe down where they touched. Thank you. By the time somebody else comes back, it'll dry. Okay, so do I have any other comments? I don't. I'm going to open this up for public comment. Anybody in the public want to make a comment regarding this issue? Seeing none, public comments closed. Can I have an action from the commissioners?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
I'm going to give the second to Johnson. All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ball, second by Commissioner Johnson. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody against? Motion carries. Thank you. Now we have advertised public hearings. Presentations will be given, and I'm going to have Rosina start on number 5. And just so you know, I do have one person that wants to make a public comment when it's time.
Item number 5.
Rosina, hold on for 1 minute. Our attorney.
Excuse me, just for the record of the quasi-judicial public hearings, I wanted to state that we have a quorum present with 5 commissioners. And Commissioner Johnson is attending by telephone. He stated for the record that he can hear the proceedings and view all the exhibits on the streaming video.
Okay. Steve, can you swear that you can see this on streaming video, etc.?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Rosina.
Item number 5, PDC 1412 PR, 2019 Bayshore Crossing, R&M General Partnership, PLN 1907-0018. Amendment to Ordinance Number PDC 1412P to approve a revised preliminary site plan increasing the mini warehouse storage facility from 57,241 square feet to 111,879 square feet for property located with an existing shopping center. The total project area is 7.47 acres and is generally located 0.14 miles south of the intersection of 60th Avenue West and 26th Street West, commonly known as 6015 26th Street, West Bradenton. This is a quasi-judicial project, and Margaret Tusin is the case manager.
Thank you. And I don't have a little cheat sheet, but I'm going to ask if there's been any ex parte communication regarding this issue. Commissioner Serbia?
Yes, thank you. And because this is in my district, and
Real close.
because it's in my district, a number of people have approached me and asked me questions about it, to which I've told them that I cannot discuss it. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, and now I think I'm going to give this to a presentation to the applicant, correct? I don't have my rules in front of me. For the applicant presentation, Sarah? Oh, you got them, oh, great. Oh, okay, BADS has already made their introductory remarks, so it is applicant at presentation. Okay, please come out and state your name since we can't see who you are.
Well, I'm going to try this with it on. My name is Bob Gauze with Gauze & Associates, and I have been sworn. I want to thank you guys for finding a way to have this hearing. I know there's a lot of people who have been nervous about when we were going to resume these, and you all found a way to get it done with your staff, so thank you very much. I'm joined here today by the owner of the property, Mr. Bob Morris. He's back in the crowd, as well as the architects on the project, Zoller Autry Architect with Darren Autry and Jerry Zoller. And this is a request, let's see, I've got it up here. Bayshore Crossings. And basically, this is a request to modify an existing approval. This project was approved to allow, I think, 55,000 square feet of mini storage, basically a conversion of the north end of the shopping center that is currently, it was a grocery store, it's the Village Thrift, and we received approval in January 2015 to convert that to mini storage. And basically it was going to be the addition of mini storage, converting the building, which is shown as building I, as mini storage, but also creating additional buildings, basically non-conditioned storage facilities around it, and enclosing all of that in a fenced compound. The approval's been extended, and it expires on June 8, 2022, and the CLS is expiring in another month, but we've requested a new CLOS, and the traffic impact statement has been approved. But as you can see in the previous approval, the majority of the shopping center was shown to remain, and this is a This is a comparison of the existing approval and the proposed modification. What you can see right out of the gate is the proposed changes are contained within basically the same area. The majority of the shopping center is going to remain. Mr. Morris doesn't have any intention of changing that. But what is changing is we are taking the various buildings out in front, and we're converting those into a 3-story enclosed conditioned storage facility. And that is the biggest change that we're making. You can kind of see it. And then there's going to be, certain things are going to remain the same. I don't know if I can move this out of here, but if you see, well, I'll go through these slides. The big change is the warehouse, right here in Building A. And that's enclosing that. And then the second thing that you'll see is the gated egress on 60th Avenue. That was approved before. That is proposed to remain as a gated exit point. It's not for an entry, it's only for exit. Next thing you see is we also retained the gates back in the back of the project. There was previously approved a vehicle gate back there, an automatic gate, to allow delivery trucks and things like that and emergency vehicles to get through there, but various passenger vehicles are not going to be allowed through that gate. And there's also a pedestrian gate that actually provides access to the Parkway Villas, people that want to come in from the backside and walk around and get to the stores in front to keep them from having to drive. And that's going to remain. One new thing that you see is that, there's a 0 side yard setback as part of this request, and the reason was we looked at it and said if there was ever a need to sever the ownership to the north. It wouldn't require a subdivision, but we did need to address the side yard setback, so that's actually shown on the plan. It's not a special specific approval or anything, but it, we added that. The two new specific approvals really are just, I'll call them more of an oversight on the previous approval. Building C was always shown to be about 20 feet from the property line, which was fine if it was a rear yard. But what we realized as we went through this approval was that that's actually a public road behind the project, which changed that from a rear yard to a front yard. And we're right at about 21 feet from that property line. So we're requesting a specific approval to basically codify what was previously approved to be done. It wasn't, specific approval wasn't granted. The other thing that we realized was that there's an existing 6-foot fence. I'm going to show you some pictures of it. And that 6-foot fence has been there a long time. Actually, Mr. Morris replaced it, I think, about 3 years ago, so it's really a fairly new 6-foot fence. But it's in technically the front yard because that's Clark Avenue. And we realized that as we were going through this, it's like, hey, we need to get specific approval to address that feature as well. And so that's really why we're making those two specific approvals. It really isn't a change. It's really just trying to address something that we, maybe should have been addressed on the previous approval. Again, you can see the proposed plan. It does not impact the majority of the shopping center. All those tenants, and that's been somewhat of a source of miscommunication. I think neighbors think that we're taking out all those shops. We're not taking out all those shops. The Peaches, all of those stores, they're going to stay there. But Mr. Morris has no intention of getting rid of these tenants. But the problem is, he's not able to really lease out for any money the existing Village Thrift, and that's why he switched it to mini storage, and the market has gone the way of enclosed condition space. So again, this request is to increase allowable mini storage area from 57,241 square feet to 111,879 square feet, and then to grant a couple of new specific approvals and also to allow the zero setback internal development. Again, this is it's located within the urban service area. It's an allowable use. It's got good vehicular access. Your staff has reviewed it. There are no environmental issues associated with this request. It's compatible. The modification is compatible with all aspects of Section 402.6. It's compatible with the Comprehensive Growth Management Plan. It's compliant with intensity and height requirements well under the maximum FAR. It's compatible with adjoining uses. There's basically a vacant bank building adjacent to the mini storage. You got 26th Street, which is an arterial, and offices and retail across the street from it. And then you've got the 3-story apartments across 60th, and then down to the south, it's really not being impacted much, but it's the library, and behind it, you've got the single family and the condominium, which really, this proposed change you don't really see it from their end. We did receive Planning Commission recommendation for approval of this request, and we are asking that you approve it as well. And I'm here to answer any questions. Again, I've got the owner with me, and I've also got the architects with me. So if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Thank you. Does any commissioners have a question? Commissioner Servia?
Thank you, Mr. Goss. I appreciate your presentation. I have a question about the request to increase the mini storage square footage, because I've been out there and I don't see an existing mini storage facility. So can you explain that? Was it originally approved on the site plan? Is that why you're referring to it as an increase?
Well, the mini storage was previously approved, right. But if I go back to that picture, kind of back at the beginning. All right, what you see is on the west side of the existing building I is a variety of individual buildings with drive aisles between them. And the market has more shifted towards wanting to have enclosed air-conditioned storage. And so that's a 3-story building, and it is creating more storage. We're still way below the maximum floor area ratio, but it causes it to be an increase. It's increased, almost double the amount of storage because of basically the higher efficiency of the enclosed 3-story building instead of 1-story buildings behind a wall.
So what I'm hearing you say is that there is an existing mini storage facility on site.
No, ma'am, there's not.
Okay.
There's the Village Thrift there currently.
Yes.
And What he's requesting is that he's already approved to turn that into mini storage. He has not done it yet. He's looking to do it, but he's wanting to do it in a different way.
Okay, yeah, that was my confusion because it says an increase to an
Right.
existing, increasing the mini storage facility as if it's already there.
Right. Well, the nuance is it's approved to be there. It just isn't there yet. So
Okay.
it's not a change of use, but it is a change in intensity.
I see. So you received site plan approval a few years ago for a storage facility that you never built. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And now you want to increase it by using some of the shopping center that's already there and converting the use.
Well, to use basically the same amount of shopping center that was already there, but to change the configuration on the west side of the existing Village Thrift building to make that a 3-story structure that is enclosed. And that is actually where the increase comes from.
Okay, thank you. And I also would like to hear about your architectural facades. Are you planning front facades on all sides of the buildings?
Yes, ma'am, we are. And let me see if I've got that handy. At one point, I had it in the PowerPoint, and I decided it was pretty hard to see. Do we have? This is actually. This will be the west facade. I'll speak loud. This will be the west facade that you would see from 26th Street. This is sort of the face of the existing Village Thrift, and I think on the north side.
Madam Chair, he's not being picked up with a mic. Can you ask the applicant?
Got to get a mic to you.
I think I can just take this mic out.
Yeah, Bob, you have to be there.
Pull it up. I'm going to break it. All right. I'm okay if you break it, but I don't want to be the one to break it.
And you're wiping
Okay,
the
can you
mic-
hear me better now?
And you're wiping the mic down when you're done.
I will be wiping that whole area down when I'm done. I've been duly advised. I may have to wipe the staff down too. Anyway, this is the west elevation of the building. That's sort of the existing building. And then these are a couple of other elevations of the 3-story storage building. So yeah, it's not a blank wall. It's architecturally designed to give it a nice appearance. And that's what you see happening with these storage facilities now, is they're trying to do them in ways other than just blank walls.
And so on the west facade, are those windows?
They look like windows. I'm not sure if they're going to function as windows. The architects are nodding their head, yes, those are windows.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just hold it until I can.
Carol?
Yeah, so Bob, I just want to clarify, it was previously approved for a mini storage. And with the business model, you're just going to make this a larger storage, correct?
It's going to have more capacity, yes, ma'am. It's not actually occupying more space on the site, but it is going to have more capacity inside the facility.
And I took notes over the weekend, no additional impervious surface, correct?
There's no additional impervious, no, ma'am.
So you're going from 57,000 square feet to 112,000.
Most of it is in the form of, vertical, and the fact that areas that were drive aisles are now going to be considered, storage.
And you need to tell us, do you think this is compatible with what the uses are now?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
This is compatible, what you're presenting to us?
We believe it is compatible. Again, the majority of the changes out towards 26th Street, we're exceeding the setback requirements. We've tried to make it architecturally, desirable, and we're still maintaining a landscape buffer out there and all that.
Thank you.
All right, other questions?
Yeah, can I ask you a question? Hello?
No, sorry, not yet. We're not ready for public comment yet.
That's Steve.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, sure, Steve, you can ask a question. Sorry, I didn't recognize your voice. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, Bob? So
Yes, sir.
what, are you going to tear down the old Food Lion store, or are you renovating the Food Lion store up to 3 stories as part of this increase in density?
I believe the actual impact to what was the Food Lion store will be inside the building. It's more as opposed to the outside. They're not going to knock the building down, but they'll probably gut it and redo it. And they'll work a little bit on the facade as well.
Okay. And I built the bank next door to this property back in the 80s. And, we had, over the years, a lot of different flooding issues. And we had put in a small retention pond, and then I think it was, John Jameson came in and built that shopping center there. And there were some issues on the flooding, and I don't know if the redo of 60th Avenue a couple of years ago, that took them about 2 years, I think, to get that thing squared away. But have you looked at, and, from an engineering perspective and seen whether this, significant increase in density is going to have an issue with the water runoff and the retention ponds that are there right now?
Commissioner Johnson, no, it shouldn't have any impact. We've looked at the approvals. There's really not going to be any increase in the impervious area on this site. There'll be changes to the stormwater system that'll have to be done just to make sure the pipes don't go under buildings to get to the stormwater system. But that's going to be, and that'll require a modification of the ERP. But there shouldn't be any impact to the stormwater runoff rates or coefficients or anything like that. There's an existing permitted stormwater pond. Been out and looked at it. The pond is actually very, very low, but I think that may be possibly a function of there hadn't been a lot of rain. But I think we had Schroeder DePaul Engineering look at it from the standpoint of just the neighbors had asked if they could tie into it, but after looking at it, the property to the rear of us apparently drains to the street, and if we were to allow them to poke into the pond, what would happen is when that pond reaches its high water, it would actually backflow into their yards, which would actually be counterproductive to them, so we can't let them do that either. But the shopping center itself does fairly fine. It contains all the drainage onto its site.
Okay. And my second question is, because, I occasionally show up at Peaches there or the library from time to time. And the elevation of that site vis-a-vis the 26th, street, you can pretty much guarantee your car's going to bottom out trying to pull into that shopping center or pulling out of it. Has there been any thought of trying to make that, a little more user-friendly from people that are pulling in rather than, trying to sit there and see if you can bust your oil pan as you try to get in and out of there?
Commissioner Johnson, we have not had, and it's actually the first time I became aware of it. Of course, I also drive a 4-wheel drive truck, so I don't notice it. But no, I was not aware that there was any concern there. I think that's something the owner can look at as far as he's continued to try and improve the shopping center, but I don't know how much can be done to alleviate that problem.
Okay. Well, I would just say maybe the engineers should look at that, especially that entrance between the bank and where this mini storage is going to go, as well as the main entrance into that shopping center, and then down by the library. Those are all, pretty, poorly engineered exits and entrances, in my opinion, for people that drive, cars that aren't 4-wheel trucks, to get in and out of there. And this might be a good time to, maybe while you have the construction crews out there, to take a look at that. So that's just a thought I have from my standpoint.
Thank you.
And that's all I have.
Thank you. That's good input. The owner is in the crowd today, so it's good for him to hear it and as he's moving forward with things.
Thank you.
Okay, Sarah?
Yes, Madam Chair, I just need to state for the record that during the applicant's presentation, Commissioners Trace and Benak arrived, and they've heard the matter, so they will vote on it.
Thank you. All right. Other commissioners that want to ask questions of the applicant? Any other questions for the applicant? All right. We're going to go ahead and go to staff presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, I can barely see you, but I can hear you.
Okay, I know, it's difficult to see. If I may ask permission, I usually go to the podium, but for today, I would like to just remain at the table, if that's all right with
Great.
everyone.
Sure, I think we can
Okay.
hear you fine.
I think Mr. Gauze did an excellent presentation. Staff has reviewed this once again because we did see it in 2015. And as Ms. Servia said, there was an approval granted for approximately 57,000 square feet of a storage facility. It has not been built, but the site plan is still active. The proposal is to change what was originally in the parking structure to a 3-story air-conditioned space. The rest of the site generally remains the same, except for actually on the north side, there were buildings closer to the property line. Now they are no longer there. The specific approvals were kind of an oversight in the original approval. Clark Avenue is a local street, so the Plan Development Commercial does have requirements for additional setbacks to local streets and also the fencing. Oh, okay. It's very noisy when I move anything on this table. Okay, thank you. Is that better? Better? Okay. So those two specific approvals we've looked at. The fence nor the structure interferes with visibility of the roadway or anyone's driveways. As Mr. Gauze showed in his slide presentation, the site doesn't, it really just dead ends. There's a driveway further to the east. Unless the board has any specific questions, we do have revised stipulations, as you see, and the applicant has agreed to all of them. We've reviewed it also for the specific use criteria for mini storage, and it also meets those requirements. So if you don't have any specific questions of me, staff does recommend approval.
All right, are there questions for staff? Okay, I've got just a couple of questions. Margaret, the use of a mini storage, is that use considered an industrial use?
No, it's one of those uses that's hard to define. We allow mini storages in general commercial zoning, so it's not really industrial because the use is supposed to be for storage. You know, there's a prohibition in the Land Development Code under Section 531 to do businesses out of mini storage. I mean, it's supposed to strictly be a storage facility. So if someone is doing something else, no, but it's, I think in the Land Development Code it may be listed under warehousing, so it's kind of an odd location, but it is a permitted use in Plan Development Commercial.
Yeah, and my recollection is, and I'm asking you to confirm this, is that there's actually a allowance for the floor area ratio to be exceeded for mini storage. Is that correct?
That was correct, and when we updated the comprehensive plan, we removed that provision.
Okay.
So everything remained, you know, if the FAR is 0.35, then everyone can have a 0.35 FAR,
Okay.
not just mini storage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and so in this particular location, because of its location on 26th Street in Bayshore, it does have a factor to increase because it's located within the, in a node. So it can have an increased FAR. And their floor area ratio is about a 0.4.
Okay.
For the entire site.
Okay. So, yeah, because I see mini storage along almost every major roadway. So that's pretty much where it's allowed in commercial areas or commercial nodes, is what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have questions for staff? Okay. At this point, then, we're going to go ahead and go to public comment. There are a few people signed up. One, I should say, other than the applicant. Well, Bob Gauze, I think, is the applicant, right? Yeah. So Susanna Young is the first. Is Susanna here and would like to address the board at this time? Know if Susanna was able to attend. Oh, yep, I see her coming forward. Is somebody wiping off? Yeah, they are. And I assume somebody did wipe off the podium.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I have not been sworn in.
Okay. Anyone else that might speak today at today's land use hearing and came in late? If you'd like to stand now, please stand, raise your right hand, and get sworn in. Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you are about to make to the Board of County Commissioners are truthful and accurate?
I do.
Please state your name and if you've been sworn when you step to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I hope I heard everything right. I live in Bayshore Gardens, actually down the street from the Bayshore Crossings. What comes to mind, the very first question I have is why do we need a storage facility when right over on 41, practically around the corner, there's a huge facility going up south of Bayshore Parkway on 41. North, up toward 57th, 53rd, I don't know the address, is another one going up. Now, anyway, Bayshore Crossings has been a very pleasant, the owner has done a great job of landscaping it when it was first developed. It's a nice, well-attended little plaza. All the buildings surrounding are buildings that are designed, from what I see, to blend in with the immediate residential neighborhood. And what comes to mind when you go to Bayshore Crossings is it has trees. The street is tree-lined. It's very pleasant. And I need to bring up, the county started an initiative back in 2014 called the Southwest Increment Financed Improvement Program. And I thought it was a great idea. And I thought the county was serious. Mr. Groom really gave it all he had, and neighborhood services were very active. But some of the things that come to mind in the document itself is this was they had seven objectives. One was to enhance aesthetics and placemaking appeal of public and private properties as a quality of life economic development driver. Okay? Phrases like increased property values, enhance value and opportunities to established neighborhoods, upgrading public infrastructure, revitalize, describe the intentions set forth in this draft. Now, I would hope the county was serious about this. And I just, again, I put the word out. A lot of people are not on board with this. I don't know if many of them are here, but this is a neighborhood. It's a residential. It's nice. The college is right across, catty-cornered. We have a Montessori school across the street. It's hidden by trees. And we have a couple of medical buildings, office buildings, and it's really come up nice. There's a nice little plaza on the corner. So, and across the street is Bayshore Apartments, and they're always kept nice. So I don't see, I was hoping that Bayshore Crossings has a future, that maybe in the future we might have more little restaurants or other types of shops and services.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Your time is done.
Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to ask that question: is why are we having so many storage facilities when there's two going up on 41? I go to one out on Whitfield in the industrial park.
We'll go ahead and we will ask.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully, he can address that question when he comes back up. Thank you. Next up, I have Bob Gauze, but I believe Bob is the applicant, so we already spoke. Are there others in the audience that would like to address the board regarding this issue? Now would be the time if you'd like to come forward. I'm going to clean off the podium. If you want to come forward, is there anyone else who would like to address the board regarding this application? All right, seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close public comment. Now's the time for the board to ask questions of the applicant, staff, or citizens. Carol?
Yes. I'd like to ask the applicant, Bob, if you want to come up. I don't know if you know this off the top of your head, but what can they do with that property now? What are the uses?
The allowable uses?
Yes.
Well, it's
Get closer to the mic, because...
Sorry, can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
It's currently used for restaurants, I think dry cleaners, any retail, and I think professional offices are there, and mini storage are the allowable uses on there. The fact of the matter is there used to be a grocery store there, and the site just is not apparently desirable for the grocery store industry, even though it's an allowable use. It's been being used as a thrift store, which doesn't really pay much in the way of rent, which is, kind of talking a little bit about the comment about the future of the Bayshore Crossings Shopping Center. That's what the owner is trying to do, is maintain the future of shopping center and finding a use that will fit on this site and will keep it as a viable shopping center. So that's actually what he's trying to do.
And I think I was on the board when we did approve the shopping center, and then I was surprised that it went to a thrift store. So obviously the market didn't support it. You did going to change to this use as storage. Are you feeling that there's a market for this in this area with the schools and everything around? Or
The owner does feel that way. However, the market was not for really outdoor. I call it outdoor. It's not outdoor. It's non-conditioned space, storage space. There's some market for that, but really the market seems to be for conditioned space. People, that's what they want to store their stuff in. I guess they feel like it's less buggy and everything else. So that's the market, and that increases the volume, which gets it more into the sweet spot for mini storage.
and would you consider this, as the applicant, a low-intensity use versus a grocery store?
Yes, ma'am. The trip generation for mini storage is far less than it would be for a grocery store. So, yeah, it's actually a
And I know every time we do this, somebody always asks a question, so I'll go ahead and ask it. Are you going to allow boats, like people want to pay to have their boats stored there?
There's really not going to be any space left for outdoor vehicle storage, so I don't think we're going to really have any of that out there. I can look at the owner, and I don't think he's planning to do that. So.
And is the facade going to blend in with the current shopping center, Peaches and everything?
Yeah, they're trying to make it architecturally compliant with the rest of the shopping center. Obviously, it's a different building, but they're trying to blend it in.
Thank you.
He's trying to help the shopping center.
Thanks.
Other questions? Misty?
Thank you. So I have really studied this case because it is in my district, and I've heard from a number of people who I didn't speak with, but they wanted to speak with me. And having worked on mini storage facilities in the past, some of the really great things about that land use is that they're benign for the most part. They're very quiet neighbors. There isn't a lot of traffic associated with mini storages. Because this site is in the coastal planning area, you don't have to worry about evacuating people should there be an emergency. And it is going to increase the tax base, I believe, in the area. So those are all the really good things. By contrast, there are some concerns I have as well. In our comprehensive plan, policy 2.6.5.5 talks about building massing, and it should contribute to the existing neighborhood. So the scale of this project is going to be much larger compared to the rest of the shopping center. There is a big need in the area for small business. Small businesses there like the Chinese restaurant, Peaches, the library, the dry cleaner. create this synergy. You can go there any day of the week and you can see the people milling around and walking through the shopping center and doing their daily business. This site is in the Res 16 future land use category, and when I looked that up, the range of potential uses allows mini storage, but it also promotes residential support uses. I don't think a mini storage facility is, I mean, you could argue it's supporting the neighborhood if they store their things there, but it is not supporting the day-to-day needs of a neighborhood. And maybe one of my biggest concerns is that we're going to remove a strong anchor. It used to be a grocery store. Now it's a thrift store. And when you remove that strong anchor, then the other smaller businesses are going to suffer. You know, the restaurants, the dry cleaners, etc. There are a lot of elderly people located within a square mile of this area. You have high-density condominiums surrounding it. You have a lot of people without transportation and a lot of people who use this facility. So that's kind of the good and the bad that I'm weighing and trying to make the best decision. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Other commissioners have questions for staff, applicant? Anyone at this time? Well, I've got just a couple, and I do apologize if you went over this, Bob, maybe in detail, and I missed it. But it is a beautiful landscaped area. If Steve Johnson is on the phone, he'll know that when that bank was proposed on the corner, there was a large tree. I was on staff at the time. I went to bat for that tree. Steve and I joked about it after the fact.
And you lost.
But I tried my best to protect that tree, because it is important in these neighborhoods to protect trees. So you have some nice landscaping there. What is going to be the impact to the landscaping, Bob? And again, I apologize if you went over this in detail.
Well, the majority of the center isn't being changed, so you're not going to see much of a change to the landscaping. And the proposed plan includes, I don't know if you may put it up there. Let me see if I can put this on. That is one stiff mic. So, if I got that the right way? I think I do.
Yeah. I did look at the plan.
Basically, we're still going to plan to have the trees along the frontage of it. So you're still going to end up with a double canopy tree landscape buffer along there. So, and down here, we're not changing any of that. So it's still, you're still going to have a pretty substantial landscape buffer. And as noted before, as noted in the approval documents, we've actually got more than the minimum setback, because we're leaving the drive aisle that allows access to the bank access and back and forth. So there's no proposed changes to that.
So you're not really taking out any trees in there?
I think we'll end up taking out some trees, because the nature of the beast is when you're doing some development and we're eliminating some stuff here that will have some impacts, but we're replacing them and we're planting new trees.
But you're leaving the driveway. The
Yes,
driveway
ma'am.
is going to be existing, and the trees are actually on the 26th side of that drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I hope to the maximum extent possible you save those trees.
Right, and that's what we're trying to do. And I agree with you. I was involved in that bank project, and a lot of work went into trying to save the trees.
I recall. There was a question about need. I'm going to ask Bob if he would, or anyone that wants to address the need, and then I'm going to ask Margaret, or if need is a consideration that we consider at time of a site plan approval.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
The question was raised by why do we need another mini storage? So I said I'd ask the applicant, why do we need another mini storage?
Well, it's sort of a two-part thing, and I may need to have the owner get up here to answer it, but he's trying to maintain the shopping center as a viable shopping center. He has tried a lot of different things to fill the existing space, You know, the shops that are along there in the smaller spaces are doing fine, but he's not really able to lease out the anchor. It's not going to a food store. It's not going to those sorts of things. So he's looking at doing mini storage, and then he's figured out that really the market for mini storage needs it to be more enclosed as opposed to the open, I'll call it the older style of mini storage, where you had the drive aisles, where you did have things tended to be parked in there, and it was all non-contingent space. So he believes that there's a market for it. We've had some discussions with some mini storage developers, and he feels that that's what the market is.
I think he's standing behind you, so you may want to say something.
Madam Chair, if I may interject for a moment here.
Yes.
We can't really consider market demand for any use, and we can't consider property taxes in our law.
Yeah, I don't know if everyone could hear that. Sarah, can you lean forward a little bit closer and maybe repeat? And I was going to ask staff that exact question, but you...
I was saying that the county, when it's in quasi-judicial mode, cannot consider increasing the tax base or market demand for a particular use in its deliberations in a quasi-judicial hearing.
Yeah, and I thought that was the answer, that, and just so everybody could hear it, that we cannot consider market demand when we have to approve a site plan amendment in this case. We're not approving a rezone, but a site plan amendment. But I only asked the question because I said that I would ask as the applicant asked. So can we hear the answer from the...
Yes, we cannot, when the county sits in a quasi-judicial public hearing, the county commission cannot legally consider increasing the tax base or whether there's a market demand for a particular use. You can legitimately consider the items Commissioner Survey pointed out, compatibility and building design.
Thank you. Sir, if you want to just respond quickly.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Bob Morris, and I am the managing partner of R&M Partnership. I want to thank you for hearing us this morning. I'll back up a little bit. I am a member of the International Center for Shopping Centers. I'm a member of the Florida Self-Storage Association. I've been a commercial real estate broker for 18 years. My license is with SVN. And we have owned this shopping center since 2005. It's been a labor of love for us. I've got great relationships with all of our tenants, with Allison Thomas of Peaches. You've mentioned her business several times. They were aware of the first iteration that we went through with this. I've gone and spoken with each of my tenants personally about this. You know, as Bob said, we're trying to find a viable way to keep our shopping center healthy and vibrant and keep the appearance up and nice. And, you know, Allison just renewed her lease. I mean, I've got tenants in there that love being in that location, and they have confidence in what I'm doing because we're communicating with them. When we went through this we before and got the initial site plan approval and got the use approved, as we were doing that, we found a tenant, which is the path of least resistance. But the fact of the matter is that this 30,000 square foot box that we've got, and I would prefer to put another retail tenant in place. But as I've stated, I'm in the industry. There are virtually no users in our market that I've been able to find, and I have canvassed and approached directly everyone from Detweilers to Goodwill to the college, trying to find viable users for the space. It's on a corridor that doesn't drive a lot of traffic. It's a neighborhood corridor. It's an awkward sized box, and believe me, if I can find a user for it, I would go that path. There is a market for self-storage, and that's what's driving this. And I am vested in it because I own the center, and I've made commitments to my tenants. I'm vested in making it a nice, attractive storage space. But the original entitlements that we've got, what we've found is that the market has changed a little bit. There is a higher demand for climate-controlled storage, and the operators, the CubeSmarts, the Extra Space, the folks that would manage the facility on our behalf need a larger facility to achieve some economies of scale. I hope that is somewhat helpful. Yeah, we want to be a good neighbor. That's another thing I'd say that I'm very committed to. So,
Did you say you were sworn? I just want to make sure.
pardon me?
Did you say you were sworn? I want to make sure.
Yes, ma'am. I have been sworn.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions for staff, the applicant? Anyone else? Misty?
Yes. Mr. Gauze, can you please pull up the site plan again and point to the little triangular property line that's on the north side of the property where there is a large group of trees? See it there at the top of your plan? Are those trees going to be protected?
Mike's still working? Okay. You're referring to right here in this area?
Yes, thank
There's
you.
no proposed real change, so that's an existing parking area there right now, so I don't see that as changing. So they're as protected as they are now. Most of the activities are going to be occurring here. That'll probably be stripped and repaved and restriped.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
All right. Any other questions at this time? All right. Staff have any closing comments?
No, ma'am.
Applicant, it's time for your rebuttal.
We're good.
You're good. Okay. Deliberations. Anyone? Commissioners, anyone have an opinion they'd like to share? Yes, Commissioner Trace.
I move we accept the recommended motion.
All right, we have a motion for the recommended motion. I heard her say it. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Trace, second by Commissioner Johnson. We had updated stipulations. Were there updated stipulations? I can't remember.
No, ma'am.
Nothing, not in this package. Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments, Misty?
Yes. I just want to say that I think the project is a really good project, but I'm concerned about the location. I'm concerned about the character being changed in Bayshore Gardens that desperately needs that synergy of residential support uses. And for those reasons, I can't support the motion. Thanks.
Carol?
For the following reasons, I will support it. I'm glad to hear that the owner of the shopping center actually met with the tenants, and they're very supportive. I was on the board when we did approve the shopping center, and it's gone away, and I just think we need something to be the anchor. That's not going to be the anchor. It's Peaches in the library. But they, as property owners, they deserve a right to be able to develop their property. I don't have a problem with compatibility because we have a big empty building there now. And so I will support this. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, and I live in a neighborhood, that has some nice small shopping centers as well. And there is a mini storage, a fairly large mini storage facility on the corner of Lockwood Ridge and Talavast, and you really don't even know it's there. This 26th Street, I was thinking about it, and I was going to ask the question, but I figured it's really not fair because I didn't ask it ahead of time of staff. But you have some very large buildings that exist along 26th. You have the college. You have the school, which is practically right across the street from here. So I don't think it's out of scale. I do recognize that this is a beautiful neighborhood. We have invested and we are continuing to invest a significant amount of tax dollars in this area. Matter of fact, my son and his girlfriend are looking at a house in this area, and they said they were concerned, and I said, oh no, this is one of our, this is an area where the county is putting a lot of money to beautify and to attract young people, so I was really excited about them looking in this area. So I understand the fear, and I get that this is a large building, but I think with the right treatment, I looked at the site plan with the right way to address the mass of the building, by putting the windows there, by putting the landscaping. You know, we require now for development in our urban core to be up closer to the road. And this is kind of following that trend. So I agree, it's a beautiful area. People can walk. The library is there. Peaches is there. So I do not think that this will be a hindrance, so I'm going to support the motion too. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 I think I've heard from everyone. All those opposed, nay?
Nay.
All right. I believe the motion carries 6-1 with Commissioner Servia voting in opposition. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I think staff, I haven't said this, has done a wonderful job of setting this up, keeping us safe. I really, really appreciate that. All right. We're going to move on to our next item. I could use a green sheet.
6.
Next item is item number 6, Z1927, William Gale Rison, PLN 19090071, is a rezone of approximately 26.74 acres located at the northwest corner of 33rd Street East and 16th Avenue East, and commonly known as 1210 33rd Street East Palmero, from A1 Agricultural Suburban and RSF2 Residential Single Family 2 dwelling units per acre to the RSF 6-H Residential Single Family 6 dwelling units per acre with affordable housing density bonus zoning district. This is a quasi-judicial case. Ms. Margaret Tucson is the case planner, and I think here is the applicant, Mr. Bob Schmidt.
Okay, I'm going to ask if there's been any ex parte communication. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, I received a phone call on this topic this morning with some concerns, but I didn't discuss it in depth. But as we go on, due to the fact that I'm familiar with the location, obviously I'll speak on it. But I did hear from somebody in concerns of it this morning.
Okay. Just for the record, I had no ex parte communication on the last application and no ex parte communication on this one. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no ex parte communication, we'll go to applicant presentation. Forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, thanks for having us here today. For the record, my name is Bob Schmidt. I'm a certified land planner with Land Planning Associates. I'm going to pull this down only because when I talk, it fogs my glasses, so it makes it a little bit difficult. Here with me is Steve Reinhardt. Steve has been very instrumental in the affordable housing and workforce housing aspect of the changes to the Land Development Code. This is a project that he is proposing, but we do not have a plan to show you today. This is the sort of the guinea pig project of the H designation. We're rezoning from RSF2 and A1 on this site, which is in the west side of Canal Road, south of 37th Street East, Mendoza, to RSF6/H, which is for a workforce housing designation. Now, I will tell you that we have done some preliminary land planning, and this is not an entirely affordable housing or workforce housing project. Steve has worked very hard with Jerry Lopez and Denise Thomas, and of the approximately future, although we're not talking about a plan today, 108 units or so, 17 will be in the $176,000 price range and about 10 in the $192,000 price range. Everything else will be over that. I think there's a little bit of a misconception as to what type of project this is. Steve builds a lot of these types of projects. He's a high-quality builder, and we think this will be a very nice project for Manatee County and implement a lot of the affordable housing and workforce housing designation ideas that this commission has had. I put up the zoning map. Again, we don't have a plan. If we can go to the zoning map. This is right out of the staff report, and it just shows you the area that the site is located. There have been a lot of subdivisions to the south and to the west, and we believe that this is a logical location for a project like this. Again, it will be a high-quality project, and Steve is here to answer any questions that you may have, although I don't think we can talk about the plan today. Canal is proposed to be widened to 4 lanes. I believe that there's a relocation of the intersection Mendoza and Canal that will come along in the near future. Both of those projects are in the 5-year CIP, as I understand it. And we did go to the Planning Commission on March 12th, received unanimous approval. I have read the staff report and concur with the findings. I think the staff did a good job in its presentation. We find that the request is compliant with the comprehensive plan and the land development code, and we request your approval. I'm going to keep it short like that, and if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer after public comment and staff presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Does any board members have questions of the applicant? Now would be the proper time to ask the applicant who has to make the case for the rezone.
Yeah, I do have a
All right,
couple of
Commissioner
questions.
Bellamy?
Can you break down your numbers as far as the units again, sir, where you said you had 108 units and you broke down the value was 17 at 176,000. Can you break that down for me again so I can document that, sir?
Commissioner Bellamy, I apologize, but the echo in here is very hard to hear. I didn't quite understand your question.
He wanted you to break down by what you did,
Units.
what you said about the cost of the units. He wanted you to go over that again.
To go over those numbers again?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Of approximately 108 lots in the future subdivision, 17 will be priced at 176,000. 10 will be at 192,000, for a total of 27 that are part of the land use restriction agreement, the LURA.
And that's where I'm going with my question. Within that 27, is that falling up under the affordable housing percentage that's required?
That is correct. And the remainder will be market value.
And the total units will be 108?
Approximately, yeah. We're still in the process of doing some land planning exercises, but that is the number that it looks like we're going to come to. I'm sorry.
Do you have other questions, Reggie, at this time?
Not right now.
Okay, Priscilla.
How many
Can't hear you.
how many homes would you be entitled to if you did not have the affordable home workforce home bonus?
The future land use designation is Res 3. The site, I believe, is about 28 acres, so 3 times 28. I don't think that our density is much beyond what we would be able to build if we were just going with the future land use designation. 3 times 28 is 30, 60, 90, about 84, roughly.
And you're planning on 108 right now?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'll just ask a couple questions, Bob. So this is these affordable housing lots. How big are the lots, did you say you're proposing?
We're planning now at 35-foot wide and 40-foot wide, approximately 120 deep.
Okay. So has the applicant built this type of product elsewhere?
Yes, he has.
In the county? Could you maybe tell us where elsewhere?
He is here, and I'll let him respond to that, but the one I can think of is Cortez Landings. He did a project in the city of Bradenton that you can see from the interstate, off of the extension of, I think it's 48th Street Court East, as you head towards the water tower on the right-hand side. He builds a very nice product, and I'll let him respond to any other subdivisions that he may have built. I'm not as familiar as he is.
Okay. Are you asking for any waivers of the land development code requirements when you build the subdivision?
No, we are not. We're going straight with the affordable housing designation in the land development code, which allows the narrower lots. Again, we can't talk so much about the site plan, but there is a recreation amenity that he's put into the project. We're surrounded by some rights of way that we've got substantial buffering. But this is one of the tricky things about not showing you a plan. I'm not at all adverse if the county ever considers in the future to do similar to what other jurisdictions do, and that is to give you a site plan at a straight rezone process, but we're not there yet, and I don't want to speak for the county attorney's office whether or not we can ever get there.
Okay. So will the applicant be constructing a sidewalk along Canal? Will that be part of it, or?
Well, fortunately for the applicant, the CIP project will do that for us. But there are internal sidewalks, and we are not too far from a school, and those issues have been discussed with staff on the administrative level.
Okay. All right, and so are you reserving the required right-of-way for the widening of the road?
Yes, ma'am, and along those lines, Mr. Reinhardt had purchased other properties in this area out of a pension fund, and it's a long story, I won't go into it, but he's got other properties in the same location, and we have been working with the county to work on right-of-way acquisition of a lot of properties along Canal Road and even Mendoza for the county's purposes of the CIP. It's a lot easier to deal with one landowner than it is to deal with 25, and Public Works has been very receptive to that.
Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Bellamy.
Yes, I'm being born and raised in this neighborhood. Obviously, for the record, that's going to change the character of this particular neighborhood, and there are some incompatibility concerns. Just looking in the public comment response, there's a concern from a Michelle Grimes. That's interesting. As far as compatibility concerns, and the more I sit and think about it, to put 108 units on what you're striving to do there. Have you all communicated with the neighbors in that community?
Mr. Reinhardt has, yes. I have not. But Mr. Reinhardt has been in communication, I know, with Michelle, and whether or not he's been in communication with other neighbors, I'm not sure.
Okay.
In fact, one of the things, Commissioner Bellamy, I will just say is I suggested to Steve that we reach out to the neighbors and show them the plan, even though we're not going to be talking about it at the public hearing. And I think that may be some of their concerns, is they've already seen the plan. And I don't know that we can talk about that here today, but my guess is that that's where some of the concerns lie. And I will say, too, on paper, yes, it's 108 units, but it's if you see his projects that he's built in other locations, I think you'd be pleased. The other thing, and I've even talked with staff about, I'm not sure what the demographics are going to be here, but this is sort of the replacement of the Colony Cove and the Terra Siesta mobile home parks, where it's people that come down here that want a reasonably affordable place to live, but nobody builds mobile home parks anymore. This could very well be, and I know Steve is examining the opportunity to make this a 55 and over community. I can't speak to that for him, but he has looked at that. And I'll let him answer those questions, and I know we can't stipulate that anyway, but I just wanted to bring that up, that this is not going to be a Section 8 housing. It's not going to be anything that is going to be detrimental. We don't believe it's going to be detrimental to the neighborhood.
Yeah, and I think, may I, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes, and that's where I think that I'm going, and I appreciate the owner communicating with Ms. Grimes respectfully, but I think all neighbors should be considered, and I'm not sure that they have, based on the communication, that one communication I received this morning. And there's concerns about the neighbors being able to come out and express themselves during the pandemic, which was the primary concern for the phone call, that they wanted to be able to express their opposition.
Sure.
But the pandemic, some people just don't want to leave their house right now. And,
understood.
Commissioner Johnson is exercising that himself, so I would want us to make sure that, from my perspective, for you all to communicate with all of the surrounding neighbors, to be honest with you.
Understood.
Okay, other questions for the applicant? Carol.
It's going, right now you have the rights to build 84, correct?
Approximately. I'll
Single
look at,
family,
yeah,
84, correct?
That's correct.
So we're...
I mean, not rights, because the zoning...
No, I know.
Yeah, we'd have to rezone it. We would just have...
future land...
That's correct.
Okay. And so we're adding 24 more houses.
That's a lot.
It's 26.74 acres, so that times 3, which is going to be around 80, and we're not asking you for, but the plan is to develop around 108.
And I know we're not talking about the plan, but is this going to be a 3-4 story apartment complex?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Whitmore, did you ask if we were building an apartment complex?
Yeah, I mean, it's this elevator, there's single, one-story, whatever your building's going to be single-story, correct?
I believe it's only 1- and 2-story homes,
Okay.
single family.
All right, so compatibility in the neighborhood is probably single-story. And you're only going to build what you think you can do. I mean, this may never even happen, which we've seen many of those, but the gentleman that's been building these the housing, I've not gotten concerned about, so I'm happy for that. You've got this large plat of land that could be put to good use for people that are looking for something affordable, especially now. So, and they can't find anything. Where I live totally, and out east totally, and actually North County's getting a little rough too. So to find something that a young family can afford, or like you said, somebody in the retirement community, because they aren't building mobile homes. It's unfortunate that we can't see the site plan, and our attorneys aren't allowing us, and hopefully someday we can change that. So this will, adding 24 units from what the future land use says now, or an additional units, doesn't give me heartburn. But what I do hear every day, and this board has heard for years, is we can't afford to live in Manatee County. A lot of our planners, a few of our planners live in St. Pete because they can't afford anything here in our young families. So, and we have not seen this until, the last 6 months, everyone, where we actually started seeing affordable housing finally coming back. And we've been waiting for this for years. In the old days, it was required for all developers to add that in it if they wanted to get certain incentives, and that went away, unfortunately. So we are in desperate need for this. Now, the lot size, that doesn't give me heartburn. I live in a community that the lots are even smaller, and there's no problem, so that doesn't bother me. But again, I know Reggie's hearing from the citizens, and I'm asking that after whatever way this goes, that the developer again meet with some that maybe don't live in the immediate area that are having concerns or that have contacted Reggie, and let them look at the site plan.
Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm just going to remind you, I should have done it earlier, this is the time for questions to the applicant only. When we get into deliberation, then that's time for deliberation. Sorry, I was thinking about it as I was listening to Carol. So please, let's try to stick to the questions for applicant only. Misty.
Yes. Bob, I see that there are several residential subdivisions to the south that have smaller lots. Do you know the names of those? I'm trying to orient myself.
The only one that I'm familiar with is Palmetto Estates on the west side of Canal, south of this site, which is...
That's not close. That's not close to Palmetto Estates.
It shows up on, if you look at it on page 403 of 503 in your staff report book, you can see that Palmetto Estates, you can see the proximity of that to this site. It's on that map.
I know that one only because I worked on it many years ago, but there are other subdivisions in between, and then there's a couple on the east side. I'm not familiar with those, other than driving by and seeing them, but I don't have any personal knowledge of them.
Okay, and am I correct that this site is not located in a flood zone? Is that correct?
I'll have to refer to the staff report, but I believe that it is not located in a flood zone.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I have to clarify the record here. Thank you. County Attorney's Office, it's in hiding the ball on site plans. It's in your agenda packet. After your traffic impact statement, there's a conceptual site plan, but you're not voting on that, and it's not, you don't have jurisdiction to vote or approve it, but it is the purpose of traffic circulation. The staff needs to see what the driveways are. So that's why it's submitted. So it is in the packet, and it's on the agenda on the internet.
Thank you for pointing that out. I think that's important information, that we do have a concept plan, but they're not bound to it. It was just an exhibit, as I understand it, in the traffic study. Is that correct, Sarah?
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, Bob, would you go back to public comment, please? I might have missed part of what you were saying on that. I apologize. What type of meetings or conversations with the residents in the area, has the owner or the applicant had?
I have not had any, but I did suggest to Mr. Reinhardt, who had some concerns from Michelle Grimes, and I don't know that he's spoken with anybody else, but I suggested that Steve reach out to Michelle and deliver the site plan to her just for her comment before we even came to this hearing, just because this might be a straight rezone hearing, but I didn't want her to misunderstand what was being proposed. It's my understanding that they have had conversations, but I have not been privy to any of them, so I apologize.
And I realize with the coronavirus, situation that having a meeting per se is very difficult, but at the same time, we really prefer the applicant to always have some conversation with the residents nearby. Has any maybe mailings been done or emails or anything to your knowledge with the resident?
I understand, Commissioner Baugh. The tricky part, again, without having a site plan, is that there's not a whole lot to talk about. And again, we thought it would be a courtesy to go ahead and give them the site plan as opposed to saying, and whatever, I'd be happy to work with staff on a change to that process.
Please do.
Our attorneys and stuff.
Yeah, please. It's a real hindrance, not just to the applicants a lot of times, but also to this board. It's
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. Thank you, Bob.
All right.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? Any other questions for the applicant? So Bob, I just was looking through the site plan. I did not see what the expected density is that you're shooting for. I could do the math, but I don't want to. I assume that you can answer the question.
I know it.
It's about 4.
Yeah.
Okay. It's about 4 units per acre, and the closest subdivision that I can see is the one that has 31st Street East and 31st Street Court East, which is adjacent to this property off of the southwest corner. Do you happen to know what the density of that development is?
Okay.
So that's in a Res 6 future land use category.
Yes, ma'am. I looked at that. Margaret Tusing with Building and Development Services. The zoning for the property is RSF 4.5, which would allow up to 4.5 dwelling units to the acre. However, when you look at the lot sizes that are there, they ranged anywhere from a couple of acres to 1, but then they got smaller adjacent to Canal Road and then on the west side of that area. This area has a mixture of lot sizes, and if you look at the future land use, you have Res 6, Res 9, Res 3. And then you also, as you can see, have multiple different zoning, standard zoning districts in this area. And much of the developments have developed at near this density at around 4 or close to it. So it is a mixture of different housing, lot sizes and housing types.
Okay. Bob, do you have any answer? Otherwise, I'm going to go to staff presentation.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I was asking what the density, and I think Margaret maybe just explained it. So if there's no other questions for...
If I can just add something that Mr. Reinhardt just said to me. Recently, he did Maple Ridge, which is in the general vicinity, with a project that was very similar, that will be very similar to this. That's his market. That's the type of building or residential single-family homes that he builds. And he indicated that the board was very supportive of that, and so I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and go to staff presentation, which Margaret already started.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Margaret Tusing with Building Development Services, and I have been sworn. I am going to do a PowerPoint presentation, I hope.
Good luck.
I am sometimes challenged with these. All right, so do I click it? Click. I'm out of range, probably, aren't I? Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. Mr. Schmidt did discuss, this is the overall aerial and then a closer look at it. It is located at the northwest corner of 33rd Street East and Canal Road in Palmetto. And the site is approximately 27 acres. Future land use, which we have discussed, as you can see, to the north is residential 6, to the south is residential 6, further to the west is also residential 9, and on the east side of Canal is also residential 3. The request is to rezone from suburban agriculture, A1, and residential RSF 2, which is residential single family, 2 dwelling units to the acre, to the residential RSF 6H, which is the affordable housing density calculation. As the board will remember, this was one of our goals within our update of the Land Development Code to allow affordable housing projects to develop without having to do a planned development. Again, here's the zoning in the area. As you can see, as I mentioned previously, there are any number of existing zoning districts within the area that allow for smaller lots than were actually developed, and some of them do also meet that. To the south is RSF 4.5. And with the existing development, if everything were to rezone to say to either RSF2 or RSF3, they could do approximately 60 or 70 units with that zoning district, not as affordable housing. And the proposal is approximately 4.2 dwelling units to the acre. There are public facilities within the area. There is Tillman Elementary, which is within 2 miles, Buffalo Creek Middle, and Palmetto High School. Also for affordable housing, one of the things that we like to see is the proximity of transit stops, and there is a bus stop within a half a mile of this site. And there's also public parks within a 5-mile radius. These are some site photographs. This is looking at the northwest corner from the east side of Canal Road. This is looking straight down 33rd Street. As you can see, the existing houses on the south side of 33rd. Here is looking straight down Canal Road and 33rd. This is north on Canal. And here is looking from the west side of the property, looking eastward. So what you see on the right is 33rd Street, and you're looking east towards Canal Road. And here is also about midpoint of the site, looking again east towards Canal Road. And here is further up on Canal Road, there's an existing structure there. We have reviewed it for positive aspects and say that it is an affordable housing project within an area that does have a mixture of different land use or residential land use types. There will be higher density located on the roadways, but as we have discussed, as Canal Road is being proposed to be widened and or improved in this area. And the site design will be reviewed at the time for mitigating factors regarding traffic circulation, vehicular and pedestrian safety, and mobility. Staff does recommend approval. I would like to point out some of the Land Development Code features. As they're proposing a range of housing types, and part of what we did during the Land Development Code adoption is also to allow affordable housing projects to have a reduced lot size within even the standard zoning districts. So that's one of the features that is going on. But we are looking at the compatibility, and to the north and to the east is primarily A1, which we do not consider a residential zoning district. To the south is RSF 4.5. So on the south side, they will be providing a 20-foot buffer, which will be open and landscaped. So that will provide a transition between the larger lot single family on the south side of 33rd Street. That will be a requirement that staff looks at during the review of the project. We have things that we are required to look at as we are reviewing the proposed preliminary site plans and final site plans and plats when they come in. So staff does feel that this is an appropriate area for this use and to allow additional affordable housing within Manatee County. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Thank you.
Okay. Got a couple questions, Commissioner Trace?
Yes. Actually, I would kind of like to know where the CIP is on the redoing Mendoza Road, four-laning Canal Road. I know it's, I'm pretty sure, and how close, if it's, I know it's in the 5-year plan, so are we working on it? Not working on it? Make sure what the light is at Canal Road and 301, because that's a dangerous intersection right now. And if they're not building the sidewalks and we are, shouldn't we be building sidewalks? Shouldn't they be building sidewalks on the south side? Because if I'm not mistaken, Washington Park was within walking distance, like really right there. Those are my questions.
Okay. See Tom coming to the mic.
First off, can I get that zoomed out, please? And while he's doing that, Thomas Gerstenberger, Public Works Department, I have been sworn. As far as a brief overview of the CIP projects and vicinity of this particular project, first off, good morning, Commissioners. Good seeing you all in person. Commissioner Johnson, good seeing you telephonically. With respect to Canal Road, the intent as far as any future CIPs for Canal Road, first off, the intent is to acquire from properties that front along Canal Road 120 feet of right-of-way for the proposed build-out condition of Canal Road to a 4-lane condition. The intent is, as far as the proposed CIPs, is to proceed with construction of the 4-lane section of Canal Road from US 301 up to 17th Street East, and then an improved section north of 17th Street East, essentially a divided 2-lane roadway section that can be future widened in the future to a 4-lane build-out condition. As we all know, especially with Canal Road, there is a deep drainage system that runs along the shoulder, and this particular section that's on the east side of Canal Road jumps over and is along the west side of the road further to the south. However, the intent with that Canal Road CIP will to also be to pipe the drainage system in conjunction with this CIP project. Essentially, the design section for Canal Road CIP would look very similar to what was just recently finished with the 45th Street East project, which was recently finished between 44th Avenue East down to State Road 70. With respect to sidewalks, I don't believe it's easily shown on this particular exhibit, but there is existing sidewalk that exists along the west shoulder, which, if you're looking at this particular exhibit, would be up towards the top of the screen. There is existing sidewalk along the west shoulder of Canal Road from 33rd Street south to the elementary school. This particular project, when we're proceeding forward, should this project proceed past rezone application, as far as the final site plan construction plan submittal, it would be a matter of timing, obviously, with respect to this project and the CIP construction for Canal Road improvements. However, with respect to the sidewalk, it is code requirement, it is in public works standards that any particular project construct the sidewalk along their frontage. So I think it's one of those fancy exhibits that's included in the staff report and the traffic study, but that particular plan that's included in the staff report also identifies the sidewalk being constructed along the frontage of Canal Road. I'll be happy to address any further questions that the commission may have.
Priscilla?
So the only part that we have in the actual CIP is from 17th to 301 for actually four laning that we're working on today.
That is correct, Commissioner. Yes.
So we have plans to four lane from 17th north, but we have no money. Are we acquiring right of way as we go, friendly acquisition, or we actually have a plan and trying to work towards that?
Right now, presently, the intent is to acquire the right-of-way. As you brought up, the intent right now is to bring up the right-of-way as county staff can obtain the right-of-way needs along Canal Road. That is being done at this point. There are also some pond siting. There's also some pond locations associated with this project that are also under negotiation and through our property management department as well in conjunction with Public Works. So as part of the design of this project, as those particular right-of-way needs are identified, which that particular graphic I had brought up on the overhead was an example for this particular project. There's that sliver of land along the frontage of this particular rezone application. And as we have quote-unquote friendly property owners or can negotiate through the county with those property owners to acquire the necessary right-of-way, then obviously that would be the step pursued at this point. Obviously, long-term or push comes to shove would be through eminent domain. But at this point, it is through open negotiation between the county and property owners along Canal Road.
And so the road, I can't think what it is. I always call it Mendoza, but it's not, where you have the little jog, take a right, and then you take a left to get over to 41. We have no plans on Mendoza today. We have plans, but we have no money to improve that. We have no money to improve Canal Road North. We have no money to improve that road that basically runs northeast between 41 and Canal up there.
Nelson, I may need you to help out as well, but as far as what I understand today, it is the intent to acquire the right-of-way and the design for the project itself. The design for the project north of 17th today is for an improved section of Canal Road as a two-lane road with the divided median.
And that does need to be done, I'm not saying, but I thought a lot of that work on Canal Road, though, was going to be in that half-cent sales tax, which is not good.
Go ahead.
Nelson Galeno, Transportation Planning, and I have been served. Yes, ma'am. The intent is to acquire the 120 feet right away for ultimate build out along of Canal Road.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Tom. Good seeing you too, Tom.
Thank you, Priscilla.
All right. Priscilla.
You did.
Excuse me, Carol. Looking at my notes.
Tom.
Yes.
So from what I'm hearing, though, until you acquire the property to make 17th North, I think, we are still going to redo the road to two-lane with a divided, correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And when what you didn't say is there a time frame?
Right.
Commissioner, to my knowledge, the project is under design. As
Okay,
far as this pond siding, as far as the design of the project, the overhead that I had up as far as along the project itself, it might be a little bit difficult to see, but that particular graphic that I had up, if we could bring it up again.
It's okay.
But anyway, it actually showed pretty much the design intent as far as the build out of the roadway itself, as far as the two-lane divided with the future four-lane divided section.
So we're working on that now, so
Correct.
Is it going to be within 5 years?
Maybe.
Maybe. Well, you're honest.
This is about money. Everything is about money. The most important thing is this improvement is a high quality functional improvement along the Canal Road.
Now,
we will have also the open drainage system will be piped as part of the project.
that's the big expense. I remember 59th Street West had drains that deep in the 70s, and it was like dangerous. It's so dangerous on Canal. Impact fees. This project will be paying impact fees, correct? And that will stay in this area to go towards, and isn't there I know, I think you guys are going to tell me there's not a sidewalk fund, but don't they still have to put money in to the sidewalk fund, and then we use it when we put the sidewalk in?
Right now, we are at the rezone stage, and we don't have handled with this topic yet.
I didn't understand you, I'm sorry.
Ma'am, the project is at rezone level.
Right.
We don't have final sketches or designs, and we don't know exactly how will be the impact fee.
Well,
That's the reason we don't
Yeah.
have any idea how it will be.
And Margaret, you know, what I'm trying to ask is, I know they're going to be paying a lot of money in impact fees. They're going to impact the road. So that monies will go towards probably canal improvements, sidewalks. There'll be impact fees for schools, for public safety, for parks, correct?
Yes, ma'am, just like any other project. I did want to check with Mr. Reinhardt if he knows, it may be paid through Rio, the impact fees. I don't know how that works for the affordable housing part of it. But the sidewalks on Canal Road and 33rd Street will be shown or decided, and if they ultimately have to provide the ultimate right-of-way. So if this project happens before the improvements on Canal Road, the sidewalk would be constructed in the appropriate location.
Okay.
It wouldn't be put where the current right-of-way is. It would be constructed at the future right-of-way line so that the sidewalk would not be disturbed when the widening took place.
It's good that you clarified that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Misty?
Yes, and Margaret, thank you for talking about the sidewalk on 33rd Street, because that was one of my questions. Will we see a requirement for a sidewalk on 12th as well?
Where's 12?
I'm not familiar with where 12th
12th
is.
Avenue East is on the west side of the property boundary, according to their site plan exhibit.
Oh, excuse me.
I can address that one, Madam Chair,
I
Commissioner
think it's a real
Servia.
road.
That a particular right-of-way that's shown as 12th Avenue East is essentially nothing more than paper right-of-way. It's unimproved right-of-way section. There is not a built roadway on 12th Avenue.
Okay, so the answer is a sidewalk will not be required there.
That is correct.
Is money collected in the event that that street is ever constructed to build the sidewalk?
We would love that.
Commissioner Servia, that's 12th Avenue's, as I brought up, it's paper right-of-way. It's a local roadway. It would essentially be nothing more than a local roadway. So should that road ever be constructed, we would be looking at that time as far as design and construction, should that roadway ever be constructed. But frankly speaking, I don't ever see, outside of any other needs, maybe further to the north, which we get further north of these particular parcels, you're getting up towards 39th Street. So I think that's something we would look at that time, but not necessarily require at this point, considering there is not a constructed roadway on 12th.
Okay, but we would also see sidewalks on both sides of the new local streets inside the subdivision because of the proximity to Tillman. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct? Okay, thank you.
All right, Reggie.
Yeah. So, in just listening to everything, I want to just say thank you to the applicant because this looks like it's going to be a decent project. Often in a community, when you hear affordable housing, some people misinterpret that, and sometimes they often take it the wrong way. And honestly, this is why I asked my question earlier, when I heard affordable housing, I wanted to hear that information as far as the thoughts about affordable housing, which is why I asked for the unit breakdown. And in this particular case, what the applicant gave to us was about 27 of the 108 proposed units would be affordable housing, right at a fifth, which is obviously commendable. The thing that really, really concerns me within the plan here, I took some time and counted out the 9 or 10 residents that had not been communicated with. And in the past, we've had some projects where we've really asked for that friendly neighborly approach for the applicant to consider reaching out to the neighbors. When I see recreational amenities in that particular area, in that neighborhood, that actually excites me, to be honest with you. I mean, James Tillman is probably less than a mile away, and we do have some development that's taking place off of 37th Street East. But for consistency purposes and the same respect that would be extended to all other communities, it reminds me of the Bradenton project when we had 2 or 3 people come in and they were concerned with the neighbors and they wanted to go back and communicate with the neighbors so the neighbors could clearly understand. I honestly think the applicant could potentially ease or calm some of the neighbors with them when they're talking about the value, because when you talk about affordable housing, some people are concerned that their property value may decrease based on, you know, what type of neighbors move in, and obviously that information needs to be expressed. So I'm going to ask for a continuance of this with an effort to have the owner or the applicant communicate with the neighbors in respect to all the strides that's being taken. That's what I'm going to ask.
Is that a motion?
Yes, that is a motion.
Second.
All right. We need to finish this land use hearing. We were not at point of deliberation.
I thought
but
we were.
We have a motion and a second, so I want to finish. We haven't even had public comments, so we're going to go ahead and keep going through at this time. Is that fine? Okay. But we do have the motion and the second that we'll hold on to. We'll come back to that. Tom, you wanted to make a comment, and then I'm going to, I still have some questions for
yes,
staff.
Excuse me. Yes, ma'am, sure. I actually have received just a little bit of additional information via email through, thankfully, Chad and Sia, regarding the CIP project.
Okay.
The CIP project, right now the project is at 30% design. As it brought up, the intent is to 4-lane the section from US 301 to 17th Street East. The improved section, the improved 2-lane divided section would extend from 17th Street East up to US 41. Time frame on commencement of construction is within 2 to 3 years. And finally, the Mendoza Road reconfiguration up to the intersection at 39th Street East is included in the scope of this particular CIP work.
Okay. So just clarification. So you said 2 to 3 years. Is that the construction to 17th?
All the way.
That is for the commencement of construction for this CIP project, yes.
And that is just up to 17th? Or is that all the way?
I would venture to say that's the entire stretch of the project itself, yes. But obviously starting from US 301, 17th, and working northward.
Okay, all the way up to 40. Okay, all right. I have just a couple of questions. So 33rd Street East, is that a thoroughfare?
No, it's a local. No, it's a local street.
Okay, the site plan does not show a sidewalk on 33rd Street East. Is it required of the applicant to build a sidewalk on 33rd Street East?
I don't remember if it's local streets or not. Being within a school district, though, I think it is required. Again, we did not look at the site plan for any analysis. Mm-hmm. You know, this is a straight zoning.
Yes.
They have to meet the land development code. Okay. So if the land development code requires a sidewalk, then they'll have to construct it.
Okay.
Yes, that is correct, but the traffic study say the project will consider pedestrian and bicycle mobility when preparing the final site plan. Pedestrians using the site will be connected to the existing sidewalk, improving walkability and connectivity for the project.
Okay. Yeah, because it looks like there is access provided to 33rd Street East on this site, as well as the ones, other neighbors to the south, they access obviously to 33rd Street, which is a local road at this time.
Yes, ma'am. The properties to the south do access it, and then this one will have, it appears to be 2 access points to drive, based on the site plan.
Right.
Again, we did not review the site plan during the rezoning portion from the land use perspective.
Okay. So it seems to be the major concern of the neighbors, I guess, from what I've seen, is going to be the lack of infrastructure. So I have to ask the question, so what you're saying is they're going to meet the land development code. Will they be meeting concurrency when the site subdivision comes forward?
Yes, they have to meet the same regulations that every other development does. Because it's a standard zoning, doesn't remove those requirements. It's done as part of our review at the, preliminary site plan, final site plan, construction plan review.
Okay. Has there been any other rezones approved along Canal Road? I know this is not a rezone per se. Well, maybe it is a rezone, I guess. Sorry, take it back. It's a straight rezone. So have there been any other rezones approved to increase the density anywhere along Canal Road?
Well, increase the density from A1, probably, yes. I mean, you have planned development residential zoning for the Palmetto Estates and North Orange Estates, which were probably designated, their zoning was probably A1 when they did that, and so of course that's an increase to the density, because that's one dwelling unit to the acre, regardless of what the future land use is.
Okay. So when they ask for this affordable housing designation, are they tied into doing single family with, is there anything that would limit them to single family with this affordable housing designation that we're going through?
The RSF zoning requires single family.
Okay, so they wouldn't be able to come back and say, oh, we got affordable housing up to 6 units an acre, so we can change that to multifamily without coming back through the process?
Sorry, the zoning doesn't allow multifamily.
The zoning does allow multifamily?
Does not allow.
Okay.
Also does not allow single family attached.
Okay. All right.
Madam Chair, I did want to add that Jerry Lopez at the Planning Commission public hearing on this project testified that there will be a land use restriction agreement required to be executed later, and that will detail the type of units.
Okay. All right. And I ask these questions because we have been told in other locations, I can name a bunch of them, where we've had rezone applications where we have 2-lane roads with open drainage. And I've asked the question, well, how can we approve zoning changes, increase in density? And the answer has been what, Tom? I won't reiterate it, but I've heard this when we had rezonings on Waterline. I've heard it when we had rezonings on Rye. I've heard it when we've had rezonings throughout the county, which I assume on Canal Road as well, even though I can't think of one off the top of my head, that can we deny a rezone because it is on a 2-lane road that has open drainage?
No. Madam Chair, the answer is no. What I would bring up with this particular project, and obviously with this particular rezone application, is that staff has been coordinating with this particular applicant, with the owner, not only for this piece of property, but other pieces of property associated in and along the improvements of Canal Road and Mendoza Road. That one exhibit that I had up before, as far as negotiating, as far as the right-of-way needs, there's another property further to the north of this, up closer to the Experimental Farm Road, that the county is in the process right now of obtaining future stormwater pond siting for Canal Road. So to me, this one's a little bit, it's not exactly comparing apples to apples necessarily, as you brought up on some of those other examples like Waterline Road and some other ones, because there is a CIP project in this particular area that is under design, has funding through the sales tax. We have a time frame for commencement of construction. So at this point, it's a matter of negotiation, it's a matter of coordinating with this applicant and other property owners in this area to not only acquire the right-of-way, but to make certain that the improvements that are going to be done to Canal Road, such as the sidewalk, such as the widening of the roadway itself, does not create future conflicts. Or so we don't necessarily have, like some examples in the past, of having 2 sidewalks along the right-of-way of this particular project in the future. So there have been a number of meetings that we have had with this particular applicant on this property and other properties along this roadway, just for that matter, because of the CIP in this area.
Yeah, and actually what I was thinking of is Ellington Gillette, because we know we just had some pretty major development approved on, I shouldn't say major development. We've had rezonings approved on Ellington Gillette, and I don't believe there's proposed plans to 4-lane Ellington Gillette under the CIP. I know there's some, but I don't know where it is exactly. That's kind of what's coming to my mind at this time. All right, we're going to go ahead and go to, at this time we've had the staff and questions. We're going to go to public comment. And first up I have signed up Michelle Grimes. If you'd like to come forward, state your name for the record and whether or not you've been sworn.
I brought my own wet wipes. There's one thing about CO19, I've learned that I'm elderly, so I now bring my
Yes.
My name is Michelle Grimes. I live on Canal Road. I've lived there for 40 years plus.
And you have been sworn?
Can you?
Have you been sworn?
I have.
Thank you.
I'm here today not so much for me, because this is not going to affect my life, my property, but my neighbors who have also lived on 33rd Street and further down on Canal Road many of them are in second generation. This just didn't seem right to me, so I felt like I had to speak up. The developer is asking for a density that is clearly incompatible with the neighborhood. The neighbors have zonings of RSF 3, RSF 4.5, and their lots range in size from 11,000 square feet at the smallest to over 264,000 square feet. These are properties that some have passed down for generations, and Canal Road and 33rd have the same story. The RSF 6H category, which is sought, would entitle the developer to create a subdivision on 26, not 28 acres. So I wanted to correct a couple things that Mr. Schmidt said. Number one, it is 26.7, which yields about 80 units if it was rezoned to 3 units per acre. It's not that now, it's RSF 2. So we're talking 30 extra units, not 20. It's also already been corrected that Canal Road is not going to be 4-laned in this area for the indefinite future. It might be plans, but nothing's going to happen for the indefinite future. So those are two big factors that were misstated. RSF 6H would allow lots of 3,500 square feet. That is less than a third of the smallest lot that folks live on. And future RES 6, RES, whatever the future comp plan is immaterial in this neighborhood. This neighborhood is developed. It has been well developed, and it has been in existence for lots of years. There's not going to be any rezoning of the folks' properties that are an acre on 33rd. So future land use is an immaterial factor here. I know how much the county wants affordable housing, but the issue here is compatibility. Compatibility with existing development patterns, compatibility with the zoning of the nearby properties, logical expansion of adjacent zoning districts. I'm not an NIMBY. I just want to tell you that. We have 2 affordable housing unit developments on Canal Road. Of those, North River Estates is not your model. The HOA went out of existence in 2014. The top lot that's on that, the amenities, you need a strong HOA to run amenities. And you can go look at the top lot, which is got grass up to here. The The swings are rusted. You wouldn't want your children in that tot lot, but it's there. It's an amenity, and the HOA has been out of existence since 2014.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I also have signed up Beverly Hall. Is Beverly here?
Good morning. My name is Beverly Hall. I have been sworn. I do have some questions. Most of them they tried to answer, but I'm not satisfied with the answer. My main concern is I've lived in my house that is adjacent to this property on 31st Street East 33 years. I've gone through a lot of things with poor drainage and traffic. And the thing that I'm concerned about is the traffic situation that will occur with 108 cars or residents or units with possibly more than one car per unit. And there's no indication that that area, the road is going to be brought up to a standard that would accommodate the additional traffic that it will generate. And the sidewalks, I've given up on those in our entire area. So I really don't think that it's fair to have a meeting with no specific plans to present to us. And I resent the fact that nobody contacted the residents in this area to even talk to them about rezoning or what their plans were. I had to hear about it from the county. They should have come to us before they went to the county to see if there were any objections. So, and the staff, I think that you all could do a little bit better job of preparing and having specifics that we can get our minds wrapped around. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board on this rezoning application? Now is your time to come forward and state your name for the record and whether or not you've been sworn.
Good morning. I'm Langston Dunbar. I have been sworn. My concern is the affordable housing. Yes, Manatee County needs affordable housing. But we have 3 affordable housing complexes now in Manatee County, and I service all of them. And they're affordable for 5 years, and then after 5 years, there's no homeowners association, there's no discipline in the neighborhoods, and I think it's going to bring the property value down. Yes, it's a great thing for, like I said, for 5 years it's going to be great, and then everything is going to go to shambles like the other 2 complexes. I have clients in Palmetto Estates who are moving out because you can't get into your neighborhood at night. I mean, if you drive through after 5 o'clock, there's no entering anymore because there's nowhere to park. There's cars over everywhere. There's trash. My concern is I'm a homeowner over there, and I think it's not going to be any discipline because of the trash area is not going to be, I mean, it's going to be more traffic. The kids can't go outside and play now in the front yard because the cars drive through the yard sometimes. The roads are already too small. It's hard to get out in the morning to take my kids to the bus stop. I mean, I have concerns about building 108 more houses with 300 more cars. And it's already enough building going on now. I think, and the Canal Road is basically too small. And if you widen the road, we have houses probably 20 feet from the road now. If you widen the road to a 4-lane road, the road is going to be in the person's house. So I don't understand how can you widen the road and build more houses on it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Could you state your name again for the record?
Langston Dunbar.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, anyone else who'd like to address the board on this application, please come forward. All right, seeing no one come forward, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. At this time, do we have any questions? Anyone have any questions? Misty.
Yes, I have a question for staff based on the last speaker. I heard him say that after 5 years, the HOA, the Homeowners Association, would be disbanded and go away. Is that true? Can you tell us the procedures for that? Does it go away?
Margaret Tusing with Building and Development Services. HOAs are set up, and part of what they submit to us is budgets for a minimum of 10 years. I mean, they have responsibilities for maintenance of certain facilities. I guess that if people stop paying their HOA fees, and I mean, that's something the county doesn't really get into. I mean, it's a difficult thing, but with the requirements today, if they have just a retention pond, you have to have someone maintain it because the county does not do that. So pretty much every homeowner, I mean, every development, whether it has facilities in it or not, I mean, amenities, you know, has to have a homeowners association. I'm not aware of ones that, you know, go out. I know some of them do over time, but I can't speak to it personally. I don't know. I mean, it's a requirement that they maintain forever.
I'd like to follow up on that along those same lines. So they have to enter into this agreement to provide affordable housing. What is the term of that agreement for providing affordable housing?
It can vary. I don't know if Ms. Lopez is here or not, so it's hard. No.
I will try to text her and answer you when I get one.
I'd rather have Ms. Lopez answer that, because she's under oath and I'm not.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully Jerry Lopez is listening, watching, and can text us the answer to that question. Okay. Other questions? Anyone else have other questions at this time?
Madam Chair, I did have one comment, just to clarify Mr. Bellamy's motion. I just want to say there is express legal authority in Section 312.6 of the LDC that either the staff or the board can require a neighborhood workshop. Right. So I'm just making sure you know you are on solid ground if you do want to require that. And there's all details in the code about the noticing, and they are required to give us a workshop summary afterwards so we know what was discussed. And that would be worked into your motion when it's ready, not right now, but when we get to the motion.
Okay.
Outside the code section.
All right. Okay. Staff have any further closing comments at this time? I guess I just want to clarify again. Wasn't sure if anybody was listening. So the questions about Canal Road, we've heard people say it's not going to be done for a long time. And I heard staff say it's going to start construction within 2 and 3 years. So I need clarification. Canal Road project from where to where, beginning approximately when?
Madam Chair, to reiterate, the CIP for Canal Road will start from south to north, from US 301, 17th Street, and work northward. The intent right now is to acquire the build-out right-of-way, 120 feet of right-of-way, for construction of a 4-lane section for Canal Road. The construction will start, as I brought up earlier, construction will start on Canal Road improvements within the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay. So, and I also thank you. So that clarifies it for me. So, Margaret, I just want a clarification also. There was a comment about how staff didn't do a good job. They didn't provide a site plan. Is staff required to provide a site plan? Is there a requirement to provide a site plan with this application? No. Okay. Yeah, again, the applicant could provide a site plan, and I heard they did to somebody, but not to staff, because it's not a requirement. So I guess I didn't want staff slammed for not doing something that is not a requirement of this application.
Madam Chair, the code section 545.27 does state that the term of the land use restriction agreement is going to be designated in the agreement by the board. So we'll have to see Ms. Lopez presents to the board at the appropriate time. Okay. It's been practiced to have the land use approval done first, and then the land use restriction agreement comes later.
And Madam Chair, for the record, Chief Assistant County Attorney Bill Clegg, I do have some information on that because I handle those for the county. I happen to have one up for review on my laptop right now. Okay. The practice has changed over the years, but the current practice is it depends on the amount of incentive that the developer gets. So, for example, if they get $100,000 in incentive, it's a 15-year term. If they get between $100,000 and $300,000 in incentives, it's a 20-year term, and if they get above $300,000, it's a 25-year term. That's the current recommended practice of staff. It hasn't always worked that way in the past. That reflects Jerry Lopez kind of revisiting how we're doing this in the last couple of years. But anybody who's coming in now is going to have to follow that practice.
And I just have to ask one more question. So if this application were coming forward for a rezone to RSF 4.5, my understanding is the density, even with the lower number of units, would still be approximately 4.5 units an acre or lower. Can staff confirm that? I can do the math.
If it came in for a rezoning at 4.5, what would the number of units be? Is that what you're asking me?
No.
Okay.
They could come in and ask for a rezone to 4.5 units an acre because the property is Res 6. Is that correct?
The property is Res 3.
Res 3. So they would have to get a comp plan amendment in order to do 4.5 units an acre, or they have to do affordable housing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I do have a response from Ms. Lopez. Oops, went away. Okay. What she said is that the LURA, if it's a density increase that is received, which this would be because it is an increase of density from 3 dwelling units to the acre to over 4, it runs with the land. So the LURA is forever on the land because it is a density increase. As long as the projects exist and the affordability continues on the 25%. I mean, that is the requirement, that it has to remain affordable on the 25%. And the LURA is completed, our new process is it's completed prior to the final site plan approval.
And Tom, do you know when you do a drainage plan and you submit it to the county and to SwiftMud, is there a requirement to have an HOA to maintain common drainage?
Madam Chair, not so much specifically with the county, but yes, as far as their environmental resource application through SwiftMud, there is an ownership and maintenance. There are ownership and maintenance requirements, and the applicant at the time is required to identify a future maintenance entity associated with any development. So, as common practice for a residential subdivision, the entity that would be identified for perpetual maintenance of the stormwater facilities would either be a homeowners association or some form of a stewardship district through a community development district.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions for staff? Okay. Any more staff closing comments? Okay, applicant rebuttal?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I started off the presentation by saying that this was the guinea pig project because we were the first /H project. This hasn't really been a particularly nice lesson for us. I think we'd stick with plan development. But plan development is very, very expensive. And you're now in a position where you would like to see some affordable housing projects, but we just can't give them to you. And I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that this is a problem we all need to solve. We've got to work our way through this stuff. We don't have any objection to meeting with the neighbors. That's perfectly fine. Knowing that we were doing a straight rezone, we thought it was courteous to show the residents, or at least Michelle Grimes, what it was we were doing. And I still believe that that was the right thing to do. But we didn't have to. And I just want to, I bring this up to say, let's work our way through this problem, because it obviously this first project didn't work the way we thought it would or would hope it would. So with that, I think Mr. Reinhardt did want to say a few things. Do you? I guess he's going to pass. But anyway, that's our closing comments.
Thank you. All right. We have a motion that's on the floor. Reggie, can you clarify the motion again? Just if I could get clarification on the motion, then I'll let you guys talk.
Well, where I was going with it is to make sure that the applicant had an opportunity to speak with all of the neighbors. And I'm just listening to Ms. Schenk within what she just said. It's within our privy for us to ask for a workshop to the neighborhood. Am I correct, ma'am?
Correct.
And that's basically where the motion was surrounding, because even then, the applicant felt like it was okay to just speak with one person from the neighborhood, and I counted about 9 other houses. And we, from the board perspective, we have to make sure we consider all members of our community, not just a select few. And I love the Grimes family, and I have a lot of respect for them, and they've been in that community longer, just as long as the Bellamy's have, to be honest with you. But just to ask for the workshop and for the applicant to communicate with the neighborhood. So I'm not necessarily sure how to draft that. Sarah, can you help me out with that?
Yeah, I was going to fine tune a little bit and let you
Please.
listen to it. A motion to continue the public hearing on zoning ordinance Z 1927 to require the applicant to hold a neighborhood workshop in accordance with section 312.6 of Land Development Code, and to report the results of the workshop back to the board at the continued public hearing date, and to re-advertise a public hearing. I don't know what date to pick. There's the number of days. So it's required to be re-advertised, and you got your notice there too.
Mm-hmm. All right. So we were talking about advertising it, not advertising it for a specific date, but to no date certain. Is that what your motion is?
We'll continue the public hearing when they have the workshop. They have to tell the staff, and we'll re-advertise it so the neighborhood has notice as well, and they can come and speak if they want.
Okay. That's your motion?
Could we try to do it for June 4th, and then if that doesn't work, we can continue
I'd
it
rather
from the
keep
June
it
4th?
open because I don't know how
Okay.
fast with Memorial Day the applicant hold workshops.
Right.
And we have to have notice mailed out.
Okay. I don't remember who did the second. Was it Priscilla? Are you agreeing?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. I saw Misty's hand and then Carol.
Okay, thank you. This is a time for deliberation, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so I understand the motion on the floor. I have some concerns about that, because when we're talking about delivering affordable housing, or when we're talking about any project, time is money, and money is really important during these, for these affordable housing projects. Having said that, I always want the public to be able to understand each application. And so during commissioner comments, I'm going to say, and I'll say it now, that I'd like to see our code change from the applicant may do a neighborhood workshop to the applicant should or shall do a neighborhood workshop. It's just really important that the neighborhoods know what we're doing. And now this is creating a delay for the applicant, or may create a delay, which is not good for us. It's not good for the applicant. I want to say a few things about the applicant, Steve Reinhardt. Now, I know that it could be any applicant. He could flip this property tomorrow, but he is a very reputable builder. He's done some great projects. In fact, I just bought a house in a project he did 10 years ago. He's really good at infill development. He's really good at affordable housing. And so I have a lot of faith that this will also be a very good project in an area where we need affordable housing. I see the trends when I look at the maps for these smaller lot subdivisions. That is what's happening, you know. And I don't think that lot size is the only thing that determines compatibility when you're looking at residential developments. I also would like to point out that this is near a school. That's another reason that we need this type of housing for families, but we also need this type of housing for empty nesters. You know, there are people whose kids have moved out of the house, I'm one of them, that want to downsize, and I did, and get to a smaller unit. So there's a high demand for these types of units. It's not in a flood zone, it's in an ideal location, in an area where we're gonna see roadway improvements. So I just wanted to say that I think it's a very good project. I am concerned about delaying it, so if we do go that route, I would like to get them to the next soonest available public hearing. Thank you.
Carol. I agree with what Misty has said. Of course, we'll honor the district commissioner's motion, but, and I think I agree with Misty also that I think we should require it for certain, I mean, and I'll leave it up to staff, but I really do think we need to make sure the neighbors are involved with this. What bothers me, and Bob mentioned this, and I know it's happened once before since we changed our LDC. They said, well, we're following your new rules, and here we are. We've delayed it. It's happened twice now. I can't remember what the other project was. But, and we spent years working on this, and then it comes to fruition, and they're right back where they started, except I do support this project. I just want them to sit down and talk to the neighbors. Now, I keep hearing that the applicant doesn't have to submit site plan, and that he would like to get with staff and like other jurisdictions, have it included in this type of presentation. So I don't think he has to. I think by our rules, he's not allowed to. Am I correct, Sarah?
Well, when you consider a straight rezone application, you're considering all the uses allowed in the zone district. So when you see a conceptual plan, your comments and deliberation are focused only on that one plan, but you're really supposed to be considering all the uses.
And
so either you're doing a straight rezoning or not. You can't have a hybrid. Either you require plan development, have the site plan in the record, the planning commission board, or you do a straight rezone without a site plan. That's the choices.
Well, it's more expensive to do plan development, and other jurisdictions do this with including a site plan, and I haven't heard of any issues. I know in my city, where I was there for 16 years, we did it all at one time.
When you say do this, you have no approval authority over a site plan on a straight rezone.
No, but we get to see what it looks like.
It's non-binding.
Well, other jurisdictions have done it, so I just
Well, I'm not saying you can't see it.
Yeah.
It's a public record if they've got it filed with the county.
Okay.
But I'm just saying you can't approve or deny it based on that plan, and all your comments can't be based on that plan. They're based on all the uses allowed in the Straits rezone.
Perhaps we could discuss that when we get to the next round of land development code amendments, because you could have a concept plan. Sarasota has done it with their straight rezones, and it's very limited. What the concept plan does dictate, things like buffers, access points, things like that, are within their concept plans and straight rezones. I know that's something that might take some research. Obviously, we don't have it now. And perhaps when we're doing affordable housing, we could ask for some sort of minimal concept plan with affordable housing and not require it to the level plan development. I don't want to get off. Maybe we could discuss this under commissioner comments so it isn't relevant to this rezone. I would like to just keep to the motion on the floor and the rezone. Sorry.
That's all I have.
I butted in. All right, I'm going to go ahead and say something. I will support this continuance, but I've heard some things today that I just simply don't think are true. I simply don't think that Canal Road will not be redeveloped. It will be. The comprehensive plan, future land use matter, does matter. You will see more development in this area. I heard that we aren't. Why? What's so unique about Canal Road? Plus, it's being improved. We have it all along Ellington, Gillette. We basically are seeing rezonings occurring throughout the urban service area in Manatee County. to think that this area is going to be unique and kept, preserved for large lots. We don't have the authority to do that in our rezoning. And I don't want to give false hopes to people to think because they've been in Manatee County for a long time that they will not see changes. I've seen it in my neighborhood. Everyone here has seen changes in their neighborhood. What can we do as a county? We try to keep up as much as we can with the infrastructure. And we have planned improvements to this infrastructure. We have requirements in our land development code that this applicant said he's going to meet each and every one of those application requirements. So I don't want to give false hope that because the neighbors don't want the development, that that's something that the county can do. Maybe because I'm not running for re-election, I'm going to tell it like it is. But the reality is we cannot preserve the kind of lifestyle that people who've lived here for a long time want to have just because they've been here for a long time. We have, in the United States of America, people can live where they want, and they want to move to Manatee County. It hasn't changed since I've been here for 35 years. I know many of you have been here longer, but that's been the standard operating procedure. So I will go ahead and support the continuance, but I certainly don't want to give false hope to the neighbors that they can stop development in this area because they live on larger lots.
Can I make a comment?
Commissioner Baugh.
No, Steve.
Yes, Commissioner Baugh had her hand up, and then Steve. I heard you afterwards.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to say that I don't think that that's what we're hearing, really. I think it's just we want the residents to have the opportunity to know what they're looking at, what they're going to get. I appreciate your comments, but I don't really think that's what this is about. Thank you.
Steve Johnson?
Yeah, boy, Vanessa doesn't sound too well. I guess I'm glad I'm at home.
I'm in here, you're not.
Good thing.
And it's freezing.
I don't have any problem, I guess, supporting the motion, but I also feel that this is something we've seen time and time again where the applicant has done everything according to our rules and regulations here in Manatee County. And the one thing that is a consistent missing link on all of this is getting neighbor participation, and I think again, as a board, we're supposed to set policy that maybe we need to go back and tweak some of our policies and saying, before you come in, you have to, do a radius of, I don't care what it is, 1 mile, 5 miles, of a survey of all the neighbors to let them know and let them have some information. I think the fact that we put up a 2x3 yellow sign on the road that's usually covered by bushes saying this land's about to be rezoned is maybe not adequate enough information for people to understand what's happening, and yet we, are constantly battling this problem as applicants come forward, or it seems that way more so lately, that we're now sitting there saying, well, to the applicant, well, did you do a survey? Did you talk to everybody next door? And I think it's unfair to the applicant. It's like Misty said, time is money, and these people have spent a lot of time. They've got a site plan going, and now we're going to drag this out for a longer period of time. And, I think we need to go back and relook at our policy. And, again, I don't know what the legality of it is, but we've got good lawyers out there can tell us as to maybe having to include some type of more proactive, movement to get to the neighbors and say, hey, here's what's happening, and, speak now or forever hold your peace. So that's, kind of what I'm at this point in time.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and go to the vote. We have a motion and a second. I think we're ready to vote.
I just wanted to state for record,
Commissioner Serbia said, I just want to state the next available land use meeting on your calendar is June 4th, and there are a couple more later in June, there's July. But the next available meeting is June 4th, if you want that in the record.
Okay. We have a motion to continue this to no date certain and ask the applicant to have a neighborhood meeting. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. We're going to go ahead and take I'm going to give it a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back for the last item. Okay? Take a 10-minute break.
don't know, but it's freezing.
So did you get it straight with all them? No, I know.
Thank you.
Okay. Ooh, that's loud. We're going to reconvene our meeting. We're now moving on to agenda item number 7. I'll turn it over to staff to introduce the item.
Item number 7, LDCT 1903, Ordinance 20-05, Land Development Code Text Amendment, Freestanding Emergency Department. Amending the Land Development Code by amending Chapter 2, Definitions, to provide definitions for Freestanding Emergency Department, or FSED. Amending Chapter 4, Zoning, by adding Freestanding Emergency Department as a use in a specific zoning district in Section 401.2, Schedule of Uses, Table 4-2, Uses in Agriculture and Residential District, Table 403, Uses in Non-Residential District, and Section 402.5, Schedule of Uses for PD District, Table 4-12, Schedule of Uses for Planned Development Districts. Amended Chapter 5, Part 4, Standard for Accessory and Specific Uses and Structures, by adding a new section, 531.62, Freestanding Emergency Departments, and providing a standard for freestanding emergency department. Adding off-street parking radio for freestanding emergency department to Table 10-2. This is a legislative case, and the case manager is Ms. Margaret Tucson.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and go to the applicant presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Bill Merrill. I am with the shareholder with the law firm of Icard Merrill, and have been a land use lawyer and planning lawyer for a little over 38 years. I'm pleased to be here on behalf of Doctors Hospital, and with me today is Dan Sullivan, our expert witness on healthcare planning. I've submitted his resume to the clerk, and I have additional ones if any of you would like to see that. Also with me today is the CEO of Doctors, and that's Robert Mead back here, and also the COO, Alyssa Tobit, is also with us today. Our request today is a Land Development Code text amendment to add FSEDs, which is freestanding emergency departments. I'll oftentimes refer to them as FSEDs, as a permitted use in the LDC. Generally, an FSED, or freestanding emergency department, is an off-site emergency department of a hospital licensed under Chapter 395 of the Florida statutes, and that it is presented to the public in any manner as a hospital department where emergent, immediate, or other medical care may be provided. FSED is a type of land use that has gained much popularity and acceptance in the healthcare industry and in communities across our state and our nation, especially during the last 5 years. However, in Manatee County, FSEDs are not defined nor expressly included in the Manatee Land Development Code. FSEDs are not urgent care centers, and they are not a clinic. They have other aspects to them. To correct this problem, we have proposed a definition for FSED, inclusion in the use table, reasonable standards for FSEDs, all to be added to the LDC in light of the recent and future FSED approvals. FSED can offer value to patients and the community by providing these more convenient and accessible services for many county residents, visitors, and rather than traveling to the nearest hospital. As such, FSEDs provide patients with an alternative care option to an in-hospital care in many circumstances, and in short, FSEDs are becoming a mainstay in the continuum of care in the healthcare industry. FSEDs are needed to better reach and serve those in the community who are in need of this type of medical assistance. Also, FSEDs benefit the community, are low impact, compatible uses, and fit into the surrounding neighborhood just like moderate-sized doctor's offices. With regard to the ordinance that's before you today, and I'm referring to the overhead right now, if we may, and then we'll have a PowerPoint. We are adding a new definition, which is shown on the ordinance, and these are all in your packet. We're also then, if you'll flip to the next page, to the tables. We're in table 4.2, 4.3, and 4.12. We're adding those as permitted uses in 3 zoning districts. The GC zoning district only in the urban corridors, and those, as you know, have many standards, the PDC and the PDMU. Then if you flip the page to the standards, one more. One more. One more. Thank you. So the FSED standards that we are proposing is in 531.62, a new section. And as you can see, we are proposing that they be allowed in ROR and MU, future land use classifications only, that they be located in a project adjacent to a collector or higher roadway on the roadway functional classification map, that if it's located in an urban corridor in the GC zone district, then administrative approval is required, and it will have to meet the urban corridor designs in the UDC in section 902, as well as the GC standards in LDC 531.62. If located in PDC or PDMU, and the FSED was previously identified on a board-approved PSP, then administrative approval is required if it meets 531.62, which is this section that we're proposing. And then finally, if located in a PDC or PDMU and the FSED was not identified in a previously approved PSP, then an amended PSP through the normal public hearing process would be required in compliance with section 531.62. You can see there's also a number of other additional restrictions we've placed on there in consultation with staff and in seeing what the some of the others, neighbors and so forth have proposed, including ambulance restrictions, ambulance entrance restrictions, no heliports, no outdoor speakers, and that it operates 24/7, which is a state requirement. And then also the FSE parking ratio is more than generous for this use, and it's 1 space per 350 GLA, and that's in table, if you'll flip the page, table 10-2 in section 1005.3. I'd like at this time to have our expert Dan Sullivan make a presentation. It will be a PowerPoint presentation and primarily talking about the benefits of FSEDs, how FSEDs differ from hospital EDs, and how FSEDs have little or no development impacts to the community and are similar in compatibility to a moderately sized doctor's office. Dan?
Thank you. My name is Dan Sullivan, and I've been involved in healthcare planning for about 40 years. And if we could pull up the PowerPoint, go to the first page if you can I control it?
Yeah, you roll it.
Okay.
You said just roll it.
Yeah.
You roll the...
I got it. And so just to give a little background, freestanding EDs, this is by the American College of Emergency Physicians, and it's structurally separate from a hospital, but in Florida it's operated under the license of the hospital. So it really is an extension of the hospital, and it has to meet all of the same code requirements as a hospital ED does. Okay, thank you. And basically, the purpose of a freestanding ED is they can treat certain patients directly. About 95 or 98% of the patients who show up in the freestanding ED can be treated and discharged there. Only about 2 or 3% of the patients actually have to be transported to a hospital for further treatment. We go to the next page. One of the chief benefits is that a freestanding ED can give an alternative setting for patients. A lot of patients don't like going to a hospital and being involved in all of the complexity involved in that. A freestanding ED is really easy in and easy out. It also has the benefit of reducing overcrowding in the hospital and allowing the hospital to focus on the more complex patients and not have to have a lot of patients who are of lower acuity. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. If we could go to the next page. And the freestanding ED is open 365 days a year, 24/7 a day, just like a hospital would be. They have on-site diagnostic services like X-ray. They'll have a CT scanner. They'll have laboratory. But it's important to emphasize that it's not like a hospital in terms of scope. They'll have a very small radiology department. They'll have a lab that'll really be a stat lab, just where they can do blood drawing and do basic tests. But the scope of operations of a freestanding ED is very, very small. And they can do the basics that they need to do, but if a patient has more complex needs, they're going to be shifted to the hospital in order to get more complex treatment. And so I'll talk about some of the differences between a hospital and a freestanding ED. Go to the next page. If we look at a hospital, the freestanding EDs are going to provide access in a number of different ways. They're located typically in an area without a hospital, and that's true in the case of this particular project. There is no hospital immediately adjacent to the area where the freestanding ED is. It's a much lower cost than a hospital. You can build a freestanding ED for somewhere between $10 and $15 million, whereas a hospital you're looking at cost of $75 to $200 to $300 million. You have convenient parking and access to the facility and much shorter wait times than in a hospital because you're not dealing with the same complexity of patients. And I talked a little bit a while ago about the acuity of patients in a freestanding ED. And the highest level of acuity is level 1 in the way that hospitals classify patients. And 5 is the lowest acuity. And in the case of this particular doctor's freestanding ED, the vast majority of their cases are in level 3 through 5. And so if you look at this up here, you can see that about 92% of the cases, 91% of the cases in a freestanding ED are in levels 3 through 5, whereas in a hospital setting, you're going to have about 85 to 90%. In this case, Doctors Hospital is about 85 to 90% of its patients are in levels 1 through 3. So it's a different patient population that's being served. And the number of patients that come each day by ambulance is very, very small to a freestanding ED. The really complex patients, the trauma patients, are going to go to a hospital. And so if we look up here, and I've got a graph that shows this, at Doctors Hospital's ED, 10.4 patients on average per day arrive by ambulance. In a freestanding ED, it's 3.1. And we're talking about a 24-hour operation, so we're talking about an ambulance arriving about once every 8 hours on average. So not a high volume of ambulances coming to the property. And then we look at this. These facilities have typically been developed either as standalone buildings, as it is the case here, or often part of medical office buildings, or sometimes in retail centers. We've seen in some other states that they've been developed. But they also, provide a good point of access, as I said before. And just to show you the picture, and many of you, I'm sure, have seen this facility, but this just gives you an aerial view of the freestanding ED. And you can see it's not a huge structure. It's not a tall structure. Really has fairly limited application. And this is the north view of the facility, the west view, the east view, and then finally the front and west view again. And so it's both visually and from the standpoint of operations, it is a relatively low-impact facility. In terms of the number of patients that are being treated, Bill mentioned earlier, it's about the same volume as a moderately sized doctor's office. And just to kind of point out that at Doctors Hospital ED, you have 79 patients a day on average that were being treated in 2019. At the freestanding ED, the number is less than 35. So if you think about that in terms of a 24-hour operation, that's less than 1.5 patients per hour. So we're not talking about a high volume of patients coming into the facility. And then when we talk about number of employees, that's another concern, I guess, in terms of what the potential impact would be. The number of employees in a freestanding ED is very small. And if we look at it, at Doctors Hospital, 687 employees, at the freestanding ED, 32 employees. So it's really not a high-intensity environment. It's not a facility that can really morph into anything else. For example, would there be a concern that you could add beds to this facility and somehow turn it into a hospital? It would need to have a massive expansion of its physical structures in order to be able to accommodate all of the things that are required to be licensed as a hospital. So, in sum, this is a facility. I skipped over this one point earlier, and that is that in Florida right now, there are 72 of these the last time I checked. So this is not a novel concept. This is something that has been done all over Florida. Many counties in Florida have multiple freestanding EDs. Freestanding EDs in Sarasota County. There's freestanding EDs in Hillsborough County. So this is not a new thing. It's been used across the country, and I think it's a good asset for the Manatee community. It'll provide a point of access to folks who don't want to go to a hospital ED, and also to get more effective and quicker treatments. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, questions. Carol, I know you had your hand up. Other questions? Go ahead, Carol.
Okay, Bill, I'm going to ask you some questions, and then when I can dialogue with staff, tell me, Betsy. And I don't know if you'll be able to answer them versus the administrator of doctors, but you'll let me know. First of all, this is legislative, and it doesn't require a vote today, correct?
That is correct.
And this is privately initiated by you, your firm representing HCA or doctors?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I know there's been a legal challenge because when this was built, the neighbors sent us emails, and I got involved with that. And then, of course, one of your competitors, Manatee Hospital, called and said they're building an ER. I met with our staff, and I'll talk to our staff later about that publicly, and they know that I'm going to be bringing this up. So this is a result of, because there's been a legal challenge for the current doctor's emergency, and either way, Manatee County is probably going to get sued. So that's just me talking, not the attorneys. But we're trying to rectify this issue and then allow them in the future in urban cores, et cetera, correct?
Well, this was originally authorized through a zoning interpretation. As to the litigation, I would defer entirely to Mr. Clegg and Ms. Schenk.
And exactly, because it was the interpretation. It never came before the board. And I'll talk about that with Bill after I'm done. First of all, okay, you know that it was built in a planned development community as their attorney, correct? A planned development project.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, it's a planned development project.
And in that project, again, we'll
commercial.
talk to Bill about that, but in that project it said no 24/7 delivery, and I think it's because they weren't going to put...
Yes, I think that's stipulation number 14.
Okay.
And that's where there's a Walmart and a slew of commercial in that area. Arby's is next door, yes.
And I remember because I think I was around when that was approved. I'm not sure. But I did, and I'll talk to Bill and everybody.
Commissioner, excuse me, I'm not hearing everything you're saying. Can you pull your mic a little bit closer? Thank you.
I will talk to staff in a minute about this. Betsy will tell me when I can. But would you agree that an ambulance is 24/7 delivery?
No.
Really? It's the first time I've heard that.
Well, because
so you don't think an ambulance can come 24/7 in to go to the emergency room?
Yes, but I don't believe those are considered deliveries. I think deliveries pertain to products that are delivered to a retail outlet or something of that nature, and it typically includes trucks.
Okay.
And that's what they usually are referring to, and I think that's what was referred to in the plan development project that was approved here.
And
Because otherwise,
Just a
otherwise, every time we drive a vehicle and we drop someone off, that would be a delivery, right?
24/7, that was in this plan development. I respectfully don't agree on that, because when I heard about this, I met with staff 2 or 3 times, and I never do that. Okay, with the administrator, can I ask, I don't know if doctor's administrator can do this? Does he oversee the walk-in?
Yes, he
Okay.
does. He's
Can
available.
you come up? I just wanted to ask you some questions. I want to disclose, too, my husband practiced at Doctors Hospital for years and years. So we have no issues with the hospital. The hospital's great. Has a nice emergency room, nice ORs. He loved it. Okay. Since this is a freestanding emergency room, because I don't know about this, do you have to follow the anti-dumping, the EMTALA rules?
I'm sorry, it's a little bit hard to hear. And by the way, my name is Bob Mead. I'm CEO here.
Oh, nice to meet you.
You bet.
I know some have met you, but I haven't. Since you are an emergency room, do you have to comply with the EMTALA laws as far as anti-dumping?
Absolutely.
Okay, so they can come in no matter what their financial status is?
Yes, they may.
If they're indigent and they don't have enough money to pay, you still have to see them and evaluate them, right?
Yes, it's the
Good.
same as, you can think of a freestanding ER as essentially an ER that's attached to the hospital, that's just sort of put down in a separate area.
Good.
Same rules and guidelines.
Now, according to our ambulance, our health and you and the ERs, do you have to transfer, since this isn't connected to a hospital, you have to transfer to the closest hospital, correct? Depending on what the diagnosis is?
It depends on, first of all, it's patient choice, unless it's a dire emergency, and EMS would make that decision, or we would help the patient and EMS make that decision.
Once they're in your freestanding ER, do you determine where the patient goes, or do they go to the closest hospital?
The patient would determine that.
Okay, and do you
Matter of fact,
tell them the hospitals that are around? I know Lakewood Ranch and Doctors are the closest.
they typically know where they want to go, quite frankly. We track all of those, and we receive probably 50% of those come to our hospital. A number of them want to stay at Lakewood Ranch facility. Some go to Manatee, and a few to Blake and Sarasota Memorial.
Okay, good. Do you have MRIs in them, or just CT scans?
We have
Or
a
strokes?
64-slice CT scanner at that
Okay.
facility, yes.
And stat labs, you read them right there, so you have lab staff and...
We have full-time lab staff there, yes.
But if somebody's having a stroke or an embolus of some type, you'd have to transfer them to one of your hospitals, correct?
We typically would need to transfer the patient.
Good, okay. All right, Betsy, when I can ask, so I can enlighten the board what's been going on my end, let me know.
Okay. Yeah, this is time for applicant questions. Does anyone else, Misty, you had some questions?
Yes,
for the
thank
applicant?
you. Thank you for the great presentation. I'm learning so much about this new concept. So it's not an urgent care, and is the difference between an urgent care and this facility is the difference that it's open 24 hours and you have a lab that's staffed while you're open? Are those the differences?
The main difference, again, I think it's essentially a hospital ER operates under the same rules and guidelines, but in a separate location, in a separate building. So an urgent care center, you can call pretty much anything an urgent care center. There's no real guidelines as far as urgent care or a walk-in clinic. You can have a CT scanner in one of those. Typically that doesn't happen, or not. It's really up to the discretion of whatever you want to call that. Sometimes they don't even have physicians in those. We have 24/7 board-certified ER physicians there at the hospital. They're there all the time. We have a 64-slice CT scanner, full lab, well, not full lab, but lab on site, someone in the lab all the time. Security is there. Pretty much anything you would see in a hospital setting ED, but a bit scaled down.
Okay, I heard in your presentation that there's an advantage that the capital cost of building one of these is much lower than an ER. What about the cost to the patient? Is there a difference?
I'm not sure about our billing schedule. I know that our CFO is not here, but it's a comparable number. The main reason for building the FSED is to be able to have that structure out in the community where it's needed. If you think about the growth that there's been in the Lakewood Ranch area, the fact that a lot of the attributes that were discussed a little bit earlier as far as ease of service to get to a freestanding ER, the ability not to have to navigate a hospital to get there. And also we have, within HCA, I think we have about 20 to 22 in the state. You'll see that you're probably familiar with the one in Sarasota County that was built, I believe, 15 or 16 years ago down in Northport. So it's a comparable type of a structure and operation.
So if someone is being delivered by ambulance, why would they choose to go to this type of facility versus a standard hospital?
It could be a convenience issue. It could be a reputation issue. The hospital and the freestanding both have very good reputation in the community. It could have been the decision of EMS given the situation with the patient.
Okay.
Typically, EMS will ask where the patient wants to go.
But if the patient is incapacitated, would the EMS would then take the patient to the closest facility? Is that how it works?
I think you'd have to rely on the EMS in the field at the time to make that call, depending on the situation with the patient.
Okay, and Bill, I have a question for you. So I heard that it's allowed in general commercial and planned development commercial, but not heavy commercial. Is there a reason for that?
It's only allowed in general commercial if it's on the urban corridor. We very much limited where these were because of some of the opposition that was out there. We were trying to limit it to where it should go. So we've allowed it in PDC, PDMU, and in general commercial on the urban corridor. The opposition prior to this actually proposed additional areas that we aren't including. They, for example, included residential nodes and other things of that nature. So we actually restricted it down from that, and we only allow it in ROR and PDMU. I believe it's ROR. Anyway, I know it's ROR, and the existing facility on State Road 70 is in the ROR zoning classification. Again, the opposition originally proposed that as one of the acceptable land use classifications. So we've tried to restrict it as much as possible. I don't professionally agree with that because this is no different than a doctor's office. I sat at this facility for 45 minutes and it was quiet as a mouse there. There were maybe 10 cars in the parking lot. No ambulances arrived. In fact, there's an ambulance, there's a fire station number 6 just across the street and down the road a little, or just down the road a little bit on the same side of the street. And I did see an ambulance go by with their lights and siren, but that was not coming to this FSED. It was going somewhere else on State Road 70. So again, this is a facility. The existing facility has commercial all around it. There's an Arby's drive-through right next door. The Walmart's on the other side of the street. They share an access with Walmart off of State Road 70, as well as a slew of other commercial and retail uses throughout that area. And again, those types of areas are what primarily the focus is on because these have to be on an arterial or collector road the way that we've written up the requirements. So that's kind of the direction we're going. We looked at all the different factors in this and tried to focus it on that, even though I professionally don't think that's necessary. I think this is no different, again, than a professional office setting because it's a very quiet use. There's very little activity going on outside.
Okay. And I just would like to comment that if we're going to go to the extent of a text amendment, and maybe this is for staff instead of the applicant, because it is a long process, and after we thoroughly analyze everything, we may want to open this to the appropriate zoning categories, which may be greater than what we've heard from the applicant, like heavy commercial or light industrial, or I can't see any reason it would be a problem in those categories.
I agree with you on that. Ms. Commissioner, I very much agree with you on that.
Okay. And so do I understand that there are no overnight accommodations? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, at hospitals, we often hear the problem is that people use the emergency rooms for their daily colds or if a child has a fever and things that aren't truly emergencies. And they end up costing the public a lot of money because people are accepted whether they have insurance or no insurance or the ability to pay or not. How is this going to address that problem?
A lot of times people will show up at the freestanding thinking it's urgent care, so that identification is made up front, and people decide that they want to go to an urgent care center that is less costly. We do have that happen.
Okay, so would people be encouraged, if they come in and they're triaged and they find...
They typically, we'll find out right up front when they walk in the door, thinking it's an urgent care, letting them know the situation, and if they want to be treated there, they are. Typically, those folks that are looking for urgent care, we let them know that it's not an urgent care. We don't try to tell them where to go. That wouldn't be appropriate. So they go to an urgent care after that. We've had that happen a number of times. And that's pretty much appropriate. People want to find an urgent care. They think it's that. And but the positive is, they've got an ER in a very crowded area. There's a lot of growth in that area. People have a hard time access up and down I-75 corridor right now, and that's why we ended up building it there. We looked at a lot of extensive data as far as ER visits from those zip codes in that area. I think there are, in the catchment area, probably 110,000 ER visits a year. We saw 12,000 last year. It takes a lot of the pressure off of the other hospitals in the area, which a lot of times in the normal season, which we did not have this year, there's overcrowding, and EMS is typically looking for an opening to be able to take a patient where there is a bed. And actually EMS approached us a couple of years before we built it, and thought it would be a great idea to have a freestanding ED, knowing that we've built other FSEDs in the state of Florida and in other states as well. And probably familiar with the fact that there's a successful one down in Northport, and which took a lot of pressure off that community to be able to go to a hospital.
And are these facilities eligible to receive the LIP funds, the low-income funds?
We don't receive LIP funds.
You don't?
Not at our FSED.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Vanessa. Thank you. I couldn't hear you. I wasn't sure. I want to say right up front that I appreciate you being there. With me being where I am, my district, I've heard from a lot of people that have been to the facility. I've been there twice, and it's very well managed, and the people get great service. And what I hear every time, one of the things that's always been consistent is that you can go in there and you get weighted, you can see someone so much faster than what you can in a regular ER. The waiting room is not real crowded. And right now, especially with the COVID situation, a lot of people don't want to go to a regular hospital. So this really has come in handy. Just to give the other commissioners an idea, one time I thought I broke my wrist. I went in there. I was seen immediately, and thank goodness it wasn't broken. The second time, my husband had had minor surgery that morning, and that evening he started hemorrhaging. And we went there because it was so close, and they were wonderful. I mean, it was immediately taken care of. So this does have a purpose where maybe, when you go into a regular hospital, it is a much more serious, generally, situation. So I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. And Bill, you kind of brought it up, that there's another one of these down in Northport. But I think that someone brought up, I think it was Commissioner Whitmore, about the lawsuit, and it just made me think. I know the hospital that instituted the lawsuit to stop this being built. They're building one, aren't they, on Fruitville in Sarasota?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Are there any others that you're aware of?
The only ones I'm aware of are the one that was mentioned by Bob in Northport, and then Lakewood Ranch Medical Center is building the one I think it's under Manatee Memorial, technically the name, is building the one on Fruitville where the old Swift-Mud office was, if you all know where that is, next to the library. And that one is located immediately adjacent, abutting a residential zone district project. And the property lines are actually 185 feet apart because Fruitville Road that's how wide that's how wide Fruitville Road right-of-way is.
And then also, I know someone brought up about the neighborhood, and at one time they were involved in the lawsuit, et cetera, the HOA. I will tell you that the HOA called me, and I had a meeting with them, and are they still involved in or is there still a lawsuit going on?
I don't know, and again, I'd defer any litigation matters to Mr. Clegg and Ms. Shank.
Well, thank you, and I'll find out from them. And the only reason I brought it up is because I know they told me that they didn't want to be a part of it. So I was just curious. All right, well, thank you. That's all for now. Thank you very much. But it has been good for our area, and I thank you for having it there.
Yes, I do know the one thing I would say on the litigation is it's also the Lakewood Ranch Medical Center is the other plaintiff in that case. So they're suing HCA. It's the two hospital corporations that are in that lawsuit.
Yeah, that's a shame. All right, because I got to tell you, it's really about who can give the best service to the patient. All right, thank you.
Carol? That's true, but unfortunately, I think we made a mistake, and that's why we're all here today, because, and it's going to be, this issue will be rectified if we vote for this amendment. So just a real quick thing, and then can I ask Bill if you talk to Bill, dialogue with Bill after this? But I want to I want to ask you, do you triage pediatrics? Does doctors have pediatrics? I can't remember. I think they used to, but I don't think they do any.
Actually, if you have an emergency room, you're going to see pediatric patients, so we're qualified to be able to do that. Matter of fact, at our main hospital that does not have inpatient pediatrics, we see about 12% of our ER visits are peds.
Right.
So we do see a number of pediatric patients since it's a younger community in Lakewood.
And that was answering Misty's question, because I I didn't think doctors had a pediatrics. So okay.
We don't have inpatient peds, but I mean, any ER is going to see pediatrics, and we have to be qualified and ready to see those and have the right equipment for it in the ER.
Right, and a lot of ERs are just sending them to, north to St. Peter, Tampa now. A lot of them, as we all see.
A lot of those go on up to Tampa.
To all children's.
Brandon Regional now has intensivists in their pediatric unit, so there's other choices in those areas.
Okay, and you also made a comment that when a walk-in comes in, they think they're coming into a walk-in, and you tell them, no, this is the emergency room. And then they decide to go somewhere else. Is it because then you have to tell them if they don't have insurance what their charges will be, or their insurances? Because if I was sick, I wouldn't care. I mean, like Vanessa, a fractured wrist, I would have gone to a walk-in also. Versus an ER. So what
the ER is going to be more expensive for sure. We have to be able to charge to cover the.
Exactly.
We've got a 64-slice CT scanner. It's a very expensive piece of equipment. Just the way it's staffed. So we do try to help people understand that it is more expensive.
Yeah, thank you.
And a lot of times people will ask if it's, is this a freestanding ER? A lot of people don't know what a freestanding ER is. They'll ask, is it an urgent care clinic? And we explain the difference to them.
And truthfully, I'd rather be in a freestanding ER than a walk-in for some conditions, so I get it. Madam Chair, can I talk to Bill Clegg regarding this issue? Bill knows I'm going to.
You have a question for Bill? Yeah, or we go to staff presentation and then Bill, however you want to do it.
Oh, staff.
Why don't we go to staff presentation first?
Yeah.
There's no more questions for the applicant? All right, let's go to staff's presentation on this code amendment.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, thank you, Bill. We did have somebody help. We have somebody that'll do it. Thank you. You wipe the dice.
Here she comes.
Who's doing the staff presentation?
Margaret.
Margaret, go ahead, Margaret. She can go ahead.
She needs a mic. Her mic's not on.
Oh, please. Is there a mic on?
I can't hear you.
We can hear you now.
No?
Just give her another mic.
While we're waiting for staff, I'm just going to let you know I've been informed that there is lunch in the Longboat Key Room. My plan is to continue working. We're going to take a short break after this item.
Hello, hello.
To allow you to go get lunch, bring it back here for the COVID discussion. Are y'all okay with that? We will do it in a socially distanced manner. So if staff have a break and they want lunch, now's the time to go get it. But Margaret, you don't get a break. You got to give a presentation.
Okay.
She can have lunch with
My
us.
mic had gone.
Okay.
The battery died. Okay, this is Margaret Tusing with Building and Development Services, and I don't have to be sworn. This is a privately initiated land development code text amendment to permit freestanding emergency departments and to provide the restrictions and where those can be allowed. The applicant did an excellent job of the presentation. We are including a new definition, which is based on the state definition of what a freestanding emergency room is. They will be limited to 2 future land use categories, which is the retail, office, and residential category and the mixed use category. Again, that limits the uses to primarily commercial areas. We've included the use in the general commercial zoning district, but only if it is adjacent to the urban corridor and it must meet all of the urban corridor standards. It's also proposed to be permitted in the plan development commercial with an approved preliminary site plan, and the plan development mixed use, again with a preliminary site plan. If you had the use included, but you had a general commercial, they would have to come back to the board to have an approval of a preliminary site plan with their application. Again, we've also included a parking ratio for this particular use, and the ratio that was determined to be appropriate is 1 space per 350 square feet. I think that Mr. Merrill did a good job of covering everything. I don't think I have. Staff has looked at it, and we did look at other potential zoning districts, but we decided that these were appropriate for the use at this time. So if you have any specific questions of me, I'm available to respond.
Any questions for staff?
I just have one question. So this code amendment will allow for the use. So an existing freestanding emergency will have to, if they're part of a plan development, will have to go back and amend their plan and get the site plan approved in order to have it all be compliant with the land development code.
Yes,
zoning.
ma'am. The one that we have existing that is in a plan development district will have to come back to the board with a preliminary site plan showing the existing use and its configuration and get that approved as a use and for the site plan itself.
Right, in an advertised public hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I thought so, but I just wanted to clarify. Thank you. Carol, you had a question for staff?
Bill.
He's staff.
I know.
Madam Chair, I think Sarah and I both would like to make a couple of comments first before we go into questions, if
Okay.
that's all right.
Go
Sarah,
ahead.
do you have something you want to?
Well, I did want to ask Ms. Tucci one question. I asked the same question at Planning Commission for the record. Is it staff's opinion that the proposed text amendment before us today may be found to be consistent with the comprehensive plan?
The comprehensive plan, yes.
Okay.
Is that all, Sarah?
That's all I have.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, I think it's impossible to avoid talking about the very large elephant in the room, which is the litigation that precipitated this application. This applicant owns an existing facility that has been the subject of a legal dispute for about 3 years, maybe a little more than 3 years, concerning a competing facility and a homeowners association that challenged the way that the existing use was approved under our code. The applicant needs to do 2 things to resolve that. One is to propose a code amendment that allows it as a use in the code, and assuming that at the next hearing the board adopts this amendment, they will have solved that problem, but they will still then need to come in with a site plan amendment for the plan development in which that facility is located to make it an allowed use under that plan development for that specific property. So a lot of the discussion we're having is about their existing facility, which is perfectly acceptable in a legislative process because it's a little more open-ended. You can look at those things. Nevertheless, the board should recognize that what you're being asked to do in this first step is to make this an allowable use in the code with certain standards, and this applicant will be able to take advantage of that, but so will any other provider who wants to open up a facility in Manatee County where it's allowed under this code amendment. And Commissioner Servia, it's absolutely correct that if the board decided as a policy decision to expand that in other districts where the board felt it was appropriate, that's the prerogative of the board to do so. So with that, Commissioner Whitmore or any other commissioner, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Yes, I do like Misty's idea of expanding the other uses because, then we won't have to be here again in the future. From what I understand, and I'm the commission, some of you were on the board then. I heard about this because of the emails we started getting from the neighborhoods. And then, of course, I've disclosed that I've heard it from the hospital. So the neighborhood, and like Bill Clegg said, and the hospital tried to contact us to let us know what was going on, and we got all these emails. Then I think there was a legal challenge, Bill, and while there was a legal challenge, the doctors decided to keep building before the recommendations came back. So they went ahead and built the emergency room. Now, I never meet with staff about issues, but I know Mr. Merrill, my good friend, doesn't agree with me, but 24/7 delivery to me means an ambulance. And so that, and Bill and I talked again about this yesterday, this has been my whole issue, is that we have a plan development, it has its own rules, it has its own stipulations that we have to comply with, and then we allowed a use, and thanks to the neighbors, that's a 24/7 delivery, because of course they didn't want ambulances coming in and out. I'm glad to hear that it's not like packed all the time, so I don't think the neighbors would like that, but I haven't gotten any complaints. So my whole issue with this whole thing is we're trying to rectify a legal challenge because it's still in litigation. Patty Petroff is here. She hasn't told me today, but I've heard she's I don't know if she's the HOA and the hospital's attorney, but I'm sure she'll make a comment. I don't like how it was done. I met with staff twice, and then I get a call that it was administratively approved, so I met with staff again, and they said, well, we went and saw one in Orlando or someplace, and we determined that we could approve this administratively. And I think maybe in the future, when we do our land development, like Misty has said a few times, when commissioners raise concerns, that they please bring this to somebody's attention before we administratively approve something. Well, we've had other instances too. And I usually don't ever, criticize. I'm not criticizing anybody. There's no rule to tell them that they can't approve certain things administratively. But if it's something contentious, like we've had a few contentious issues since we had one last year, the year before, and staff brings it to our attention now. So, but this was really important because we have a business that is in another county that's coming into Manatee County, which they have every right, but was put into a planned development that had a stipulation, no 24/7 delivery. And Bill, I'd just like you to make comments on if what I'm stating is correct and my concerns to you.
Well, how do you mean in terms of your view of whether or not the 24/7 delivery applies to an ambulance, or if you mean just in terms of the history of the case and the concerns you raised?
The history, because whoever you pay as their attorney is going to define it differently.
Yeah, that's an issue the board will have
Right.
to address at the next step, which is the site plan stage. But in terms of your, explanation of the concerns that you raised as this thing developed and became and really morphed into a lawsuit, that's consistent with my recollection as well.
Okay,
And
that's all.
quite honestly, you were not the only commissioner who raised that concern at the time. I will say that when we received the adverse decision from the appellate court, the county attorney's office looked at that, and we thought about, should we appeal that to the next step, because we did see some things in there that we didn't agree with, but we also felt that there were some things in there, particularly the making a change without going through the site plan approval, that would be hard to overcome in another appeal. And we felt the best thing to do was to tell this property owner, the best way to handle this is through the process we're in right now. That's the best way to deal with land use controversies. Bring them back to the board, bring them back in the form of procedurally correct actions, a land development code amendment, site plan approval, put the public on notice and give them the chance to show up and make their statements to the board and air their views. So we really feel like this is the correct cure, the correct way to address the problem. We can't fix what happened a couple of years ago. We cannot, but this is the right way to deal with it today. So
Thank you. Okay, Misty, then Vanessa.
Okay, thank you. I do have a few more questions, and I'll ask them of the applicant, but maybe staff is better suited to answer them. So when looking at the standards for the specific uses, Standard I says that a FSED may operate 24 hours a day, 7 days per week. But what I heard in the presentation is that the state statute requires that they operate 24 hours a day. So should we change the may to a shall and say a FSED shall operate 24 hours per day, 7 days per week, so that we don't get into a position where we're debating that for someone who wants to do something different?
What page are you on?
449 of 503.
And number?
I.
Thank you.
Commissioners, if I may, I would prefer you say may, because we can't regulate these uses. We can't require them to operate 24 hours a day.
Yeah, okay.
We can't send code enforcement in there to check that.
Right.
Okay. And then on letters D and E, we talk about previously approved plan development projects. And if they didn't identify this type of use, then it says they have to go back and amend their preliminary site plan. We don't mention a general development plan. Could someone go back and amend their general development plan to include this use? Or are we saying it has to be a preliminary site plan?
I will speak for the applicant here, if I may. They did specifically and intentionally propose that there has to be a PSP for this use as a higher standard of planning approval. That's my understanding. And if Mr. Merrill wants to add to that, he's welcome to do so. And he can correct me if I'm incorrect about that.
Bill Merrill. We did propose that in our text amendment, but that's wasn't our idea. We were asked to do that to compromise based on what the opposition hospital was asking us to do. So we did put that in there. We did not contemplate it being a GDP. We said that it would be the PSP that would have to be done because they wanted to be more specific. It does require us to go back to the public hearing, and this was not included in the GDP or PSP originally for this site.
So, Bill, could you just clarify, was it our staff that said they would prefer to see that as a PSP standard?
No, I don't think it was staff. Staff advised me of that, and then I also saw the correspondence from the planners and experts on the Manatee Memorial or the Lakewood Ranch Medical Center hospital side, and their correspondence indicated that they felt it needed to go back through a PSP public hearing, and that was the proposal they made. So we were trying to accommodate as much of those things that we could without prohibiting. Many of the things that were proposed in that proposal were trying to prohibit this use that's already existing. And so we had to take those out, but we tried to accommodate them. It wasn't our intention to do that other than to accommodate and compromise that position. That's also why we limited the zoning districts, Commissioner Servia. That's also why we only allowed 3 zoning districts.
Okay, so I understand the intention behind the applicant and what they did, but I want to avoid future problems 5 years from now when people say there's a conflict in the code because a different section allows you to determine the uses by general development plan and this doesn't, and then there's going to be a staff interpretation made that may or may not be the one that the board at that time wants. So in an effort to be very clear, should we amend the other sections of the code that talk about where you determine uses? You can determine them in a plan development project by GDP in every other category except for this land use. So I'd just like for it to be clear. My goal is for it, that it's clear everywhere.
If I might dialogue on this issue. So if I understand what's going on here, we're setting a higher standard before you allow this use in a plan development that you have to have detail to the preliminary site plan level. I personally don't have a problem with that. It isn't done all the time that way, but if somebody could tell me, am I interpreting this wrong? Was that the intent? I get that there's been some negotiating going on regarding bringing this forward, but if that is the intent, to require a higher level of information before this type of use is approved, I personally don't have a problem with it.
So, Madam Chairman, I don't either.
Okay.
But when I read this condition, which I'm going to read it, if the proposed FSED property is zoned plan development commercial or plan development mixed use, okay, there's lots of those, and the FSED use was identified on the board-approved preliminary site plan, the approval process is administrative. Okay, so, and I guess we wouldn't have a case where it was approved on a GDP because we didn't have that use previously.
I think the intent right now is that it could not be. Now, I think, we have 2 hearings, so if you'd like us to sit down with staff and the applicant between now and the next hearing to see if there's anything we need to do to further clarify that, to make sure we're not creating a conflict in the code, we can certainly do that. I do think the applicant deliberately, this is really tight. I mean, it's really, really restrictive, and I think that the applicant deliberately proposed it that way so that they could ameliorate the concerns about the kinds of impacts that these facilities would have. That was their intention.
Right, and I hear that, and I agree with that. I just don't want there to be any question of that in years forward. So if we could make that really clear. And then letter B, we talk about these uses are allowed adjacent to rights of way classified as collector or higher on the roadway functional classification map. Does that mean the existing roadway functional classification map or the future roadway classification map, or both?
It would be both, the way that land development code provisions are normally construed.
Okay.
So if the map were amended later, then it would be allowable if it were added in another place in the map. That's how the code normally works.
Okay, I just want to make sure again that we're clear. Thank you.
Okay. Vanessa?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. On the 24-hour delivery, I see, of course, on I it says it's permissible 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But, Bill, is there any stipulation? I've heard ambulances mentioned several times, and I believe, I hope I'm right on this, that I can tell you I haven't received any complaints at all, and it's right in the heart of my district, not far from where I live. But is there any stipulations or anything that maybe they, as they start coming up to the ER that they, don't have the ambulance, the siren on or anything along that line? Is there something there that we could do, or what's the deal?
I'm not sure, quite honestly. I have to defer to Margaret on that. I don't know if the existing approval that's under challenge had anything about that, but that's something we could look at when the site plan comes forward, which it will, assuming that the board adopts this LDC amendment at the next hearing. That's something the board could certainly consider.
Okay. And I realize that we're here because this was originally administratively approved, and I do agree with Commissioner Whitmore that There has been a few instances where something's been administratively approved and it's been an issue. Like, I think the P25 comes to mind. But, you know, I mean, in all honesty, I'm glad that it happened because I think it's a great facility to have where it's at. We are highly populated in that area, and the need was great. So, you know, I'm hoping that we can move this forward and get it completed. But the only question I had really was on the ambulance. Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome.
All right. Any other questions for staff at this time? All right, I'm going to go ahead and go to public comment. I have one person signed up, Patty Petra.
Good afternoon, I think. Patricia Petra for the record. I have been sworn. I was surprised by how much information and how much argument was made today in a legislative hearing about a specific project. And I did not come here prepared to talk about that specific project, but I will be sending you information to counter those statements made today in writing prior to your next hearing. I came here today to talk about the whole concept of a freestanding emergency room, which is what is before you on your agenda, which was what was advertised. I recognize the long history of this matter because I was the one who found the smoking gun. So, and I believe my name is possibly on the litigation. My comments with respect to the staff suggestions or the Doctors Hospital initiated zoning text amendment and the staff response to that is number one, there is no minimum size required. I'm not sure I'm qualified to decide what the minimum size is to appropriately handle an ER, but I think there should be. I don't want to get into an argument about that in the future. If this is a trend, fine. And I agree, United Health Systems does have a freestanding ER either under construction or fully operational somewhere on Fruitville Road. So it does seem like it's a trend. The other question I would like to have answered is exactly how many locations does this open up in Manatee County for this use? How many are too many? We have a lot of property with a future land use of ROR, and we have more, you know, we have our fair share of the right type of roadway class that are classified in order for this to be on, this use to be on. I just think staff should tell you how many properties or give you some idea of what, how many possible ERs could we have in this county, freestanding ERs. I do have an issue about the B, the stipulation B, no use shall be established except in a project located adjacent to right-of-way classified as collector or hire. How are we defining a project? The PDC at Terra is 56 acres in size. The PDC project at Terra is clearly on two types of those roadway systems. But if I bury a freestanding ER somewhere deep in that 56 acres, it is immediately adjacent to residential. I don't think that's what you want. So I think that needs clarification. It needs to be within a certain distance of the roadway that is classified. Maybe it needs direct access, I don't know. But I don't think project is the right statement, because if we're talking about a PDC or a PDMU, we're talking about a much bigger project than what a freestanding ER will require. When you think of all the DRI projects in this county, think about how big the PDC uses are. And if that's my time, I'm going to ask for 2 or 3 more minutes. I'm almost finished. With respect to whether it should operate or, may or shall, it is a state requirement, so I think this county should recognize the state requirement. I appreciate Ms. Shank's comment, but perhaps you can cross-reference shall be required to operate as required by the state in section blah, 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 as may be amended from time to time. I mean, then they have to follow the state requirements. When you talk about the setbacks, depending upon different PDCs in this county, and Bill Merrill touted his 38 years. Well, I'm going to give you my 42 years. So when you look at projects, when I look at projects that I have had approved in my lifetime, I know some of those PDC projects are immediately adjacent to residential districts. So I am suggesting to you, as a policy for all freestanding ERs, that you require greater setbacks and enhanced landscaping should your PDC be one of those PDCs that are directly on the road but have someone's backyard, on their back property line. Think about Lakewood Ranch Boulevard, and I think it's State Road 64, the Walgreens on 43rd and State Road 64 across from Jesse P. That's right on someone's backyard. I don't remember the zoning on that piece. I remember getting it approved umpty-bump years ago. But if that is a possible location for a freestanding emergency room, I think that property owner deserves a little bit bigger setback and a little bit better buffering. With respect to Mr. Merrill's continued statements that this is just like a moderate doctor's office, I have to respectfully disagree. It is not. It requires a generator. It has hazardous waste. It possibly has drugs that are addictive in nature at the facility. It is a more intensive use than a moderate-sized doctor's office. And I'm not saying that to say we shouldn't allow them. We should allow them, but we need to recognize the intensity of the use.
Are you finished? Can we
yes,
wrap this up,
my
please?
my clients are not opposed to freestanding emergency rooms. We offered up something probably a year and a half ago to the commission. It never went anywhere. But yes.
It would be helpful, perhaps, if you have significant comments, if you want to submit them in writing. We do have a second.
I will.
I think they're helpful comments, so I appreciate them, but I think we need to move on, and so if you could submit them in writing, that would be great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board on this legislative code amendment hearing? All right, seeing no one come forward, I'll go ahead and close public comment on this first reading of the ordinance. We don't have any action. I'm going to just make a couple comments. Clearly, hospitals and where they locate, whatever form they're in, and this is a kind of a hospital. We've been told that. This is a emergency room just separated from the hospital. They no longer have to go through the certificate of need process, which was very, I worked on a couple of projects that had to jump through those hoops, and it was done at the state level, and that no longer exists. So we don't have that kind of state oversight, much like a lot of land use. We don't have a lot of state oversight. That wasn't really a land use per se, it was an investment. So, but I think these questions about how they do affect, neighboring residential zoning are important. because people can come here in an ambulance. You know, I notice, and maybe you guys do too, it was nice and quiet for a while. Now there's so much more noise, so many more sirens, and maybe I'm just more sensitive to them than I was before. But it is something that I think creates stress in our residential areas, so I'm all for looking at whether or not we need bigger setbacks. I'd like to hear from staff on that for these type of uses. I do have a concern that we're trying to rectify a problem, but the zoning code is for everybody. It shouldn't be unique to a site, right? So I don't like that project language. I'm not sure what that means.
Well, Madam Chair,
I would like that maybe looked at.
there is a definition of project in the Land Development Code. It's a pretty long definition, but it's flexible, and the term is used in the code a lot. The board doesn't have to go with that. The board could decide you want something that is clearer or that is less flexible, more specific. But it is a term that's commonly used in the code and is defined in the code.
Yeah, I only say that because, so a freestanding could be built freestanding. It doesn't have to be part of an existing project, even though the one that's the subject of this code amendment is, right? I mean, theoretically, and I need to ask staff, so could I build this if I wanted to build in the location of, let's say, where the Walmart or where the Walgreens is typically located on a urban corridor in a general commercial zone? Can I just build one? It doesn't have to be part of another project, is that correct?
I think I'd like to answer that, Margaret. The definition states that a project shall also constitute a parcel or tract of land which is proposed or exists as a single development, with all portions of the parcel or tract being contiguous. So yes, you could. The definition is flexible. It's not the only one you could use. You could use others if the board's uncomfortable with it. And Margaret, if you want to add to that, please do.
Margaret Tusing with Building and Development Services. As a staff member, we look at project as the individual item that is coming before us today. You have planned developments that have been approved for 25 years. The individual parcel or project is reviewed that way. So if the planned development, everyone needs to be clear, Lakewood Ranch doesn't have any property designated ROR or mixed use. It might have some limited mixed use, but most of it is UF3. So you got to remember, we've restricted these locations that they're going to be in a more commercial developed area. Yes, is residential going to be adjacent to it, probably on the rear side of the buildings? Yes, because that function exists every day in every community in the United States. You don't have the ability to have a commercial piece and then to have something separate the commercial from the residential. That's why we have in our code additional screening requirements, screening buffers required between residential and commercial, additional setbacks. So those things are looked at. But project is viewed from a staff perspective as what is in front of us today. What is in front of us today needs to be located on a collector or an arterial. That's how it would be viewed.
Okay.
You know, and let me make one clarification, and I talked to Chief Sauer about it, is ambulances, typically when you hear their sirens running, it is because they are attempting to maneuver through traffic. Right. If there is no traffic in the area and people are adhering to them and see them with the lights, and you know, at intersections many times they'll do the, you know, whoop whoop so they can make sure that they stop, look, and go. But you're not going to have that. You know, I live not very far from a fire station that has EMS in it. They rarely have the sirens going. They have the lights, but they don't have the sirens. So, I mean, I think that the notion that every ambulance is constantly running the sirens is not necessarily an accurate description of the practice and what actually happens.
Okay. And I think it's just to make this like any other zoning restriction, to make it as clear
And
simple.
I attempted to do that. Apparently, I didn't do a very good job.
No, I'm not, I'm just saying
No,
that
I mean,
these kind of things
you
come up.
attempt to write it thinking, okay, what's going to happen 5 years from now?
Right.
And it's, there's many possibilities, and so we tried to write it so that it would be clear.
Okay.
I've made notes on how to maybe make it a little
Okay.
bit more clear.
Great. I think that's the purpose of a first purpose
That's
of a
right.
first reading, just like Planning Commission, trying to get it right before we get to the board, right? Misty.
Yes, thank you. All right, so I appreciate hearing Ms. Petrov's comments because I agree with her project assessment, and even more so after hearing Ms. Tusing say how they view a project, because 25 years ago, when I was working for the county, we defined project differently. We may say the entire Terra development is a project, and that's why the open space is evaluated project-wide. I do think it needs clarification. I think because definitions come and go and things change, and we just need to be very clear what we're saying. I also agree that if we're not going to change the word may to shall operate 24 hours a day, that we need to add and in accordance with state statutes at the end of that, so that it's clear that someone couldn't come here and say, I don't want to open 24 hours a day, and it says I don't have to because the word may is there. Buffers and screening, I think we need to consider that. Do we need more buffers and screening? And I'd also like to see this expanded to be allowed in heavy commercial, light industrial, and I'm sorry, I don't know the category MX well enough to know if that's an appropriate category, but it may be. And then a question I had was, I heard in the applicant's presentation that these uses are now popping up everywhere so that people have better access to an emergency room. But as staff pointed out, it wouldn't be allowed in Lakewood Ranch. So that's not better access out at Lakewood Ranch. And it probably wouldn't be allowed in Mayaca or any place east of the FDAB because it's not going to have the right future land use category. So are we complying with what they're asking us to make these facilities more accessible when people can't get to a hospital? I'm just throwing that out there for consideration. Thank you.
Okay. Well, this is the end of the reading. I don't know if you guys have anything more you want to add before we break. All right. Thank you for being here. And next hearing date is what, Margaret?
June 4th.
June 4th. So we don't know where we'll be June 4th, but we'll let you all know where we're going to be June 4th. Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. My goal is that y'all can socially distance and go grab something to eat and come back here. Sherry, you want to fill us in on how that's going to work? Okay.
We can do the taxpayers a favor and just turn the air off.
Check, check. Commissioner Johnson, are you still on the line? Commissioner Johnson? Check, check.
You there?
Commissioner Johnson, this is Chris. Quick test?
Yep.
Yep, you sound great.
So I will put you on mute. My TV is still on mute, and we'll go from there.
All right, stand by. We'll resume shortly.
Thank you.
The best material ever. It's free. Well, it's not free.
Follow protocol, because I am not getting freaking sick.
That's right.
We're on? Oh, jeez. Sorry, very loud. Okay, we're reconvened. We have one more item on our agenda. That is item number 8. Staff, would you please introduce the item? Or
not, I'll go ahead and read it. The subject is LDCT 1903 Ordinance 2005 Land Development Code Text Amendment Freestanding Emergency Department PLN 19110027. The request is to hold the second public hearing prior to 5 p.m. I think, as we know, there's a requirement in our code that we have to have these meetings after 5, but we can modify that. So,
Madam Chair, could I just clarify that
Please.
that requirement is in 12566 Florida statutes?
Okay.
And it requires that if we're not going to hold it after 5, for the board to basically, adopt a motion allowing for it to be.
okay, thank
So
you for
moved.
correcting that. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Trace, second by Commissioner Servia. Is there anyone in the public who'd like to address this?
It was moved by Servia, seconded by Baugh.
Oh, well, somewhere along the line. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Servia, a second by Commissioner Baugh. Is there anyone in the public that would like to address this motion? All right, seeing no one come forward, we can close public comment. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you. All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. At this time, we're going to turn it over to our County Administrator, Sherry Courier, for an update on the COVID-19 situation in Manatee County.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board. You're so far away. All right, you're so far away. See you.
The way it's supposed to be, right?
All right, don't forget I touched it. Thank you. Real quickly, I just want to mention, thank you for letting Mr. Sauer and I attend again today, especially to Mr. Barnott for the land use. We want to provide you with an update on the COVID-19 activities. First, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sauer, our Public Safety Director, to go through the current status of the public health emergency and the local crisis. And then I have some updates on what you set forth in last week's meeting. I have an update on our beach area. And then at the end of my presentation, Commissioners, we do have some motions that we'd like for you to consider. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sauer.
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners. Jake Sauer, Department of Public Safety for Manatee County. I'm going to go through a couple of slides here, and it's just important to remember the slides are created using yesterday's data from the 11 a.m. update from the state. I have updated the numbers, and I will give you the updated numbers that have come out since at 11 a.m. this morning. But the slide will show data from the 11 a.m. update yesterday. Okay, so as you can see from the numbers depicted on the opening slide, the effects of the pandemic continue to rise. That being said, fatalities and the percent of the population testing positive, both Manatee County and the statewide average, is finally trending downward. While the number of new positive cases, both Manatee County and the statewide average, are trending slightly upward. Keep in mind as I move through the data, like I said before, the slides were prepared yesterday as the 11 o'clock update from yesterday at the Florida Department of Health dashboard. The state of Florida now has over 41,923 total positive cases and over 1,735 deaths. Manatee County has 795 positive cases with 74 deaths. Something that is not captured on any dashboards as of yet, but we're being told soon will be, is the number of people that have recovered. As of Friday, the last posting of the data from the Department of Health, Manatee County had over 457 people, or 59% of the positive cases that have recovered. EMS continues to see a decrease in call volume during curfew hours when compared to the same week in 2019. However, outside of the recent curfew hours, EMS is seeing an uptick in COVID-19 related responses, mainly at nursing homes or long-term care facilities. 36 calls with 11 to long-term care facilities since Friday alone. Throughout the past 10 weeks, Manatee has had 178 hospitalizations associated with COVID-19, which includes 11 new hospitalizations since last Tuesday.
And when looking at all three of the hospitals in Manatee County, approximately 47 residents are currently hospitalized as a result of COVID-19. Okay, since last Tuesday, and when compared to data as of 11 a.m. yesterday, there are a few key indicators that I'm going to provide you on how the numbers in both Manatee County and Florida have changed and can be compared. This data is broken down by current total of a 24-hour change and an average daily change over the last 2 weeks. For the latest 2-week period, Manatee County and the state have largely mirrored each other in terms of trends for fatalities, positive cases, and percent positive. For fatalities and the percent of the population testing positive, both Manatee County and the statewide average is trending downward. For the number of new positive cases, both Manatee County and the statewide average is trending slightly upward. The state of Florida currently has 1,735 fatalities, and of those, 74 have been within Manatee County. This compares to last Tuesday when Florida had 1,400 fatalities and 59 for Manatee County. And that's an increase in fatalities of 25% for Manatee County in the past week. Sadly, 46 or 62% of the 74 deaths have occurred in long-term care facilities within the county. Between residents and staff within those facilities, they make up 62% of the overall fatalities for COVID-19 within Manatee County. With respects to positive case count, Florida has 41,923 positive cases, and of those, 795 are within Manatee County. And this compares to last Tuesday when Florida had 35,969 and Manatee County had 632. This is an increase in positive cases by 25% for Manatee County. As you're aware, the state has published a list of skilled nursing facilities, long-term care facilities that have a high incidence of COVID-19 cases. The incident management teams have been at those facilities last week and again this week to assist these facilities. And as of Friday, 172 residents and 74 staff members from within Manatee County long-term care facilities had tested positive. That's a total of 246 positive cases when looking at total cases from within our long-term care facilities. That's 32% of all Manatee County cases thus far. Last Tuesday at this time, Department of Health reported that Manatee County had results on 4,388 tests, 632 were positive, and 3,756 were negative. At that time, a 14.5% positive test rate, and when compared to the state of Florida, the positive test rate last Tuesday was 8.3%. As of yesterday, Department of Health reports, as of today, the Department of Health reports that the county has results on 8,511 tests, and that's an increase in the past 7 days of 4,483 tests, or around 87% in performed tests. So that is very good news for us in Manatee County. Of those 8,511 currently performed tests, the results are 795 positive tests, which is a 9.3% positive test rate, which is amazing from where we were yesterday. We are now within the range that the state of Florida has given us to be within, which is below or at 10%. This compares to 7.2% for the state of Florida, and the county's positive testing percentage has gone down by a whole 5.2% over the past week and almost 6.5% when compared to 2 weeks ago. More importantly, the county's positive testing percentage falls within the target of 10 or below percent established by the Florida Department of Health. So on this slide, as you can see, the case count per day for Manatee County continues to trend upward from early March, which was when the first local case was confirmed. This is represented by the dashboard blue trend line. However, if we look at the data from only April 1st onward, which is the dashed white trend line, we can see a plateau. Since April 1st, we have seen a number of days with significant spikes and increases in new cases. but there are also delays with almost no new local, also days with almost no new local cases. Until the data proves otherwise, it is likely that we will continue to see peaks and valleys as have occurred in recent weeks. One of the state's metrics in tracking a downward trajectory of overall percent positive cases for a range of 7 to 14 days, yesterday would have been our 7th day of downward trending. So it will be key to pay attention over the coming weeks to see if this is actually a trend or an aberration of the data or a result of test reporting lags and data dumps. The pie chart on the left has data shown that depicts the number of positive cases by race in Manatee County residents. The legend located under the pie chart may be a little hard to read, so I'll assist you with pointing out that the largest pies are results associated to white or Caucasian with 491 residents. Black is shown in the orange slice with 151 residents, and then other is shown in gray with 57 residents, and the remaining slice is unknown with 79 residents. The bar graph on the right shows the number of positive cases by zip code for the county, and as in previous reports, zip codes 34208 and 34221 have the most positive cases, with 212 and 111 positive cases respectively. Since the update given last week, zip code 34203 added an additional 53 cases, bringing the total there to 107 cases. This increase was by far the largest by any individual zip code for the county since last week. As I highlighted last Tuesday, the Department of Health had received over 2,000 collection kits, and we received an additional 1,000 over this past weekend. Testing continues across the county with operations at the Bradenton Area Convention Center here later this week on Friday, May 15th, as well as 3 days next week, May 20th, 21st, and 22nd. Today, the Department of Health is testing at turning points and assisting their local health workers in giving out the test and teaching them how to give the test as well. And Manatee Rural Health continues to conduct testing at 4 sites within the county, and of course this is in addition to state-sponsored regional drive-through testing site located at the UTC Mall. The state-sponsored regional drive-through testing site has been in operation for 9 days, where they have seen over 4,600 people. While they can accommodate over 750 people per day, they average between 400 and 500 each day. And as a reminder, this site is intended to operate for an extended period of time with no end date provided, and no appointment or prescription is needed, just an official ID. And we continue to encourage our residents, if they want to get tested, they should go to the regional testing site and get tested. Typically in the mornings and late afternoons, there's often no wait time at all. The state also continues the regional incident management teams to monitor and assess our long-term care facilities. This team will be testing residents and staff in 4 facilities today. With over 8,511 total tests completed, Manatee County has tested approximately 2% of the estimated 411,000 people within Manatee County. And our new goal is to test another 2%, or 8,220 people within Manatee County with the testing capabilities I just highlighted, both locally and regionally. A model that I watch daily and am confident in the accurate 7-day projections is the IEM's AI modeling and their short-term COVID-19 projections. These model outputs can be used to assist us locally with our medical facilities to better prepare for an increase in hospitalizations if that were to occur, and to better plan for and locate local drive-through testing facilities and determine where increased levels of transmission may be occurring. The AI models are executed on a daily basis to evaluate the changing dynamics of the COVID-19 pandemic, and their projections have typically been within 20% and are often within 10% of actual confirmed cases. And looking at the slide with the Florida counties data, it appears that Manatee County could see an increase over 40 additional cases by this coming Saturday. And I know that's hard to read, but they had projected 785 as for today. I'm sorry, 794. And on May 17th, they're projecting 832. So in closing, I'll finish with highlighting some short-term goals. To be in line with the governor's request as a goal of the state, Manatee County will look to maintain the testing of another 2% of our estimated 411,000 residents, and that's an increase from the approximately 8,220 to 16,400 by mid-June. As more and more trends become available and we start getting a better picture of what it looks like for our county and where our hotspots could be, the Emergency Management Division, along with our PIO and the Department of Health, will look to increase target messaging where available and needed. The Department of Health Manatee will also begin targeted testing in local underserved areas, in addition to planned drive-through sites. And so with that, I'm going to recommend that the chair continues the local state of emergency for another 7 days, and I can take any questions you may have.
Questions? Carol?
Yeah, Jake, I just had somebody ask me, they called Ellington Urgent Care for the antibody testing, and there's a waiting list of 1,000. Do you know of any other place in Manatee County where they can get antibody testing? Have you heard?
Antibody testing, is that what you asked?
Yes.
No, I do not. Only Ellington Urgent Care, and I have heard of some other places. The problem with antibody testing is ourselves, including the Department of Health Manatee, is waiting on more guidance from the state because there is a lot of inaccuracies and a lot of different antibody tests that are going around right now.
I agree. Okay, and then you wrote Manatee Rural Health in your slides. They changed their name to MCR Services,
Yeah,
and every time I do that, I do it too,
Yes.
and I correct myself. So maybe we should try to do that. Thanks.
Okay. Priscilla?
Great job as always, Jake. Let's see, we want to test another 2%. If you've had the test and did not test, you tested negative, and you take it again, is that counted as part of the 2% again? Or are you trying to get completely people that have not been tested in the 2%?
Thank you. That's a good question. So the swabbing test that the state as well as Department of Health and MCR Health is doing is not an antibody test. And an antibody test, when we talk about those, shows if you have any antibodies, if you've had any antibodies of COVID-19. The swabbing test that we're doing at the regional sites, our local drive-through sites, and through MCR is a test in time. It will tell you if you're positive or negative at that time. So we encourage residents that if they've never been tested to go get tested, or if they went and got tested negative, but they now again they think they developed symptoms, or they want to get tested again, they're more than welcome to do that as well.
Okay. Vanessa? Yes, Jake, thank you for the update. Good information. On the 62% that you're talking about at the long-term care facilities, I realize that the National Guard is there doing a lot of testing, but what else is being done to protect the residents in those facilities that perhaps we know they've been tested, they don't have it? I mean, certainly we're not just keeping everybody in that same building. I mean, what's going on with them? It's great. I know we're doing the testing, but what else to protect others?
So that's a good question. When the IMT teams come into the nursing homes with hotspots or outbreaks, one of the first things they do is start testing all the staff, and then they follow the staff around to make sure that they're following all the procedures for decontamination, proper donning and doffing of the PPE, washing their hands. And then what they'll do is go in and start secluding positive COVID-19 patients away from the regular residents within those facilities, and making sure that those stay sterile areas.
Can I interact? One more question. And Jake, with what you just said, I mean, this has been going on since what, March? So are those precautions just now really starting to be done in the LTC facilities, or has that been happening back in March? I mean, you know, what's the time span there that,
Yeah, so back in March, our local Department of Health Manatee office was in those facilities starting that work and trying to get a better picture with testing where those outbreaks were. At the same time, we were requesting assistance from the IMT teams at the governor's level for those to come in and start assisting our Department of Health Manatee. There's only, I forgot the exact number of employees at the Florida Department of Health Manatee, but it was quickly apparent that they were going to need more assistance with those 9 facilities that we have seen outbreaks in.
and if I could, one more question, I promise I'll be done. I know that family members cannot go in to these facilities, but, you know, has the communication gotten better to your knowledge? Are you aware? Because I know at one time a lot of the family members said that they had no idea that their loved ones, you know, were positive. So do you know, is there any new regulations on any of that you're aware of?
I am not aware of that. I do know that the governor signed a new executive order yesterday giving the local Department of Health more ability to go into those facilities. And because I don't know about Manatee County, but some long-term care facilities were even preventing the Department of Health local areas to come in. I don't believe that to be true at Manatee. But you know, when we talk about increasing communication with the families, the governor released where those 9 hotspots are. I certainly do hope that there's been communication, and I talk to Dr. Bensi frequently, and I'm sure that she's encouraging those facilities to talk to the family members as well. It's definitely a difficult situation.
Yeah, that would be terrible to not know.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Misty? Yes, thank you, Jake. Great presentation as always. I appreciate it. I just want to comment on Vanessa's comments. I will tell you, having 3 loved ones in nursing facilities, we've had excellent communication. We got a call last night from the National Guard. It was a pre-recorded message that told us when the testing would take place in a certain facility. We've also received calls from nurses at a different facility telling us that our loved one tested negative, but there were several positives. And then we also have nurses in both of these facilities that we're personally dealing with, doing Zoom calls with us and FaceTime calls with the family. So just my experience, the communication's been excellent. Okay, here are my questions. Now that we've ramped up testing, how long is it taking to get test results back once someone is tested?
That changes quite frequently, and it's because the laboratories, they're getting dumps. You know, as the state continues to add on regional sites, they added a regional site up in the Panhandle, they added our site, and then a regional site in Collier and Lee County, and tests are becoming more readily available for all of the state of Florida. So more labs are coming online, and they're continuing to increase the availability to test, to run the test on those swabs. But typically, it's 48 to 72 hours. We'd like to see that continue to decrease, and the governor said in many of his messages that's the goal, is that turnaround time is to decrease. But I would say 48 to 72 hours right now.
Okay. And we are still in phase 1 of reopening Manatee County under the guidance of our governor that is in phase 1 for reopening the state, correct?
That's correct.
And is phase 2 expected to happen, or are these phases expected to happen at 14-day intervals? Is that the goal, or is it not that prescript?
He has not released factual hard dates or timelines on when phases begin and start.
Okay. All right. And I've had a couple of people ask me how their business or when their business can open because it isn't clear in the governor's documents. There's a lot of, maybe some interpretation that's needed. So let me ask you this. If it's not clear, do we fall back on no more than 10 people at a gathering? Is that maybe the most restrictive thing we have? For example, I have someone who called today and has a wedding venue and wants to resume weddings, but that probably is going to be in conflict with having more than 10 people at a certain space. Is that how you would evaluate it?
Yeah, so the original order, 2052, when it talks about social distancing, no more than 10 people, being 6 feet apart from your next available person, that's still in effect, absolutely. COVID-19 is still here. It's not going away. I do not encourage anyone to get into a group greater than 10 people and still maintain social distancing at 6 feet apart, definitely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Jake, I want to thank you for everything you guys are doing. I know you've been staying on top of this, which is very, very important. I want to ask about increased target messaging. It says EG by zip code. The zip code information, isn't that available on the state's website? And I see there's a gentleman that has been very concerned about it, not seeing it on our website. But we're not creating that ourselves, are we? Maybe you could clarify.
That is correct. So all of my data, all of the data that County Administrator Corrier gives you, that's the data we stick to, and it comes directly from the Florida Department of Health. If you go to their website and then click on COVID-19, it'll bring you up weekly reports broken down by county, broken down by the state, and it'll give you a GIS dashboard that you can click on, and that breaks it out by each county, testing, zip code, the percent positive for each county as well. So there's very good data within that GIS dashboard that I encourage everyone to look at.
Yeah, and I have done that, so I guess I know it's not easy to drill down, but I have done that. You also can drill down even further to get the information on the long-term care facilities, right? I mean, they have that data available as well. So what does increased target messaging, e.g. by zip code, mean exactly?
So, when we talk about our African-American population in 34221, they have a very high percentage rate for positive COVID-19 cases in Manatee County, but not only in Manatee County, but for many areas. So we talk about increased target messaging to that population, our underserved turning points, encouraging the homeless to go get tested at turning points, and MCR, many of that kind of targeted testing as we continue to move through this. We have to encourage those who are underserved or those who might not have gotten the message that they need to get tested to go out and get tested.
Okay. All right. Questions? Reggie.
I have a question and maybe a comment. With the increased target messaging, what actually are we doing to increase that information getting out? Because I have spoken to some people a while back with an intent to make sure we better educate. So what are we doing right now to get that information out in those targeted areas that are identified?
So the county PIO, along with County Administrator Corrier and myself, we're constantly pushing out our COVID-19 updates and constantly pushing out the information and data relative to the county on the county's website as well. And then the Florida Department of Health and the Florida Department of Health Manatee and its PIO works closely with Nick. They're constantly pushing out at least 1 to 2 emails as well as press releases every day on what's changing in the COVID-19 realm as far as testing locations, hours, where you can get tested, such as MCR Health, the regional sites, and then as we stand up more local drive-through sites. And then additionally, Florida Department of Health has a mobile bus. They're going around assisting IMTs in testing the long-term care facilities, and then our local Florida Department of Health Manatee also has a testing bus that will start testing long-term care facilities first, So while the IMT team is focused on a long-term care facility, our local Florida Department of Health Manatee team will be in another long-term care facility testing staff as well as residents.
So not to be critical, but this may be an opportunity for consideration. If we know that the individuals are underprivileged and low income and do not have certain resources, however, the way we are extending that information out is through emails or through social media, which I'm sure some of them have, but they may not know how to navigate their way through. Maybe we need to strategize in some other efforts to potentially extend that information, because one of the things that I have communicated with the sheriff and the two police departments is how can we better educate? And I'm familiar with the social media outlets, but I'm just curious, what other efforts can we extend? And Jake, you know I love you, my man. You may not have an answer to that, but I'm opening it up for all of us to take into consideration, because it's a couple of things. We do know within our community, obviously within the minority communities, we have the individuals that English is not their first language. And I'm sure the information is going out in Spanish. As a matter of fact, I have seen some of the information is going out. What I have not seen is some of the information going out in the Creole language. Now, that's not to say that it's not out there. I'm saying Reggie has not seen it. But I would like for us to look at some efforts to maybe reach those individuals that are underprivileged, that in that low income area that do not have access to that information. That's the first thing. As far as the information that's going out from the Department of Health, have the county considered, or have we considered having a hyperlink connected so that same information can be connected to it, or is it already there?
I didn't hear the last. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part of the question, but it is on our pages, what our county administrator is telling us. Also, some updates to that. You know, if anyone gets on our MCAT buses, the COVID-19 message is there in both English and Spanish, and where to call, which is the Florida Department of Health Manatee, their number to get tested. Our PIO office has also put out the message on Nextdoor as well. And our Florida Department of Health Manatee team continues to do radio interviews in Spanish as well. Creole is a good one, and I'm going to take that back to the team, because I do know, working as a paramedic, we have many residents here that do speak Creole, so that is a good one to bring back for some improvement there.
That's it for me for right now.
All right, Misty.
And to piggyback on Reggie's comments, is there an opportunity, since we're partnering so close with the census, to get with them and ask them to help get our message out while they're there anyway, knocking on doors, trying to count people?
Are they really knocking on doors right now?
I know that that's if you don't respond via email, and you don't respond via hard mail, and you don't take the phone call, they're coming to your door.
Yes, but they did, Commissioner Sherry Corey, the county administrator, the census collection has been extended on behalf of the federal government, so you won't be seeing those people coming to your door yet. However, your neighborhood services department under neighborhood connections, the next door, all of those, they have provided all the information that Jake's mentioned, and those are individuals that in each community has a person who spreads the message for them as well. So when we get started back on, we're still pushing this census. Obviously, we want everyone to do the census, but you probably won't see those enumerators out until later into the summer. I also wanted to mention, out at I was going to bring this up in my report, but out at the beach where the code enforcement and our volunteers were helping the individuals park, each car not only received a parking pass, but they also received a small card. Mr. Barnott's holding it up right here. Front of it has the process by which to get tested, and the back, the locations. Those were given out to probably over 20,000
parked cars that we had in 7 days. We think that's also part of the reason why our numbers really expanded in this last week. So one of the things we can do for all the commissioners especially is we can print out a lot more of those handheld cards and we can get them out to the neighborhoods. We think that's been very helpful as well.
Okay, Reggie,
Sorry.
go ahead.
There was a question that just came up about testing sites in those particular areas, how you were speaking of the mobile testing sites, that Department of Health, and a question just came up, or a comment just came up through my phone. Have we identified those areas, and what if some areas are actually raising their hand that could potentially be served, especially areas that deal with homeless individuals or entities that deal with homeless individuals? How can we make that connection?
So Dr. Bensie's team, Florida Department of Health, Manatee, they're working closely with Turning Points. We feel that Turning Points needs to start, we need to get them more ramped up first, since that's really the main site and area for the homeless to get tested. And then as we move forward, working with Turning Points, we'll figure out the local areas to better target those residents.
So some dialogue just for consideration. If an individual is homeless and they live north of the river, I'm not necessarily sure that they're going to have the ability to go across the river to consider
and they can and
tested.
And that's a good point. But they can still get tested at MCR.
At MCR
Health.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that, but I'm thinking about the homeless hotspots in Palmetto in connection to where MCR is. Mm-hmm. And there's a difference between the MCR location and their, I would call it their corporate office. There's and the homeless travel per feet, obviously. My point is, there's an entity, and we probably should talk offline about this, that's interested in being a site for potential testing, but I'm sure there's protocol that has to go through in order for that to take place. And I want them to know that that's the reason why I'm not specifically identifying your name, because there's a protocol and procedures in order for you to be identified as a site. So I'll speak to Mr. Sauer offline and make sure we make the two connections so we can see if that can or cannot be done. We have people watching, so I'm kind of speaking to them also.
And another thing to remember, we can't just continually keep opening up more sites and supporting them with PPE as well. PPE is still in high demand, so we have to try and manage the Department of Health Manatee's testing sites. We're assisting MCR with anything that they might need with their PPE as well, and then EMS and first responders.
Okay, Carol?
Just to clarify, Parrish has a drive-through in North County, and also MCR, as you know, is the corporate, but on the same street as the corporate office, they own a practice where Dr. Walsh practices, and also Dr. Shaw over by Rabonia. So I don't think they're using them for their practices, but that's something that you guys maybe need to talk to Patrick about. But there are facilities north of the river. Our transit is free. But I don't think they can get to the parish office because our transit doesn't go that far, right, everyone?
Correct.
No, it doesn't. So, but again, that in conjunction with the help of Dr. Bensie in the mobile unit, maybe she can bring it to one of MCR's offices that are in Palmetto, or that are in Rabonia, and test people there, too. That's just an idea for you to talk to somebody to talk to them.
What about what's going on here? We have testing going on still at the convention center, right?
Correct. So the next drive-through testing will be on Friday here. And then also on the 20th, 21st, and 22nd, they will do another round of local drive-through testing here at the Bradenton Area Convention Center. And that testing is free as well.
And is there a bus? Can you take a bus to get here from anywhere in your neighborhood there, Reggie, that you're thinking about?
Yes, you can take a bus. That'll be a round the county trip, to be honest with you. I've tried that before. If you go in the heart of the district, as far as, let's say, from the community center,
okay,
and try to get to the civic center, you would actually have to go to Bradenton, and then to get it connected to come back this way, from what I understand. So that alone would probably put some people in another level of frustration. But you have to do what you have to do, and there is an opportunity for them for that. But I did want to make another.
Let me just ask on that, and then I'll let you go back.
I don't
So,
think we can walk up.
the ones that are going on here, are they drive-up only here at the convention center? Is it, you got to be in a car?
They are currently drive-up only, and that is because of the PPE requirement and what it takes to don and doff that. We do know that those that aren't able to drive is an underserved population that we are continually to target. So with that, our community paramedics have been training with the Florida Department of Health to learn how to administer the swabbings, and our community paramedics will soon be going out into the community to those who can't drive and start testing them as well.
And I heard the state was going to have a mobile lab. We heard that from the governor. And Dr. Bensi also indicated that there might be a mobile testing operation. Is that still in the works?
Yeah, so that mobile lab at the state level is used currently in conjunction with the IMT to hit a lot of residents and long-term care facility employees to get tested so that we can decide or we can determine how big of an outbreak is in a certain facility. Florida Department of Health Manatee, they have a mobile lab. As not a lab, it's a mobile bus that can be equipped with the swabs as well to go out to long-term care facilities and underserved areas such as turning points. They're out there today teaching that healthcare staff and giving them swabs and teaching them how to perform those tests as well. That's what that mobile bus is doing currently.
Okay. And it occurred to me yesterday when I was at Winn-Dixie picking up some prescriptions that there was the Bloodmobile was there. I thought, wow, that'd be cool if you could get tested and give blood. I don't know if that's a possibility. It might be a way to encourage people to give blood. Well, I don't know. I mean, they've got facilities there. I don't know if that's something that might be possible to do that, but it just occurred to me when I saw the Bloodmobile parked in the parking lot. And I know we don't control it. I know that's a private organization that's doing that, but it just was something that occurred to me looking at it. I thought, should I go and get blood? And then I realized I really probably didn't have enough time, but I thought that'd be good if you could be tested at the same time. Reggie?
Yes, two things. Jake, when the Department of Health launched the mobile testing, please let me know. And please, when they communicate with you all, consider areas like Lincoln Park, so you can reach some people that may be flat out intimidated to go to some of these other areas.
Yes.
First. The second, and I do have a question, walk-ups are not allowed here, am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that that's very, very clear, because some people, after listening, may feel like, well, I can go over there to the Civic Center, but that's not true. However, when the mobile testing starts, please communicate with me so we can make sure that information is available to the individuals in the community that may want to get tested but may not, have that to be able to drive or either to get from one spot to the other.
Yes, sir, definitely will. And our work group, our healthcare work group that determines what's the next steps as far as that mobile bus and where we target our testing, we still feel that we have a need to start to continue testing first in the long-term care facilities. So that's where it's currently focused at the moment.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other questions for Jake or Sherry? Okay. What's the action you're looking at, Sherry?
I've got some more things to go over, if you don't mind.
Oh, Misty, I guess had a question.
Well, not a question, just while we're on the topic of this, I just wanted to bring this up. When I walked into the convention center this morning, I was really impressed that everybody was wearing a mask. I was really impressed of the message that sent to the public who was coming in here. And I think as Manatee County, we are leaders and people are looking to us as to what the right thing to do is. And so I just hope as we have employees that are out in the public, whether they're parking cars at the beach or wherever they are, I would really like to see our employees wearing masks. You know, it is protecting our community from people who may be asymptomatic. So I'd just like for our team to consider requiring that. I see, you know, our podium is being wiped down between every speaker, and every employee in here had a mask on this morning. And that's a great message that I think we need to carry that out into the public and other areas too.
Can I make a quick comment?
Okay. Yes, Steve has a comment. We can hear him.
Yeah, I think that's a great, Miss C, I think that's a great, oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Steve.
Oh, I was just going to say I think Miss C's comment, you know, hello?
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you.
No, I was just saying, I thought Miss C's comment was very good. Getting a lot of background noise.
We can hear you just fine.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say that I thought Miss C's comment was very good. I was at a meeting last night with 65 people, and there was no social distancing. There was only about 10 to 15% of them were wearing masks. And, you know, we had a bunch of county employees there, and they also were not wearing masks. So I think this is something that, you know, we need to get out to the public that, you know, this is serious stuff. Because, you know, you got 60 people all standing within 6 inches of each other to hear a talk and, you know, and voice some concerns. But I think, you know, Missy's right. You know, we as leaders need to set the example when we're out in public and telling people, you know, stay away from me, or, you know, keep 6 feet, or whatever, you know, whatever message you want to give them in whatever language you want to use. Type of thing. But I think Misty's right that we, you know, I think the staff should, if they're going out, should have masks on and should, you know, abide by the governor's order of staying 6 feet away from people. So those are kind of my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for that, because I have received calls from people who say, you know, why aren't masks being worn? I got a call last night about the beach staff, the parking staff, because almost everybody is rolling down the windows and wanting direction and to talk to our staff. So I think that that's an example of where we could have people in masks. And like I said, every time an employee is out in public, I'd like to see that our employees are wearing masks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sherry, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just going to continue on with some of the comments related to what Jake was speaking about, and also then some of the operational issues there, some questions that you're asking. I'm going to just remind everybody that when you're asking, I know Commissioner Servia is asking what phase we're in, where we're at, what's the status. Keep in mind that we're following the strategies from the federal government, their COVID-19 guidelines, as well as Governor DeSantis's guidelines, especially in the fact that he put out a new executive order on Friday, May 8th. That's Order 2114, which extended the state of emergency for the state of Florida for 60 days. 60 days. So during that 60 days, we're all supposed to be following the safe, smart, step-by-step plan for Florida's recovery. And let me just stop for a second. I'm going to put something under the document camera. I hadn't planned on it, but... So as commissioners, when you're being asked by people what phase are we in, what should we be looking for, this document right here is in your packet. It's been in your packet the last several times. If you go to the your e-agenda online. This is a copy of the task force for the state of Florida's Safe, Smart, Step-by-Step plan. This would be a document that you'd want to share with somebody like that. So in the case of the person asking about whether a wedding venue can open and what phase it's covered in this particular document very clearly, basically saying, dependent upon what phase that you're in as a county. And we just came out of phase 0, and we are into phase 1 this week. So this guidance comes under following the governor's requirements, and we're following those to a T. So I'll talk a little bit more about them. And back to the PowerPoint, we're also going to update you on the reopening timeline for the county's phases for operations. You've already talked a lot about testing. I may have just a couple additional comments, and then I want to talk about the beach opening this week and that status. Again, for more resources for your constituents, this is the county's COVID website page. If people are looking for these documents, if they're looking for the executive orders, if they're looking for what are we doing, what's going on, it's all right here. It's an in real-time update being done by our PIO team, Nick Azera, Rachel Taff, and many of the other staff, and so you can find these documents there. You can point people to these, and they're right in there. There's also both the federal guidelines, the state guidelines, and all of the orders locally. Those are done in a quick review. You can see those there. The general points, again, under the federal guidelines, I get a lot of questions about this, and I know I've repeated it last week and the week before, but this is the way it works for the county. What are the general guidelines? Under the federal guidelines put out by the White House, you're looking for core state preparedness, and that's why the governor put together the plan he did. It's a proposed phased approach. It's based upon up-to-date data and readiness, then people following the individual guidelines, and then us as an employer following employer guidelines. Under the general point of the state guidelines, Governor Ron DeSantis' task force covered 7 categories. Those categories were public health and safety, protecting your most vulnerable, your healthcare systems need to be ready in case of a surge, economic recovery, which we're going to be talking in more depth about next week, the protection of civil liberties and maintaining individual rights, public confidence, and partnerships with local communities. And again, that extension that the governor did was to extend the state of emergency under Executive Order 2052 for 60 additional days, and also to extend the health crisis emergency 2051 for another 60 days. So while all of those are still in place, we're trying to follow along with the plan. In order to do that, we have to meet certain benchmarks. And these were a lot of questions that you had earlier. We have to meet these 3 categories: syndromic surveillance, epidemiology and outbreak decline, and healthcare capability. These are part of his plan. We have, as a county, meet these. So under the first one, syndromic surveillance, that's a downward trajectory of influenza-like illnesses, or what's referred to as ILI. Now, you can also find all of this information if you go to the Department of Health's website. They track the ILI every month. There's a new report, and Manatee County is in the mild activity category with a decreasing trend. It's shown by a color-coded map, as well as the second category, which is a downward trajectory of COVID-19-like cases and illnesses. We're in the 1 to 2 outbreaks, which is the mild activity. So we're doing well, I believe, in those 2 areas. However, you have to be doing well in all of these. In those 2, you have to be doing in both of them. The next category, the epidemiology and outbreak decline, you need to either have a downward trajectory of the documented COVID-19 cases And as you heard from Mr. Sauer, in this past week or so, we've actually been running a lot better with the testing being ramped up and running at about a 5%. You have to, or downward trajectory of positive tests as a percent of your total tests. And as you know, you get a report from me every night that goes back over the state's information. When I pulled the report up last night, we were at 9.5. We were in a 6-day downward trajectory. That's the best we've ever done since March 16th. We made it to 3 days before and then went back up. We came down, we went back up, but we were 6 days. In today's 11 o'clock report, we're actually down from 9.5% to 9.3%, which means we're in a 7-day downward trajectory. That's a great thing. That's a very positive thing, and obviously because of all the testing. The state is at 7.2% today. Under the healthcare capability, this is the capability to treat all the patients without triggering a surge capacity. And one of the things that's important to watch is on May the 8th, the executive order that stopped allowing for elective surgeries was suspended. Elective surgeries began again. And so when elective surgeries began again, PPE, equipment, people in the hospital, that starts to happen. We are still following that. You want to make sure that you can have those kinds of operations, having the PPE and being able to operate without creating a surge or a problem for COVID patients. And so right now, over the duration of this crisis, 183 people have been hospitalized in Manatee County, but on an average during any particular day, it can run from anywhere from 35 to 47. You never know how long a person's going to stay in the hospital. You don't know if they're going to elevate to a more serious case or whether they're going to have a minimal case and be sent home. But that's about the average in our 3 facilities. The second area, and this is an and we must have, is a robust testing program in place for at-risk healthcare workers, including the emerging antibody testing. And as you heard, we don't really have access to the antibody testing yet, but we do have a robust program for the at-risk healthcare workers with all of the testing sites that have been put in with MCR Health, with DOH locally, and with the state's drive-through. For many days that the state was up, they were averaging 750 tests a day. Now, those could be from any county, but a majority, as you can see, are moved up for us. Also, you heard Jake mention this morning we tapped out at 8,511 test results being returned. That's not the number of tests that have been administered. That's the number that are back and have been read. So you're going to see that number changing again over and over, at least for the next 7 days. That put us at a 2.1% total of our population, and we reached a goal that last week we didn't even think could possibly be in sight. That is a very positive note. Not to downplay the seriousness of COVID-19, but your county's moving in the right direction, and everybody's been working together well. Next is your phase questions about the phase. We're currently in the phase 1. We went from phase 0 into phase 1 on Monday, May 11th. Karen Stewart, our Deputy County Administrator, has been working along with all the directors to assess their facilities. We have not gone to program assessment yet. Right now, we're only assessing the facilities and bringing back the staff at 25%. We are still closed as facilities, but as these other benchmarks continue to improve, that will elevate us to be able to do things a little bit quicker. So in week 1, where we're at right now, these listed up here are the various areas that we're at. And we're focusing quite a bit on the business recovery plan this week. We're working with the County Attorney's Office to bring back to you next Tuesday at your meeting the plan that locally can be implemented to help the businesses. But also, the main things are tracking the critical indicators and benchmarks in key health areas, and also monitoring that capacity in the hospital. So as we go into phase 1, week the week of May 18th, we'll be looking at making some minor adjustments, but we want to make sure we're holding the line. So we're still staying at the 25% on reentry, hoping that all of our departments will have completed their assessment forms and the assessment team will have checked all the boxes and seen that they're doing things proper. We also had a trial, as you know, of beach parking restrictions for 2 hours each last week, and I wanted to mention that going into the latter part of this week, we are going to later in this presentation recommend that we take away that 2-hour parking rule and that we move forward with the beach reopening with a few caveats, which I'm going to go over when I get to that next part. Some other indicators that we're looking at are modeling your budget scenarios, because I know you're all eager to hear where we're going to stand. So next week on the 19th, Jan Brewer and myself will be going over the modeling of where we think we currently are and give you some scenarios of what could be happening to the FY20 budget. We already mentioned to you that while we're not pushing back the budget for 21, we want to push back the presentation of the budget so that we're closer to the more accurate numbers. The next phase 1 reopening would be week of May 25th, and that's when we hope we're at a point where we can start to bring back 50% of the staff. We hope that we have all of the facilities completed. And remember when I talked about the Safe, Smart, Step-by-Step plan, let me just say to you that an example in here that we have to follow is for large venues, and you know we have some of them. This is a large venue. There's not going to be anything happening in this building for a while because under large venues, there are some other protocols that you have to meet. But the better we do with getting past the crisis, the more opportunity we may have. We also have places like the Crosley. We have events that happen out on our beaches. We have people that would like to train in our facilities as groups. We have people that want to come back together as leagues. All of those things have to be able to allow us to follow along with the state guidelines as we open those up. And so we're not holding people back. And when you get these questions from folks, we're constantly looking at those. Once we meet those particular areas, then we'll be able to come back with recommendations. And you can see we make the allowance for those in each week. We just cannot say exactly when those will all open. I had a question last week about libraries and pools, and I can bring those up in a moment. Okay, I'm not going to go through each one of these, but moving into June 1st, we hope to also continue to be on that downward trajectory, and we hope to be at a place where we will have solid 50% capacity back and that we have various facilities that are able to open. We're targeting the week of June 8th for libraries to be in line. You know, this setup done by the CVB and all the team is a wonderful setup. I mean, this was well thought out, all put into place with the guidelines. These are the kinds of things we have to do with every one of our big facilities. So at our libraries, when we have people on computers and they're shoulder to shoulder, we won't be able to have that again. We'll have to have those spaced out, and that's what's going on right now is that evaluation and the proper cleaning procedures. How many people can be in a facility? How staff can work with those folks? Masks, hand sanitizer, all of those things. So we've gone over quite a bit from the standpoint of where we're at strategically. I'm just going to continue to run this model for you each week so that you see what's going on. It basically gets us to, obviously, the months of all of June, then to July, and then to August, where we hope to continue to be getting back up and in business. We're dealing with a lot of different scenarios. Any questions just over the reopening portion before I go on? Yes.
Yes, Sherry, you grouped libraries and pools together, and you said you were going to address that.
Those appear. I'm sorry, you're right. Those appear in the week of June 8th, both of those areas. And the reason we have to select those particular time frame is to make sure that all of the facilities are set up properly. If we have lockers, if we have towels, if we have various things that are related to having groups of people for open swimming, we have to be able to have the protocols right. And so those are the dates we're targeting to be ready for them. We have to get the staff ready, we have to make sure they're trained, and we want to make sure that the message to the community is very clear on what's allowed and what's not allowed so that it's not disruptive. So that is where we're targeting right now based on our current situation with our benchmarks. Yes.
What about skate parks? Because I know City of Bradenton opened theirs, and also I'm getting questions about tennis and
Same things. Same things are going
June
on.
8th?
I did not put a date of June 8th on any of those smaller venues. We would hope to get to some of those venues before that, obviously, but they are all being evaluated as well. Tennis centers, pickleball, skate parks, basketball courts, all of those things. I mean, one main thing is to make sure that we have the proper signage, we have the proper protection, and that staff that are having to either clean or supervise those areas know how to handle those respectively. So we're under also ordering a lot of supplies right now.
And every day I observe terrible social distancing, and I'm just so disappointed in what I'm seeing. So, you know,
well,
even on the beach this weekend. I mean, it
Right.
wasn't you. I mean, it's just I don't know where these people are coming from, because some of them look like they are coming from beach rentals and stuff. But people are just packed in, and I'm just very disappointed, especially.
And I would agree that I'm sure Mr. Sauer would remind me to say we don't want to be the county that did so well to catch up and then surge
Right.
beyond everyone else.
That's right.
And so you're right. That message is just going to have to continue to be as clear as possible. And it's going to have to be everywhere. And so that's why getting the facilities ready. A lot of times somebody will say to me, why don't you open a skate park because Sarasota did, or Leon did, or Escambia did, or Jacksonville. We're all different, and the facilities are set up different, and we have to make sure that everything's safe for everyone when they come back, not only our employees, but for the public especially. You've heard a lot about testing today.
Reggie?
I'm not going to.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Just as a reminder, I brought this up. This is what Mr. Barnott showed. This is the actual social media post that we continue to put out on how to help yourself go through these different symptoms you might have, and provide the numbers that you can call. Just as a follow-up, this week, after your actions last week, there were, and since April 21st, you helped bring over 6,000 new test kits into Manatee County. Now you can see why we're at 2%, because everyone's pulling together and making sure that things are moving forward. Obviously for us locally, MCR Health has led the way because of their access and their ability to get tests quickly. The health department, as Mr. Sauer mentioned, has picked up the pace and is considering that mobile unit, which I think will be, as you've indicated, really important. And obviously, the regional test sites made a big difference for a lot of reasons, because now there's access all throughout the county. And as we said, we continue to monitor what local hospitals, medical society, and other private healthcare providers are doing. There's going to come a time when those will be the places where these particular issues occur most. And so we want to make sure that we're following along with their needs in case there's something locally we need to help them with. Now I'd like to move to the beaches. So we undertook a little experiment last week at our public beaches. And I want to thank the Code Enforcement Office under Mr. John Barnott's direction for stepping up and being in charge of putting all of that together. They worked directly with the Beach Patrol under Joe Westerman, which is also in Mr. Sauer's department, and they put together a plan to try to help the residents come back. We were a little nervous. We weren't sure what was going to happen, but the residents really, really stood out and did a great job. It's busy out there. It is really busy out there. But when you think about it, what else is anybody going to do? They can't go to a theme park. They can't go to a water park. They can't go to the movies. They can barely go to the grocery store. They can't go back to work, some of them. Only 25% can go back to work. Thank goodness you can now go get your hair done or go to a barber shop or to a nail salon, but with social distancing and other things in place. So where else would you go in beautiful, sunny Manatee County? You'd go to the beach, and boy, did they. About 20,000 parking passes were given out in a 7-day period. And obviously, we had code enforcement at the lead for the parking. Your beach lifeguards were out there managing all of these people. And I've got a few photos here in a second for you. But I also got an update from Chief Westerman this morning about the current status of other beaches. And I just thought it would be helpful for you to have that for the record. Just to highlight a couple. In St. Lucie County, they're able to open with no restrictions, but they're also saying they have crowds, very maximum crowds. Most of the counties, like Martin County said, it's like spring break. That many people were at the beach. They were near capacity, but it was the word manageable used in most all cases. Some of the county beaches that are not allowed to be open still are Miami-Dade and Broward County. And others remained open, such as Collier. But in Naples area, you know, they opened and then they had to close again because the volume was so great they couldn't handle it. This picture here for you is at 2 p.m. this past Saturday from our center entrance looking south. If you can see it, and if you can't, it's in your e-agenda. You could go back and look at it. What I'd like to mention to you is that in the upper left-hand corner, that's Jewfish Key. When you get a good look at this picture in your computer, there's a lot of boats out there. It's still a very popular place. However, if you look at the road, you look at the parking lot, you look at the beach, you can almost see the social distancing was happening. Albeit everyone said it's really, really busy out there. It is busy out there. And what our lifeguards said is basically this, it was like a holiday weekend. But you're still seeing some, and you're seeing some flow of traffic. You can see some of our construction that's going on down here, but parking is, basically full in the other upper areas. This here is under a new area. This is the Cortez Beach parking. This is also at 2 p.m. on Saturday. And you can see from this drone footage that the traffic's flowing. It's busy, but it's flowing. That was one of our fears, was that there would be a tremendous traffic jam. There really was coming out on Manatee Avenue in Cortez. But once you got out to the island, things did flow. You can see some parking happening, but you can also notice that in the farther up, we have construction going on, and we did not allow parking up in the construction area. Here's another photo. This is at 2 p.m. also on May 9th from the tower number 8 looking south to the Longboat Pass. You can see a lot of people in the water. You can see the people are spread out. From this view, it might look like they're close together, but they're approximately 10 feet. There were a few parties that were larger than 10. We did our best to try to ask them to minimize that. And here's another photo. And this was at 4 p.m. on Saturday, May 9th, looking south from Tower 10. And then this last photo, which, get ready.
Uh-oh.
There's a lot of people out there.
Manatee.
This is also 4 p.m., May 9th, looking south from Tower 10. And this is out farther on the beach. So you can see it's really popular. I started looking at the groups of people. There's some large groups there. It was hot, but you can still see there is some distancing. When you look at it from the drone viewpoint, you can see they're apart. It's not so much here. It's very busy out there, again, like a holiday weekend. So in talking with Anna Maria, who has Bayfront Park, that's a public area out there, when asked if they would be willing to allow us to open that up and go back to our normal operations beginning tomorrow, they indicated they would, but they would like to have some help similar to that they do during the holiday weekends. When talking to Bradenton Beach, they had some concerns, obviously, because there's a lot of right-of-way parking in the Bradenton Beach area, and it's hard to control. If we are able to do some of the types of things we do for holidays, we can put some blocks there, some blockades there that won't allow people to park in the right-of-way, and that'll really help their law enforcement not have to be ticketing people individually. They said there were large groups of people, a little aggressive, and it would be very helpful. In talking to Holmes Beach, right now they have limited parking within the city. I got a message from the chief and the mayor while I was here, and they wanted me to let the board know that they are not in favor of opening the Manatee Avenue parking lot, which is at Manatee Beach, at full capacity. Right now we're at about 50 to 70% capacity. And talking to Longboat Key, that is Greer Island for us. They have some parking still blocked off, but they need one more week before they're prepared to open that area, and we would like to continue to leave the signs up to not allow boats to land in on the beach area there. It's dangerous anyway down in that area. But so overall, I've spoken with the sheriff, and I've talked to him about the possibility of helping us out there, because MSO is not normally out there unless it's a holiday weekend or very busy event. And we would like to be able to do that. And the reason is because with the extended 60 days of state emergency, a lot of the things I mentioned, theme parks, movie theaters, restaurants at capacity, these bars, nightclubs, pubs, they won't be open. People will not have a whole lot of places to go, so they're probably going to be heading out towards the beach still. So we would like to do that. And then lastly, for me, I did want to mention that these are the three actions that we were hoping to get to from the board today. One was to extend the local state of emergency for Manatee County for an additional 7 days. 2, end the 2-hour parking restriction at the Manatee County public beaches. Open Bayfront Park, assist them. Continue no beach or boat docking at Greer Island, and continue parking closures near the utilities work in Bradenton Beach. So still keep some of the closures there, but otherwise step back from the parking requirement. And then lastly, to expand weekend law enforcement to include Manatee Sheriff's Office for weekends only from May 16th through July 12th, which is the 60 days. Any questions?
Okay, Carol? Thank you. Might as well start with the parking at the beaches. I support opening the parking lot. I know we are doing some construction. I know we can't park there. I live in the city where they want us to minimize it by 50%. But so the public, or the commissioners know, because there's no public here, is that every side street and beach parking is prohibited. And it has been for a couple weeks now. So once the public beach parking is full, people are trying to go around the city and trying to find a parking spot. And I'm sure they're probably getting ticketed or whatever, but actually when you drive on the island, it says you will be towed also. So, we have to start somewhere. And I talked to the mayor yesterday, and she's not going to open the parking until either a week or 2. And I don't think it's fair to our public. Coquina Beach is not asking for that, right? They're just saying they want help trolling, correct, Sherry?
Correct.
Okay. So these are our two public beaches. It is going to be rough, and I'm happy that you're with your recommendation, but I recommend, not allowing the parking where the current construction is, but I recommend that we have to have somewhere for our citizens that I represent, 412,000, to be able to park. And we did good this weekend. I went by there on Mother's Day and drove in and talked to our employees, and they handed them out. They were friendly. I heard they got 3 negative comments the whole time they'd been there. Everybody was thanking us for letting them, and at least they got an opportunity to enjoy the beach. So I would favor opening the beaches and just not letting them park where you're currently doing construction at Manatee Beach and Cortez. But did you want to add something?
I think the construction's done at Manatee Beach. Am I correct, Mr. Barnott? I think it just completed. The reason we had some of it closed was because we were worried about that construction there, but it has just completed, so I don't believe there's any construction left
Okay, well,
at
I
the
would
Manatee
recommend
Beach.
opening the beach parking, because there is no other place in that city to go. And as you heard, in a week, we had 20,000 people in half capacity. I've talked to one of the other mayors. Since we're going to do holiday-type enforcement, one of the cities, citizens threatened to shoot one of the officers. This was just this last weekend. So it's a little bit rough, and they weren't complying with the rules. Are you going to have patrolling with the ATVs? Because I'm hearing that, from one city that they feel that we should be patrolling with ATVs. I think they'll help. I know we pay for some law enforcement in 2 of the cities. But what's your recommendations for that? Because you saw it just on Saturday. Some people aren't going to comply, and we have to do a respectful reminder that we have to do this.
Yeah, thank you for asking that. Let me just say that several of your new lifeguard stands are now open. It's ironic they opened last week, and so there's also a PA system that is with the towers, and Chief Westerman mentioned that there was about every 30 minutes there was an announcement about social distancing, no more than 10 people in a group, 6 feet apart, and so we were able to do that. Obviously, we're not necessarily able to go out on the beach with any of the patrols. I notice in our weekend plan, our weekend incident action plan for the big holidays, there are some ATV use there, and so I could take a look at that and try to work with the sheriff. I talked with him yesterday. We don't think that the very aggressiveness of the holiday weekends is quite needed, which is the mounted patrol and the riot unit. We think we just need to have more. We need to have the MSO out there to help supplement the cities out there and to help with those areas. So I do believe there is a little bit of that could be involved. And then reminders again that people need to continue to social distancing, and that can be done with more signage and more announcements.
And it is the governor's order, not ours.
Yes, that's correct.
And who's paying for all this? I know FEMA, we've done a state of emergency every 7 days. I know I told you, Vern Buchanan called me the other night at 9 o'clock about the $8 billion that came to Florida, and you were talking to Senator Galvano, so will some of these monies that counties get help reimburse us for these costs?
Right, we're keeping meticulous notes. In fact, I've got the report from our code enforcement and our volunteers, because departments went out this past week and helped supplement the code enforcement to the tune of about 1,500 hours of volunteer work out there. So we're keeping track of all those, working with FMD, we're coding them properly. And we're hoping that those will all be eligible under reimbursement from the CARES Act or from potentially state funds through CARES that will be left over. I was concerned about when the 60-day extension came about that would create some things that would have to be extended, and so we'd like to keep track of all those. Obviously, just like we do with hurricanes, we're paying for it right now through our own means, but we keep track of it so that we can seek reimbursement.
Good. And then my last question or comment on this is, so hopefully you'll find out about this $8 billion. We'll find out if Manatee gets anything to help us with our costs, correct? But that's not my last question. But to clarify that, you're going to.
Can you repeat? I'm sorry, I didn't quite.
Sorry, it's the $8 billion that got brought down to Florida, and the governor we have it, the state has it. It just has to be distributed.
Yeah, that number really hasn't been confirmed yet about, the funds that were sent to the state for the various, under the CARES Act. There were, I believe, 11 counties that met the 500,000 population and above, and those received some funding. And law enforcement and COVID activities were part of what the use was there. However, the remaining counties weren't eligible for that, and so we're waiting to hear what amount of money might be still available in the governor's office. And as you mentioned, Senate President Bill Galvano and I have spoken frequently on this, and he is standing by trying to make sure that especially the local areas, Manatee and Sarasota County, are able to access some of those dollars. So I don't know the exact amount that remained after the distribution to those 11 counties, but that should be coming into focus very shortly.
Thank you. I heard Hillsborough got like $250 million, and we have more cases than they do. So, but there's a formula. The population is not over 500. So, and my last comment was we haven't mentioned this. I actually wrote a letter to my local newspaper because it's really been bothering me. It's the food shortage. As far as people, some people are not going to tell you they have a problem, and the schools are passing on food and stuff like that. But I'm not able to tell somebody where to go, and I sent you an email, where to go, like where is there a running list where they're doing a food drive or a food bank, the days and the hours. How's Meals on Wheels doing as far as their list? Are they caught up to the list? Or do they have a waiting list? Mm-hmm. And also Feeding Tampa Bay, I heard, is going to be doing a big food drive. But, when they come to us because they think we know everything, which we don't. But is there some way that we could keep this resource so that we all can say, go here, or here's your information?
Sure.
Because it's a moving, breathing thing that's going to change every day.
Yeah, we'll make sure. I couldn't right off the top of my head go through each one of those, but the ones that you mentioned, Meals on Wheels been doing a great job of keeping things going with the clients they formerly had and then extending service. They've been working with the state and obviously getting a lot of local support too. Feeding Tampa Bay helped sponsor food bank drive-throughs this past weekend, and there were a number of them, I believe 7 or 8. And so I know there are other churches that have arranged their own. So I'll work with Neighborhood Services to get something out on that. I know Ava Edie, who's in charge of that, has all of the information. We'll make sure it's available.
That's all I have.
Okay, we have, so we need to take action on extending the local
Can I
state.
make a quick comment?
Only
Or whatever.
Only because you were heard, we'll let you speak. Go ahead.
I want to, promote opening the beaches again and to express, my frustration with the island mayors not opening up their parking facilities because, all they're doing is hurting their own businesses out there. Now that the restaurants are open and a lot of the beauty salons and all the hair, nail, all the things that you people do that I don't need to do. But, I would, again, implore them to rethink their decision on their parking for the benefit of all their businesses so that they don't end up coming back to us at the county, looking for money somewhere down the road. But I think as far as us opening or the parking is a great idea. Apparently it worked well last weekend. And, we need to get these businesses back up, all those restaurants out there going and generating, some income and some jobs for their employees. So that's my only comment, and I'll shut up.
Priscilla?
Yes, Bill, can I make one motion for everything that Sherry was asking, or do I need to make separate motions?
I think it's okay to do it in a single motion.
If you'd like.
Can we also do the emergency one also in with that, or just?
I would rather you separate that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will make a motion to continue the state of emergency for another week.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Trey, seconded by Commissioner Whitmore. Is there any public comment? Seeing no public comment coming forward, and would close public comment. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 6 to 0.
I'd like to make a motion on the recommendations. Could you put them back up, Sherry?
Yes, could you put that back up on the computer? There you go, second one.
Okay, so number 2 and 3.
All right, number 2, which is ending the 2-hour parking restriction at the Manatee County Public Beaches, open Bayfront Park, continue no beach or boat docking at Greer Island, continue parking closures near utilities work in Bradenton Beach. And number 3 is expand weekend law enforcement to include Manatee Sheriff's Office for weekends only from May 16th through May 12th. That's the motion.
Second.
And we have a second. Is there anyone in the public that would like to address this motion?
Just a correction, you might have meant July 12th.
I might have meant July 12th. That's probably what I did mean on the last.
I'm sorry.
I read the date. Yes.
Madam Chair, the clerk has a
yes,
question.
Madam Clerk.
Your mic's not picking you up.
The
that's
second
why
was
the-
Misty. Misty Serbia seconded.
I have a
Okay.
question.
Carol.
I didn't realize that we're only going to do, what do you say, holiday enforcement on weekends.
Yes.
Okay, for somebody that lives out there, every day this week has been a weekend, a holiday weekend. I know, I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention because a lot of people have lost their jobs. And so then we're relying on our local police. And, you know, I got told by one city that they aren't going to be able to handle this. And then my city actually has no parking. So, and I know they'll manage it when people park in there on any of their streets in the city. But
well, I mean,
what are your thoughts on that? I mean,
Well,
you
if you-
can't do it 7 days?
If you'd like me to work with the sheriff to see what they might be able to do on a different level, I think we have a lot of numbers for the week during the days, so we'll know. I know Mr. Barnott's group gave me the report, and during the week, most of the days weren't as busy. However, I can talk with the sheriff about how they might be able to help in a little bit way during the week, and then a more expanded way on the weekends, if that's the desire of the board.
Yeah, as long as you watch it, because I drive out there, you know,
Yes.
at least 4 times a day, and I'm seeing, you're right, during the week it's a little bit better, but people are going up and down the islands because they can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
well, the only thing I want to say is the cities have chosen to lock this down. The cities need to provide their own policing. I don't believe we should be policing the city's regulations. You know, I don't know if that's what you're stating, Carol. I guess I'm confused, but they've made this determination, and I get it. I get that they want to, you know, try to restrict as much as they can the parking out there, but we're opening ours up, and so I hope that we're only talking about policing
Our beaches.
the county facilities. Is that correct?
Yes.
The public beach areas,
The
yes.
public beach
yes,
area.
Madam Chairman.
Okay. Because I've heard people say, why aren't you opening Anna Maria? I'm like, that's not ours to open.
Yeah.
Well, we were told by, you know, certain political folks in the city of Anna Maria that it was our fault that their beaches weren't open. And I said, well, that's just simply not true. Now, I know people say things.
I was told that too.
Well,
But,
out at Anna Maria, they have a lot of private beach areas, but they also have Bayfront Park, and that is our responsibility.
Right.
And in fact, the mayor is very willing to resume. He only has one deputy, though, as opposed to having a police force like the others do. He has one deputy, and it's with the sheriff's office. So there may need to be just a little bit more help there, just to get through this little crisis period, and that's what we'd hope to do for them.
Good.
And of course, it goes without saying, people, you need to take personal responsibility. You need to adhere to the emergency order still in place by the governor.
Yep.
We do not, once we release these restrictions, with the exception of our parks, our active parks, I should say. I don't know if that's the right word. Our tennis courts,
Our facilities.
our facility pools, that we will not have additional restrictions. So it's up to the individuals to monitor and comply with these regulations. Commissioner Trace.
Will Will John be there from Monday through Friday in the short term? Like, at least till like the 1st of June?
Code enforcement, we've talked about them scaling down, not at all like they've been doing, obviously, as effective tomorrow if this motion passes. But we've talked about some assistance because we still have our beach patrol out there. And, you know, they're covering all the beaches with the lifeguards, and with all these people out there, we don't want to leave them, you know, completely without help. So we've talked about still being able to maintain code enforcement regular jobs, but also to help out slightly out there too. So yes, we've been discussing that.
I would say in the short term, except for Memorial Weekend, which is of course another whole, that's a holiday weekend. I would say see maybe the code come out on Mondays and Fridays, because I really, from what I'm hearing, and I know I don't live there like Carol does, that Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, those were the days of low number. Friday was pretty heavy, and Monday, at least that's what that was the first day on Monday, and kind of let them get a feel for it before we actually have let the sheriff handle it on the weekends, which is going to be bad, and kind of have John monitor it, especially on Mondays and Fridays. And then we're going to be meeting back next Tuesday. We think we need more, and we'll go from there.
You're not modifying your motion, are you?
No, because Carol was trying to modify the motion.
I wasn't. I was just telling you the facts. No,
I'm not modifying the motion.
Yeah, I was just clarifying it. I didn't realize it was just the weekends.
Okay, so we haven't changed the motion.
No.
John, I do have a question, and I see you got your hand up. I'm not sure what is the role of code enforcement at this point. I mean, we're not doing parking, so you're telling people how much to distance? I don't know exactly what the role. I mean, law enforcement, they know their role. I mean, right? I'll defer to you, John, what you think you might be able to add to this.
Thank you. What we've been able to establish is a very good working relationship with Marine Rescue. Our two agencies, Code Enforcement, Marine Rescue, have worked very closely together for the last 45 days or longer on different issues, boat ramps and other things. One of the focuses that we have is, with Chief Westerman, is for the lifeguards to be able to focus looking west, looking at the beach, looking at the water. Without some support out there, they also have to monitor the parking lots and the picnic areas behind them. So now they're not watching people that could be in harm's way. And our two chiefs, Jake and I, Joe Westerman and Jeff Bowman, are working together to create a plan to mix the two groups where we can offer minimal assistance during the week, on busy weekends. They're identifying those periods of time when they really need that. Nobody knows better than Joe and his group with Marine Rescue as to what those busy times are. And once we get this all worked out, it was our plan to sit down with the county administrator and say, here's the plan we have to help support Marine Rescue. Because my people are very good out in the parking lots. And basically what you're going to be doing is just, when a parking lot's full, just let people know it's full before they get in there and drive around. Because if you let them get in there and start driving around, now they're going to start double parking and blocking people and parking where they're not supposed to. And now the buses can't get through. EMS has an issue if they have to run out there with a squad. It's just kind of a high level of assisting the public.
Okay.
I have a
All right.
question. Madam Chair?
Carol?
Concession stands. As we all know, our vendors have taken a beating. We're not opening that.
We have two concession stands. We are under an assessment. They have submitted it today based on the state guidelines for restaurants. We asked them to fill out our assessment form. They dutifully did that very quickly. They resubmitted it. I looked at it this morning while we were sitting here. Our assessment team's going to go out. And I know at the Manatee Beach, they're not looking to open up the indoor seating, but to leave the exterior. And then, of course, down at the Tiki Hut, they will not have a bar, they will not have bar stools. And so they're eager to open under the state guidelines. We're going to help make sure that they can do that. So that could happen within the next week, I would say,
And
if
the
not
only
sooner.
two things that we have to monitor is on our beaches, not on, everyone else's, is no alcohol on the beach and the 6-foot distancing, correct? So if code enforcement was out there, that's what they would be doing.
Well, the code enforcement won't go out onto the sand. They won't go out into the lifeguard area unless there's an altercation or some need to do that. Now, I would have to tell you, I'm not sure what happens with the ATVs and the MSO when they're on weekend duty, if they go out.
Yes, they do.
Okay, so you know better than me on that. I haven't been out there, but if we did have some assistance there, it would definitely help the lifeguards.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. I think I closed public comment. I can't remember. If not, I'll close public comment with no one coming forward. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye. Steve, are you still on the phone? Steve?
Yes, I am.
Did you vote aye?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought I unmuted. Now, you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. All right. Motion passes 6-0.
So Sherry's going to get with all the cities and our staff and okay.
Yes, and this would start tomorrow morning.
Yep. Okay.
And we will get on it and make sure that we report back to you next week. Obviously, if you hear anything between now and then that you don't think I know, you can certainly give me a call.
All right. Are there any commissioner comments? Thank you. Good. You're done? Sorry, you guys are done. Is there anything else, Sherry?
No, ma'am. Thank you. I know it's a long day. Thank you very much.
I do have one question. Where is our meeting on the 19th?
Yes. Right here.
We are coming back here the 19th.
We're going to stay here. The setup's going to stay set up. The Planning Commission has a meeting this week, I think Thursday, correct? They'll meet here.
Okay.
You'll meet here on the 19th, and if all goes well, we'll have the temperature fixed from the time you get here, and if this works out, we'll be here for however long we need to be.
All right, great. Reggie, you had a comment?
Yes, this is to Mr. Clegg or Rio, if they're listening. Concerns of the HOA and their responsibilities within their incentives that allow in connection with North Orange Estates right there in Palmetto. I just want to know, can we follow up on that to see, because allegedly the HOA expired or went into non-existence in 2014, and I want to know what were their requirements to the county, or if they received some incentives. Just make sure that we are not falling negligent of something that's supposed to be taken care of in that community. The upkeep needs to be improved, and if the HOA or the individuals that own it are responsible for that because of incentives received, I would like for us to look into it and follow up. I apologize for that.
No, that's great. I actually wrote that down. Looking at my notes, and I wasn't sure how to follow up, but you got her done, so that's good. I had the same question about.
All right, please.
Priscilla?
I just wanted to say thank you to the staff, METV.
Yes.
I mean, I thought this has worked out extremely well. Y'all made it look, we just kind of walk in and y'all made it look easy, and I know it probably wasn't. So thank you all very much. Job well done.
Yep.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Attorney, anything more?
No, ma'am.
Okay. With no further business, we are adjourned.
Thank you.